Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome back to Flat Earth School, the school that is around us 24/7 since the beginning of existence. This stream today is a Friday special edition of members only in the chat here watching it live. Thank you guys, whoever has the link here. I've got 14 beautiful patrons. We've got a couple in the chat. Hey, Michael. Michael is here early as always, the first one here. Thanks, Michael. Thanks to all my patrons. Really appreciate it. And without any further ado, let's get into this. So we've got Zach, Good Times for All. Hey, Zach, how are you, mate? Unmuted now.
No, you're muted, Zach.
Oh, I had both of them muted. Sorry about that.
All good.
Yeah.
Everybody does that.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me here, Mitchell. Great to be here.
Great to talk to you, Zach. And also Bob Nodell. How are you, Bob?
I'm doing just fine. Hi, guys. I'm not going to be on camera for long because, I have a face for radio, not for video. So, yeah, just thought I'd pop out and say hello to everybody, and glad you're here for this.
Fantastic. So the premise to this argument today is all to do with the downward bias. This is a globe exclusive argument. This is some of the arguments that we need to have in Flat Earth here, because we've got past the globe, we've got past gravity. We don't need those things. The globe is non-existent. It's been proven not to exist. The Flat Earth has been proven measurable, navigatable, as I showed in my last few videos. So now these are advanced conversations that I want to start having with people about the actual nature of our reality, things that we can prove, things that we see, things just all around us. And that's what my videos are about. So we're going to be talking about a downward bias, whether there is or is not. And more specifically, it's going to be, what do you guys call it? The electrostatic downward vector? Is that what we're going to be calling it?
Well, yeah, electrostatic acceleration, if you want. Okay. That's like
we haven't really picked an official name for it yet, because obviously the mainstream does not see things the way that we do, with the exception, of course, of the Electric Universe. The guys over at Thunderbolts Project, Wal Thornhill and Don Scott and all those guys, I'm sure you're probably familiar with their work. They absolutely feel that this gravitational phenomenon, whatever is causing it, is electrical. And we feel very much the same way. And of course, Ken Wheeler dictates the very same thing. He calls it a modality of the ether, and we'll get into what that means.
All right, cool. So where do you guys want to start?
Okay. Well, go ahead, Zach.
Yeah, I'd like to start off by saying this isn't something that we came up with. This is, like, when I started looking into the downward bias and electricity, I found Walter Lewin, and he is a 4-decade MIT physics professor. If you don't know what MIT is, that's Maryland Institute of Technology. It's a very prestigious school. Or Massachusetts. Yeah, very prestigious school here in the United States.
Absolutely.
A lot of new technologies and stuff have come out of this place. So I figured I'd go there and see what that teacher is teaching his students that are, creating these things. And I mean, Walter Lewin himself even says that gravity, the whole idea of gravity, does not take place until you're talking about like a moon going around a planet. Sorry, I got a lawnmower behind me. I'm going to close this window. A planet
it wasn't even coming through. All good.
Orbiting a sun, or that sun orbiting the center of its galaxy. Gravity is not something that takes place until you have electrically neutral objects. That's the definition of physics gravity today. You can go look it up at Caltech, at Harvard, at MIT. These are electrically neutral bodies they're talking about. So there is no connection between them. There's a vacuum, they're saying. Whereas, and we'll show you a video, he even says that, here on Earth, even your own body, everything is dominated by these electric forces. And this is what's causing a downward bias towards Earth.
Yep.
Okay,
so that's how they, that's how they actually teach it at MIT.
Okay, so is that from the globe paradigm, or does it not have to be a globe?
No, that is from the globe. And he makes, it's a shame. He was a great teacher, but I think he was teaching a little too much truth. Like, he would point out the issues that science, I guess, the body of science has gone through with this. Maxwell changed some of the laws of electricity to compensate for the globe. You know, he said that the ionosphere can just magically appear above our heads in free space from the sun, which is, you know, that far away through a vacuum. That's impossible. It's never been done in experimentation, and it actually went against Maxwell's first equation. And he points this out in his class. You know, he was trying to teach his students where to look.
Right. They had, and the reason he had to do that, Mitchell, was because when Faraday and Faraday came out and first did these initial broadcasts, they were broadcasting way too far, hundreds, thousands of miles, right? So they had to come up with a reason. Then all of a sudden the ionosphere was invented. And then they said, so what happens is the radio antenna broadcasts and it goes up, it hits the ionosphere, which is this charged area of the atmosphere, and then it bounces down and then it comes and hits on the ground, right? Well, that should have been a big red flag for me a long time ago as a ham radio operator, because all signals, electrical, electromagnetic, everything want to return to ground. They don't bounce off of ground, they return to ground. But yet the theory goes that it bounces off the ionosphere, comes down, bounces off the ground, goes back up, bounces off the ionosphere, and that way you can literally go, you know, multiple hops around the world. And they had to do that, but it was completely ad lib, you know. To
this day, there is still no scientific experiment or test even just to recreate this phenomena in a lab. They can't take a vacuum chamber, put in a positive, put in a negative, and have, you know, the negative build this ionosphere of positive charge around it. They can't do that. Right. They can create a plasma, you know, that connects the two when it gets strong enough of a potential to actually create a plasma charge, but they can't get that, what they're claiming is happening to our Earth. So yeah, in the globe model, this is how they say it works, but they had to fabricate the actual physics of our Earth and how electricity actually works.
That's really interesting, because I went live last night. Don't know if you guys caught it. It was Simon Dan. He just put a video out, and probably an hour before that, he was detailing the ionosphere in. Well, it was really an argument against one of Taboo Conspiracy's awesome videos about just that thing, about being able to broadcast signals too far, and he brought up the ionosphere. It is something they absolutely need. It's something they absolutely don't have. And I brought up the point that if you've got any sort of atmosphere, you absolutely need a container. And unwittingly, they invoke containers left, right, and center. But I digress. To this argument, so this downward bias that we're going to be talking about is, are we going to be going through scientific principles, or are they more natural laws?
These are strictly natural laws. For the simple fact that we cannot get outside of this electric field that we live in to test it properly scientifically. You know, we can't remove that variable. We can alter it in between a couple plates or something like that and change the field within something, but we can never fully remove ourselves from this field to test it properly.
Okay, so the assertion is that the electric field is around us all the time, and we can't isolate ourselves from it.
That's true. And that assertion is backed up by mainstream physics. Mainstream physics tells us that we have an electrostatic gradient relating to 100 volts per meter that's been allegedly measured all the way up to 50 kilometers. I personally believe it goes to 100 kilometers because that's that magical 62-mile mark where I believe the lower limit of the firmament is. Now, obviously, and that's amazing that they say that, right? Because again, they're building this, you know, based on an ionosphere or something that's charged up there. But I find it amazing that, you know, they can say all this stuff is up there when even to have a charged area, you have to have particulate matter, right? And I'm not saying that there isn't any particulate matter up there, but the higher you go, the less matter there would be, right? Until theoretically you get into space and get into a 10 to the negative 17 torr, which is virtually no matter at all, right? So without particulate matter in the medium, an electrostatic charge is impossible, okay? So we have, and not only that, what's amazing about this is you're right. They claim that there has to be containment. Their containment is, of course, gravity. Our containment is a firmament, right? But at least we have evidence that shows this firmament is there. And of course, we've talked about that on several shows, so we're not going to go there today. But
no, this argument's definitely not about the firmament. We are definitely contained, whether it's a firmament or a non-physical thing, whether there's something outside the firmament. That's not a topic for this discussion. But okay, let's go back
there
to
is
the
something beyond it. Yeah.
Charge. How do we know it's there? How can we measure it? How can we observe it?
Okay, well, yeah, you can get an EF meter. We have one here. Bob has one. Actually, let's do a little live showing of this. Yeah.
This is actually, have you heard of, well, I've got a video on that too. Mitchell will also be showing you a video where there are guys that actually are collecting electrostatic energy from the atmosphere. And here it is right here. I'll get it queued up to play. And after Zach demonstrates this.
Well, go ahead, Bobo. Do that one. I'm going to actually get some boiling water, too, to show how we can show that it's measuring this electric potential in the air.
Oh, okay.
That would be a great idea.
Right on. Yeah. You're going to get a big old demonstration here.
Live demonstration. That's what I'm all about here at Flat Earth School. Live demonstrations.
All right, cool. So let's look at this.
Stream. All right, we've got you up on screen.
All right, and ready? Here we go.
All right, this is a pole which is used for holding up the ion collectors high up in the air, about 130 feet or so. And then this is the drop line coming down from the ion collectors and going into the research shack. Goes through that PVC pipe and into the building here. Then the drop line feeds through my flip-flop limiter circuit, which feeds and charges up these 10 big capacitors.
Okay, so he's saying the storage capacity here is 33,000 joules. That is a lot of energy. Okay, and this is, like I said, this is not uncommon at all. In fact, if you just Google or go on YouTube and search for ionospheric electricity harvesting, you'll find hundreds of videos, hundreds of people doing this. Now, the biggest thing that most people will tell you about this, Mitchell, is that they are not able to capture a significant enough of it to like run a city or anything like that. Now, that's what they say now, but there's significant evidence, from our past that, we already were harvesting this energy, and this has to do with cymatic resonance. But again, we're kind of, deflecting from the point there. The point is that this electricity is there. And it's funny because the first time I ever discovered it was I was working on a tower, right? I used to build microwave sites. I'm also a ham radio operator. I was up on a tower at about 150 feet high. And what I did was I came across a ground connection that was running down to earth ground, and I touched it and I got shocked big time. I mean, a huge shock. And so, obviously, I knew at that time that it was static electricity, but I didn't think a whole lot from it. Didn't kill me because even though the voltage is high, the current delivering capability is very low. Okay. So anyway, so what they have is we have this 100 volts per meter, which has a capacity, really, if you go to the firmament, of 10 million volts, which of course, then you're talking in the zones of lightning strikes and things like that. So, and they tell us basically that this electricity is caused by, air currents, warm air and cold air currents running by each other and generating an electric field, yada, yada, yada. I don't buy that for 1 second. The only way that you can be within a graduating electrostatic field is to be, like, for example, in between two plates of a capacitor. And that is exactly what I'm saying that we are in. The Earth the Earth behaves as the cathode, and the firmament behaves as the anode. And in between the cathode and the anode, these two plates of the capacitor, we have, in fact, a graduated electrostatic field. And what he's doing is he's picking it up. This is probably no more than from 150 feet on the ground. So if it's 100 volts per meter, then, he's probably picking up 4,000 or 5,000 volts here, something like that, right? Enough where you can see the arcing, and you can actually charge up these capacitors to 33,000 joules, which is a lot of energy. And let me play just a couple more minutes of this, and then we'll stop.
Being provided by the capacitors, which were charged up by ions from the air. They're being fed through a 2 meg resistor. Now we go over here and take a look at the voltage on our meter. This is 1,000 times probe. We're at about 12 kilovolts. Yeah.
12,000 volts.
Over 12 kilovolts right now.
Right out of the air, Mitchell. Right out of the air. And that's only from, and now granted that's stepped up, but the idea here is to harvest it. So what you want to do is you want to be able to have enough storage capacity to do work in like power in watts. Okay. So power in watts is calculated basically by taking the current measured in amperes times the voltage measured in volts gives you the power measured in watts. So if I have 120 volts and I have 10 amps, that tells me that I'm generating 1,200 watts or drawing 1,200 watts worth of power, which will run like a hair dryer, right? A typical hair dryer. So just to give you an idea of the scale that we're working with here, and of course you can step that up and down. Go ahead.
Can I just ask, what are we looking at here? These capacitors, are they?
These are capacitors, yes. These are essentially what they are inside is what I have described the Earth to be, is they are layers of plates that are separated by a dielectric, and the dielectric can be anything from air to non-conductive type of material. Could be what am I trying to think of? Like wax paper.
Wax paper, rubber, depending on how much electricity is going through there. It determines like those little cylinders you'll find if you ever took apart your electronics as a young child. The little cylinder that looks like a grain silo. That's a capacitor. It's just two pieces of thin metal all rolled up in there. And one side gets positive, the other one negative, and it stores that resistance, that static electricity. Charge. The electrical charge.
And of course, the higher the voltage it is, the stronger the dielectric material has to be, because otherwise it will arc through and it will discharge itself. So you don't want that to happen. So there's a lot of variables in how they work, but
there's some interesting words. It just reminded me of the first time I heard about this kind of what you're calling it now, the electrostatic downward vector. The first time I heard of the argument was a couple of years ago, and I think you guys referred to it as the incoherent dielectric acceleration. Is that still something
it's the same thing.
Relates to this? Okay.
Same thing, yeah. Just that was like the scientific term I tried to put on it, the trying to add all the stuff in that actually takes account in that vector creation. Yeah, cool. It is pretty much electrostatic. That gradient that we have here is what causes it.
Yeah. That's a great demonstration. You can absolutely harvest electricity from our world around us. I think that's what Tesla was trying to do. That's a great demonstration. I'm just curious, is there any other way than this apparatus that you've shown? Is there any way, kind of just in nature without a man-made apparatus, that we can demonstrate the static electricity in the air?
Well, yeah, lightning. That's all lightning is the electrostatics getting to 3 million volts per meter.
Or the
electric potential, the potential between 2 points, like the cloud and the ground, has gotten so strong. Like during a thunderstorm, it's not 100 volts per meter. It can go up to 10,000, 18,000 volts per meter. That's why you'll see some people standing on top of a mountain during a thunderstorm and their hair starts standing up, all over their body, and they can stick their fingers up in the air and lightning will come off the tips of their fingers.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Here's the interesting part, Mitchell, is that, not only does lightning demonstrate it, it demonstrates that potential from the clouds down to the ground, right? And all that's happening there is the charge buildup between the clouds and the ground, or an earth ground, becomes greater than the resistance in the air can withstand, right? So you have what's called a dielectric breakdown. And when the dielectric breakdown happens, the discharge happens. And you get a current flow through the air itself. Now, the other way that it happens are called sprites and elves. And I don't know if you're familiar with sprites and elves, but they're essentially lightning discharges that go upwards. But the interesting thing about elves is that when they discharge upwards, they do something very, very strange. And that is when they get to an elevation, get this, of 62 miles, they flatten out like they're running into something, right? Mind-blowing stuff, right?
Really interesting. Yeah, really interesting. I think you went over on the last Globebusters episode about the sodium layer at about 62 miles too. That's that kind of number that keeps coming up. How do we know it's
everywhere?
How do we know it's 62 miles? I'm just curious. I didn't ask on the last episode.
I honestly can't tell you, other than, when you watch the demonstrations of the scientists on the airplane, obviously they've got altimeters locked on it. You can calculate it, for one way, or you could probably do it with some sort of internal small radar. But, it shouldn't be a difficult thing to measure the altitude up to 62 miles.
Yeah, cool.
That's simple tech.
So you were detailing lightning going up and down. Why would we see it going in both directions? Is there like a change in polarity? Why do you think that happens?
Yeah, exactly. It depends strictly on whether or not the cloud is positively charged or negatively charged. If the cloud is negatively charged, through induction, it creates a positive charge on the ground beneath it. It grabs all the positive energy around and puts it into the ground right there to try to equal out that balance.
Yeah. Now, here's something that's just a little factoid here, Mitchell. You're going to like this. This is a widely reported phenomenon, but when people experience strikes of lightning that are very, very close by, you will very often hear something that accompanies that right before the lightning strike happens, is that things will start levitating off of the ground.
Have you got any demonstrations of this?
I didn't pop that up. I just thought of it just now because I was really watching videos on it. But and of course, I don't know how many people would actually have the video of it, because when your lightning's about to strike, I doubt you're going to be screwing with your video camera.
Just think of an updraft. A lot of thunderstorms, the updraft will be created to where, I've heard of hang glider pilots getting caught in them and dying because the updraft is so strong. It's just a gust of wind blowing straight up from the ground, straight up. It's all that positive potential reaching out up towards that negative cloud. And they're known to go like 30,000 feet up into the air.
So again, kind of into a causal effect, like this thing that you're detailing is causing something else to happen now. So do you want to go into that? Like, where does the downward bias come from, I guess?
Let me show you real quick. I have this voltmeter here. It's actually not a voltmeter. It's
a field meter.
A field meter, yeah. It does electromagnetic field. I forget what this one is. And
there's field, there's voltage, and there's electromagnetic RF.
Oh, yeah, RF. This one's the RF right over here, and this one's electric field. So right now you see it's bouncing around. It might jump up to 30 down here, but it's about 5 volts per meter, right? That's what it's reading. Now I just lift it up a little bit. I'm standing up. We'll see it starts. It still dips down. I think that has to do with the Schumann resonance, but you'll see more of them up higher.
28, 30, 37.
And now when I lift it up over my head,
70. So there it is.
It gets even taller.
Right out of the air.
That's the electric field we're talking about.
How does it get affected by being outside? Is there anything inside that they could be picking up? Does it work differently outside with no kind of walls and stuff around you?
It will work differently, and it will also work the same. In other words, what I'm saying is, inside, are there RF signals? Absolutely, there are. We've got the Wi-Fi going. We got, oscillators going from all kinds of different electronic equipment, from televisions. All of these things are generating RF fields, and will affect that. But in this particular mode, where he's looking at static voltage only, that's going to be, it'll probably be more pronounced outside, would be my guess, than inside, because you've just got a change of conditions out there. So, and I haven't actually done this. This is really interesting to watch you do this.
Here's what happens when you put it over. I have a pot of boiling water here.
Okay. Yep.
Wow.
Whoa. Did I steam it out or something?
Looks like an expensive device.
Not really. I think it was only $105, and I bought it
cool.
Because of all the 5G stuff going on, and I wanted to measure RF pollution in the house and power pollution and, spurious electromagnetic fields and stuff. So
that measures the electro. Sorry, what does it measure again?
It measures power frequencies and like power frequencies like 120 volts, 240 volts, like your normal power fields, like you have in your outlets. I don't know if you use 220 or 110 in Australia.
Yeah, that one's a 220 right there.
Yeah, so you put it near electronics.
Yeah, that's running through the electric field off of that wire right there. If you get it real close to the wire, it'll...
Yeah, the induction from it.
Yeah, and of course, our appliances here run on 220. So, so that makes perfect sense. So anyway, it picks that up. It picks up RF fields. In other words, if you have a transmitter, a CB, a walkie-talkie, a ham radio, it'll pick that up. If you have a wireless microwave, it'll pick that up. And it goes all the way up to 10 gigahertz. So it's got a really robust range on it. And for $105, it's a handy dandy little tool to have.
Absolutely. That's pretty cool. All right. So just off on a bit of a tangent here, I've got Michael Kahn in the chat. He says he's heard that cables carried by the pylons, like the ones out on the streets, like the overhead power lines, are collecting electricity rather than carrying it. But, my opinion on that, I actually work on these. That's my job. Well, it used to be my job, former job. I used to work on these power lines, going to underground electricity and that sort of thing. What's your opinion on the overhead power lines? Are they carrying electricity or are they collecting electricity?
Well, they're definitely... go ahead.
I was just going to say, the only ones I could see actually collecting electricity would be the ones that aren't rubber insulated. The ones you see running down your street and stuff like that. There's no way. They wouldn't put a rubber insulator on something they were trying to gather electricity through.
Yeah. Those are more big guy wires, aren't they? That run down the street.
Yeah, the big tall ones, though, I don't know. That could be. I mean, they're tall. They're real tall. And that's a lot of wire. That's how those guys did it in that video we were watching just now. They just had two towers with a wire connected in between it. And that's how they were gathering that electricity right there. Yeah. So, I mean, it could be. I don't know.
Yeah, so my take on that is obviously they are supposedly for the transmission of power. And on the high tension lines, they're extremely high voltage. And the reason they run them at such high voltage is because there's a lot less loss going through those conductors at high voltage than if you stepped it down to 220 or 110, right? Pretty soon you're going to bleed that off to, almost nothing. So they step it way up, into the kilovolt range. And it's primarily for transmitting power. Now, that's not to say that they could not be harvesting an energy at a different frequency off of there. I suppose that could be possible, but I can't specifically name anything that would be doing that. But I'll leave it as a possibility. Let's say that.
For me, I work on these things. So I used to be a transmission linesman, underground linesman, and some of our protections when we were working on the cables, because I was a cable jointer, underground electricity, so they were coming from the overhead power lines, and they were definitely uninsulated. They were bare copper mains, just running between states like that, the big, long, as you said, Bob, they had to step it up into, I think, 132,000 volts here in Australia and up to 500,000 volts. And as you step it up, the voltage, the amps drops down. But I worked personally on the cables and protections from these things. So there used to be operators that switch out the electricity, that isolate what we're working on. And so it kind of goes to earth. In some spots, there has to be multiple earths, just so for one, we know that the power is off, because we wouldn't be able to get anywhere near it if it was on. We'd get blown to bits. But another thing is the protection on the actual cables and the electronics is far superior to anything that can kind of trip it out. So I think they've got a trip out value of something like half a cycle, which is, so we run here in 50 hertz, so 50 cycles per minute, I think it is, or second.
Yes,
per second, so 50 cycles per second. And so they've got a protection value of half of that, so a hundredth of a cycle it will trip out. So if there was anything going through those power lines, you would see when it's isolated, when it's to earth, you would absolutely see something getting picked up from that. So that's something that I have never experienced. And if they were a power collection, just to answer Michael Kahn's question, I don't think the overhead power lines can be a collector for this sort of electricity.
Let me stop you there for a second, Mitchell, because consider this. Okay, the reason I'm leaving it as a possibility. And remember, I said it depends on the frequency. And granted, yes, if you get multiple phase frequencies going down there and they start interfering with each other, there's going to be phase cancellations. That's going to cause problem on the power line, right? But what we know about the static field in the ionosphere is that it's DC, okay?
Yeah, direct current, yep.
So there is nothing that says we cannot have DC and AC running on the same line. In fact, it's done in quite a few applications. So that's why I'm saying I don't know of anywhere that it is being done, but I guarantee you it can be done. Now, the problem is that unless there is some sort of shunt as it gets up to the step-up transformers, as it goes down the line, then the DC is going to get cut off right there, right? Because the DC will not make the transition across the transformer, right? That requires AC to do that. But who knows what's inside of those things? They don't tell us, So that's what I'm saying. It's a possibility. And Zach, also, what is mine? The GBI? What is the brand of that? Somebody was asking in the chat.
Yeah, let me go check real quick.
Yeah, it's a GB. We're getting it for you. I think it was.
I think it's a 140. Yeah, let's see here. Got it right here. GQ EMF 390 from GQ Electronics.
Okay, so yeah, you can buy it from Amazon, and there it is right there.
That'd be really cool to play around with.
Yeah, that is really cool. So let me hang on a second. I'm going in here. Well, I'm just going to give you the website here, and I'll put it in the chat for everybody. Copy.
Yeah, that'd be cool. So going back into AC and DC, so AC power, alternating current, is something that's how our electricity gets generated, as far as I know, and that's how it gets transmitted. That's it's got the least power loss. It's got the most applications. So you're saying that the static electricity that is kind of all around us, that's in DC, right?
It is.
Okay,
it is. So now, but the thing about that is here's the thing. Even when it's a DC, of course, all you have to do to transform DC to AC is, run it through an oscillator type of circuit and then amplify that, 60 hertz or whatever you want to do with the power that's coming in, that 12 kilovolts or whatever that's coming in on the DC circuit, right? So it's easy to convert AC to DC and DC to AC. I mean, you rectify it to go one way, and you oscillate it, to go another, right? So, yeah. So it's really not a big deal to make the conversion.
So when we're talking, like there's inverters there, little inverters, big inverters, they actually absolutely can convert. But when we're talking about DC, is there current in DC or is it just voltage?
No, there's current in DC and AC. There's current, voltage, watts, resistance. Everything is the same. The only difference between DC and AC is of course, AC is periodically changing polarity, 50 to 60 times per second, typically, depending on the application, and DC is at, positive, negative, static.
So in our world around us, do you think there is a current, or it's just voltage that we can measure?
Oh, there's definitely a current. There's a current. You can witness that when you see a lightning strike a tree and it splits it in two. It is the current that is the lethal part, and it is the current also that will kill you. Static electricity doesn't do that much to you. That's why Zach can mess around with his Van de Graaff generator, right? And
I've taken 250,000 volt shock. That's the biggest I've gone. I don't want to go any higher. That one. I saw white for a second. I was like, okay, we're not stepping that up anymore.
Yeah.
But if he had as much as 10 milliamps worth of current at that 250, it would have flash cubed him.
Yeah, it fries your heart, it fries your brain, it does everything. Yeah, the current is the thing that kills you. So when you have you could have a massive voltage, but it's the current that actually kills you. So my understanding of current is it a potential, or is it kind of always there? Is it something that builds up in DC, or is it something that's constant?
It's a constant. In other words, it's a current. Think about water current, right? A water flowing down a river, electricity flowing down a wire or through the air. That's what a current means. So it is a constant. Of course, an AC current means that it changes directions periodically, right? Every 50 or 60 hertz times a second and stuff like that. So, but anyway, I realize we're kind of getting away from that. I'm going to go ahead.
We are, yeah. I apologize, yeah.
Yeah, no worries. I'm going to play part one of Dr. Walter Lewin's. Actually, this is Zach's video. So let's play this, and we'll just listen to what mainstream. I mean, this is MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. This is the United States' premier engineering school. So I would say, yeah, you better listen to this guy as to what he's saying. And it's interesting what he says. So let's go. Oh, crap. You know what? I forgot to share it. Let's try that first. Chrome tab. Da-da-da-da. All right. Now we're ready.
Yeah, and he wasn't a flash in the pan either. He was there for 4 decades.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Walter Lewin was world renowned. I mean, he's one of the most famous professors of all time. So, okay, here we go.
Hello, everybody out there in YouTube land. This is Good Times for All, or Zachary Zabala here if you prefer. In this video, we're going to ask a question. Does this MIT professor confirm electric gravity?
Wonder what the hell holds the nucleus together? If there is such a tremendous force on these protons, well, what is holding them together are the nuclear forces, which we do not fully understand, but thank goodness the nuclear forces are not part of 802, so I'll leave that alone for now. So what holds our world together? Well, on the nuclear scale, 10 to the minus 12 centimeters, very important are the nuclear forces. On an atomic scale, up to thousands of kilometers, it's really electric forces that hold our world together. But on a much larger scale, planets and stars and the galaxy, it is gravity that holds our world together. But on a much larger scale, planets and stars and the galaxy, it is gravity that holds our world together.
Okay, and there is a part 2 to this. And now, first of all, I want to tell you something. Even on this, what he's saying, and of course he's saying he's putting it out there because he knows as well as the rest of us know, Mitchell, that nobody can go out there to test this, right? So he's just saying, okay, well, we really can't justify this here, this mass attracting mass or bendy space-time type of gravity, which is nonsense. So we're just going to say, well, this only works in outer space, right? So, and I applaud him for at least putting it that way.
No, he's a brave soul going against the Institute.
Yeah, I think he actually was blackballed. I mean, they ran him out of MIT on some kind of frivolous stuff, kind of. I don't know. But yeah, he was like blackballed. They took his Nobel Prize away, all kinds of stuff. So they usually don't do that to their own that are playing ball the right way.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah.
Yep. So, okay. So here's part 2. This is only a minute and a half. So let's play the rest of this, and then we'll talk about this.
Hello, everybody out there in YouTube land. This is Good Times for All, or Zachary Zabala here if you prefer. In this video, we will be asking again the question, does this MIT professor confirm electric gravity? Part 2.
So what holds our world together? Well, on the nuclear scale, 10 to the minus 12 centimeters, very important are the nuclear forces. On an atomic scale, up to thousands of kilometers, it's really electric forces that hold our world together. But on a much larger scale, planets and stars and the galaxy, it is gravity that holds our world together. And now you may say, that's very inconsistent with what you just told us, because didn't you tell us that D cancels if you compare gravity with electricity?
Yes, but keep in mind that most objects in the universe have only a very small amount of charge per unit mass.
Now, I want to say that the guys in the EU, the Electric Universe, the Thunderbolts Project, the electrical engineers, Dr. Don Scott, PhD, absolutely disagree 1,000,000% with that. They say that it is all high voltage electricity and plasma that is in fact holding these structures together in the lights that we see out there. Now, I agree with that, not necessarily on the scale that they're talking about, but the fact that, to me, I would agree that it is in fact a plasma type of electrical show that we're seeing up there, right? And we have all the ingredients for it to be that way. We have the scaling electrostatic field, and we also have most of the noble gases, which are, far lighter than air type of gases, which tend to hang out in the upper extremes of the atmosphere. So when you get the interaction between high voltage and noble gases, you start seeing all these funky effects like we see out in space, so to speak. The stars, right? Or even if you're looking at space as water, same type of thing. It's a cymatic vibration, star in a jar type of thing, but you still have everything that you need: frequency, vibration, electricity, and the gases for all these other effects that we're seeing out there. It all makes perfect sense to me when you look at it in a plasma paradigm. So, okay, let's go and finish this out.
The Earth and Mars have each a charge of about 400,000 coulombs. The gravitational force between them is therefore about 17 orders of magnitude larger than the electric force. So even
Yeah, and again, I don't agree with that at all. And where did they get these numbers, right? How do they know that about Mars? How do they know that about the Earth? And what they're saying here is that the gravitational force in that instance is 17 times larger. No freaking way. Again, this is what Dr. Nakamoto, what's his nuts at New York Community College, Michio Kaku, was talking about when he said, well, our physics is off by 10 to the 120th. That's exactly what
the biggest mismatch in science ever.
Exactly. So,
well, yeah, and Walter Lewin even says that the electric forces here on Earth compared to gravity are 10 to the 26 times stronger. So nothing here on Earth is really affected by gravity. It's the electric forces that he's talking about.
Right. And it turns out that it's all electric forces. Okay. So, the next thing that I think we need, let's see, Zach, you think this is a good one? The force of gravity is electric potential, or should we jump to is gravity incoherent magnetism?
So before we get into that,
okay.
you guys, if you just want to sort that out between yourselves, before we get into that, is there forces going on here? Is that what the assertion is? The downward bias is a force? There is something that is...
In every electrical field, whenever you put any matter inside an electrical field, the denser matter will become positively charged or negatively, depending on what the field is, positive or negative. Here we have a positive field. So it gains positive electric potential when it's in the air, which forces it towards the negative potential beneath it until it hits the ground and neutralizes
something like
out.
Lightning? Is that what we would see?
Well, anything. If you pick up an object, you pick up a pencil and you release it, it's immediately going to start gathering the positive electrostatic charge in the atmosphere around it. Therefore, it's going to force down then.
Are you saying if we didn't have that electrostatic charge in the air around us, things wouldn't fall down?
Yes.
That's absolutely what we're saying, because what we're saying is that that downward field that everybody has defined as gravity before has nothing to do with mass attracting mass, but there is a force being exerted electrically on all nuclear material. In other words, there is nothing in this world that is not affected by electrostatic charge.
All right, so anyone paying attention, if they heard that that last comment, if you were away from this ambient electric field, okay, if you were outside of it, you would not experience, according to this premise, any type of gravitational effects. In other words, you'd be in quote unquote zero gravity. So if the Earth had such a field that you could get far enough away from, you would experience what is presented by quote unquote NASA as a zero gravity environment, right? So a completely alternate explanation from the mainstream that sufficiently matches, at least partially, the kind of thing that NASA presents, right? So this idea, right, if you can get high enough from the Earth, you'd be in zero G. All right, I'll play it again.
Nothing. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's plastic, wood, gas, and that's another thing that people
definitely want to get into gas. Yep.
Yeah, gas is absolutely affected by electromagnetic field or electrostatic fields. We've proven that a million different ways. So there really is nothing that isn't affected. And basically, if you remember, Mitchell, my little experiment that made it in Behind the Curve movie, right? Where I was talking about that we measured the 15 degree per hour, right?
I think, so everyone remembers that, yep.
Yeah. So, but not everybody knows what happened.
Thanks, Bob, that. Apparently. I love to bring that up, by the way, because that absolutely destroys the Coriolis effect, but go on.
Yeah. So anyway, what was going on there, and we had a chance to actually test it and find out what was rotating, right? So just like 100 years ago they had Aries failure, that they proved that it was the stars and the sky that was moving. Today I guess we can call it the Nodell maneuver or whatever you want to call it. But what we did here is we took measurements at a place called Pikes Peak, Colorado, which is at an elevation of 14,125 feet. Okay, then we went directly east of that point on precisely the same latitude line out to the plains of eastern Colorado and dropped roughly about 10,000 feet in elevation. And what happened is the rotation rate increased within that 10,000 foot differential by more than 1.2 degrees per hour. Okay, so what does that mean? That means that as we get closer to the ground, this downward spiraling force that we're calling the luminiferous ether is actually acting just like a tornado, a vortex, right? It's spinning faster, and when it comes down to the ground, and you see what I'm saying? If you look at a vortex, the top of it spins slower, the bottom spins faster. Now, why does that debunk the globe? Well, because if we were truly on a globe, we would, if we went and made that measurement at a Pikes Peak and then went directly east to that lower elevation, it wouldn't matter to on the globe, because you would still be turning at that 15 degrees per hour, commensurate with the sign of the latitude, right?
That's a good point. So if you're seeing a difference in the rotational, like if there's a difference in rotation from just moving location east, we lost Zach. Is Zach all right? Did he drop out?
Yeah, he'll be back, I'm sure.
Cool. So yeah, so you definitely saw a rotational difference just from changing location east.
We did, and we recorded, and I released it to everybody. The ballers were not happy about it, but after they saw it, it was amazing how little of a squawk they made about it, other than just said, "Oh, he's lying about it." It's like
they don't say thanks, Bob, about that, do they? They don't say
no, they don't. Thanks for that.
Thanks for proving there's different rotations just by going east. That would only be possible on a globe north or south if you were moving, but that's only in the presupposition that there is a rotating Earth beneath us, and you are picking up the rotation of the Earth in that apparatus. And just by showing that, you go east, that apparatus shouldn't have changed rotational.
Not at all. And of course, it's obvious, right? It's obvious that one of two things is happening. And they knew this 100 years ago during the Michelson-Gale experiment, right? Michelson-Gale set out to measure the rotation rate of the ether, right? And they found out that sure enough, it was about 15 degrees per hour. Well, you would have thought then that the Globers would have said, all right, we got Michelson, we got Gale. These are two world-renowned physicists. They measured a 15 degree per hour rotation rate. There is our proof of a rotating globe. Why don't they go to that? Well, the reason they don't go to that is because of the implications when you come forward to Michelson-Morley, and they cannot apply that same logical thinking to a linear type of measurement. It worked in the curvilinear, right? Going around in circle, they're picking up something going around in circle, but they were not getting a linear forward motion of 30 kilometers per second around the sun. And they didn't want to address that. That's why the first thing they came up with was the Lorentz compression, right? Lorentz contraction, excuse me. The Lorentz contraction, which supposedly stated that the device that they were measuring that was in the direction of the Earth turn was actually shortening just enough that it was nullifying their measurements, right? And taking away that 30 kilometer. And then, of course, they were laughed out of science for that. And then, of course, that's when Einstein stepped forward with theory of general relativity and said, dun, 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 let's just get
the whole space-time, contracting and expanding of time concept. Yeah, that's where it all went downhill from there after that observation. So what is it that you think that, this is probably going off a tangent too, but what is it that you think that the fiber optical gyro is measuring? You say the ether?
It is the motion of the ether. There's no
so anyway, you see there an experiment, right? Where the parameters set within the experiment and the results invalidate the globe paradigm. Rather than accept the results of the experiment, they made post hoc math, mind you, not any observation whatsoever, math, to explain it away. At first, they were laughed at because that's stupid. And then they had to, hire somebody to be a figurehead of a new type of mathematical interpretation of the universe to explain why experiments prove their claims false. So they don't yield their theory to an experiment. They yield it to mathematics. And that makes it pseudoscience.
out in my mind. That's what it is. Because here's why. All right. For anything to have any of the characteristics, like when we say something is waving, right? Or something travels in waves, like, if you dropped a stone in a pond, right? Well, first of all, a wave is not what something is, it's what something does, okay? So when you drop a rock in a pond, that water, which acts as the medium, starts waving, right? Going up and down. It just starts producing an oscillation, okay? When you play your stereo, okay, and you look at your speakers, and when you play music on your speakers, The speakers are vibrating the sound, right, which then propagates across a medium, which in this case is the air, okay? And then you hear it with your ears, right? So what I'm saying is for any type of wave action to take place, there has to be something to wave. There must be a medium, right? Now, light is the same exact thing, right? Now, light is an electromagnetic phenomenon, not an electrostatic. It's electromagnetic. And we know for a fact that we can shine a light through a vacuum chamber and it doesn't even phase it. In fact, it actually allows it to propagate better if you really wanted to look at it that way. But so then you have to ask yourself, so what is the medium for the light to propagate is? And what that is the luminiferous ether. And what's happening is that you are stimulating the luminiferous ether in such a way that the particular bandwidth of the light frequencies that your eyes are able to see, the 450 to whatever it is nanometers, right, actually allows your eyes and your brain to detect those oscillations, right? That's what you're actually seeing. So it's not.
All right, he's got a big error here. Light and sound are not the same. They don't function the same. They don't have the same type of effects on the sensor or the transmitter. So he's wrong in making light and sound be equivalent. That's just false, categorically and experimentally validated to be false. But anyway, it's a cool way of talking about it for people to like visualize certain points he's trying to make. But it's not the case that light and sound operate the same way. It's just simply not true.
That light is actually physically traveling, but so much as the space in between you and that light source is being inducted with energy that is vibrating or oscillating at those specific wavelengths, right? So and this explains why, Mitchell, that, you know, people will say, and I ask this question a million times, like, really? So if light is really a particle, then how in the world could you possibly say, okay, I'm going to flip on a flashlight or a laser light and I'm going to shine it through the air. I'm going to aim it at a fish tank. And as soon as it leaves the flashlight, it's traveling at 186,282 miles per second, right? The speed of light, or C. But as soon as it hits the water, it then goes to about 0.6 C, or about 0.6 of that speed, right? Then once it comes out the other side of that fish tank, then it resumes back up at a normal speed of C. Well, how is that possible if light is a particle that it can slow down?
Okay, I hope everybody's listening to this, especially Bob, if anybody wants to give this to him. But that's assuming the known path of the quote-unquote particle. Okay, whether light is a particle or not is irrelevant to this, what I'm about to say. So, for example, when you travel, okay, with a truck, with a car, with a vehicle, you can maintain a constant speed, right, from point A to point B the entire time. Let's just call it 60 miles an hour. Now, in between point A and point B is open highway, right, and congested towns. Let's assume for lack that there's no other vehicles on the road, okay, just for the sake of the argument. If I'm traveling from point A to point B and there's a few towns in my way, when I arrive within the town from the highway where I was, going 60 miles an hour, I'm going to get into some congested lanes, right? So I'm going to have to take multiple turns, left, right, up, down, back, forth, to make it out of the town, because it's not a straight shot. When I come out of the town, I then am on the highway again, and I'm still going 60 miles an hour. While I was in the town, I was still going 60 miles an hour. But because of the multiple paths I had to take, if somebody was looking at my trajectory, right, from a top-down view in a graph or a bar graph or whatever, a chart, they would see that when I was in the town, it took me longer to go what would look like to them, if you took it as just a straight line, a greater distance, right, or a shorter amount of time. So we could see from this example that I just gave that it's not necessarily the case that the speed of the light itself is changing. So his example doesn't follow necessarily. All right, I'll continue.
And then speed back up. Where does that energy come from? That's a violation of laws of physics. But if we are simply inducing an energy or an oscillation into this medium, then it's not a problem for it to change mediums and change the acceleration speeds. So that's something that, and Ken Wheeler talks about this all the time, and he's absolutely right, because we know for a fact that it does behave this way. So I've never believed for 1 second that light is a particle. It is a wave, and it is a waving of the medium, and that medium is the luminiferous ether.
Okay, notice how I posited an explanation, right, that satisfies this impression that light itself is changing speed while maintaining the idea that it's a particle at a constant speed. Okay, so him, referencing Ken Wheeler, that the two of these guys couldn't figure out such a simple analogy, right? Keep in mind, nobody's looking at the micro scale, at the scale of a single piece of light and following its path, right, to be able to verify what it's actually doing. Okay, those two guys, Mr. Bob here and the guy he referenced, would at best be making analogies and assumptions and assertions based on their thought processes about the processes that they see, which all as they see is that from light from this point to that point, as it travels through different mediums, changes speed. That's all they know. Okay, so at this point, it behooves people to not be dogmatic and say, this is definitely what's happening, right? Especially because we know within the ether conversations, people get very personal about it and attack other people about it, right? So here we've got analogies being used to explain things and then make concrete assertions that it must be the case that it is this, when there's no way to validate that beyond just explanatory power. So yeah, people need to take their little dogmatic pins out of their hats and say, you know what, I think that makes sense in this way, but what about this? This might make sense in this way. Since neither of us can experimentally validate that on the micro scale, we're just going to have to agree to disagree and not call each other a bunch of names, not impugn each other's character, not act like a religious zealot and be like, you must be in the church of my opinion. All right, anyway, I'll play it.
My understanding of how light works is it's a wave function, not an actual wave, not a particle. It is only a probability distribution. The double slit experiment was a great proof of kind of how much we don't know about light. And I'm under the influence that we don't need a medium for light to travel through. So you're saying ether would be the medium. Is there any way that we can isolate the ether or verify that it would be the ether? If ether wasn't in existence, you would say that light couldn't propagate?
That's exactly what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If the ether didn't exist, and of course that was one of the things. Remember, when we saw that, the first thing we tried to do was to cut ourselves off from that ether, which of course was silly because you can't do that. In other words, that's like a fish trying to, cut water out of the fish tank. You can't do it. So we tried encasing the thing in bismuth, right? Because bismuth is highly diamagnetic, right? Well, that didn't do any good. We tried to affect it with a, what's the magnetic thing? Oh, crap, I'm having a brain cramp.
Faraday cage?
No, it wasn't a Faraday cage. It was Lorentz, not a Lorentz coil. It'll come to me in a minute. Either our camo will bring it up. But so we tried to affect it with this magnetic field, and we were able to affect it, Helmholtz coil. That's what it was, is a Helmholtz coil. So we were able to affect it with Helmholtz coil. So we tried all these things because, at the time, I had not come across the information yet about the Michelson-Gale experiment, which detected this exact very same ether rotation, right? But back then they said, okay, so we now know that one of two things is rotating, because we can look up, we see the stars rotating and the celestial bodies rotating at 15 degrees per hour. This can be caused by one of two things. Either they're moving or we are, right? So they had Airy's failure, which was, of course, the optical experiment. And I'm sure you're probably familiar with it. But it was an optical experiment where they filled the telescope up with a little bit of water to slow down the light traveling, right? And they found that if they had to change the angle of the telescope even a little bit more, that would mean that it was the Earth traveling forward. But if they didn't have to fill the telescope anymore, that meant that the light was already coming in properly at that 15 degrees, right? And that they could see it, right? So it didn't matter whether you had the water in or water out, it would still come in and it'd still be visible. And of course, that is exactly what happened. So there we have that proof that there is not only an ether, but that it is moving at a 15 degree per hour rotation. Then, of course, like I said, fast forward to 2019 to what FE Core did. And I'm not even going to take credit for that. I mean, Zach and I and Chris Van Maitre went out and actually did the footwork on it. But, we came up with our solution saying, well, if it's a ball, then it's going to act differently at different elevations, right? Or no, it's not going to act differently at different elevations if it's a ball. But if it is not a ball, it is going to act differently, and it most certainly did. Again, so you've got two different paradigms. You have the paradigm of the vortexual ether, which of course starts in the sky. We're looking at it happening in the sky, rotating above us, that is being contained and being brought to us by the luminiferous ether, and is actually coming down and rotating faster at the ground. Or we have a ball that's spinning, and it just wasn't the latter.
And they also they renamed the ether back in the 80s. A scientist, rediscovered it, and they named it the Higgs field.
Yeah.
So they can never really step away from this. They just gave it another name. So nowadays it's called the Higgs field. The Higgs boson particles and this and that, blah, 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 all this stuff. But yeah, so they just took the ether, scratched it out for 75 years, 100 years or whatever. I think it was in the 80s. So yeah, about 70 years. And then came back and renamed it.
And it was also in the 80s that the United States Air Force redid the Michelson-Morley experiment and found that, yes, there was a luminiferous ether. I have that Greg Graydon video, and it's actually published in the Journal of Nature, which I actually have all that stuff. I don't have it brought up right now, but the experiment is published in the Journal of Nature, goes into all the details about it. And every Nobel laureate today will tell you, Mitchell, that if you ask them, is the ether, is it real? Does it exist? They'll tell you absolutely it does. It must. There's no way around it. And we are the same belief system. And like I said, we've got tangible evidence. Now, it may not be absolute scientific proof, but it's pretty damn good tangible evidence. You know what I mean? So, and that's
it's awesome. You guys like FE Core, you guys doing these things. Props to you guys. Hats off. It is awesome. There's no one else kind of on the other side of the globe argument that is doing this. Is awesome stuff you guys are doing. I apologize for being so critical on these things. I'm just trying to play devil's advocate and
oh yeah, no. Yeah.
The only thing I could.
Oh, sorry, Mitchell. I have one more video I'd really like you to see, because I would like you. I think it would really. It's a physical demonstration that I did, and I think you can actually see what happens when you reverse the electric field in between two plates and reverse the polarity that we see here on Earth. You can actually get things to go and float up and stick to the top plate.
That's awesome. That's something I definitely want to see. But before we move off the topic of ether, the only thing that I could be critical of is probably the speed of light. And I just want to go into that for a second. Has the speed of light actually been measured? As far as I know, it's a two-way kind of a distance has to be there and back. There's no one-way speed of light that can be measured.
Yeah, they say that it has, Mitchell, but I have to say that the details around it are sketchy, to say the least. I mean, one thing that we do know is that we can cause that speed to change by putting it through different mediums. Like I said, you can put laser light through, like if you pulse the laser, right, and you put it through a bunch of water, and then do the same thing in air above it, or even in a vacuum, you will find that the laser propagates faster in the non-liquid medium, or in the vacuum medium, or even an atmosphere, right? So whenever the viscosity of the medium changes, it seems to change that C value. But as far as does it really mean that it stays at 186,282 miles per second? I doubt it. In fact, I think that there are a lot of variables that contribute to that rate of induction. And remember, we're saying that the speed of light is really a rate of induction into the ether. And that seems to be absolutely variable.
Okay, so...
And it's neat because, I was just going to say real quick, light, just like, electricity, falls off at 1 over r squared a lot of times. Yes. If you have a point source, it dissipates at 1 over r squared, just like if you have a point source of light, it also falls off at 1 over r squared.
Yep.
When we're using these sorts of method... Oh, sorry, go on, Bob.
I was just going to say, which of course is nothing more than the inverse square law.
Right.
Right. Okay.
And so when we're doing these sorts of observations of tests, do you think you can be sure that it is the ether rotating? It's not just the stars rotating, whatever the stars may be. Do you think you've sufficiently isolated that it would be the ether rotating, not just whatever the stars are?
To my satisfaction, yes. But like I said, since we cannot critically put this through the scientific method, and I fully admit that this is not something that we can manipulate a variable on, right?
Yeah, you can't step outside of it.
Right. The best that we were able to do was manipulate where we thought it would change its velocity, and it did, right? So what we did is we manipulated the sample of where we took it within terms of altitude. And that definitely made a difference, but that doesn't necessarily fit into the scientific method, right?
Yeah. So there's definitely a correlation. I don't think anyone can deny that there's a correlation with people.
Yeah.
But like you said, it might not be a causation, but it's a step in the right direction to figuring out where the hell we live and what is going on. So you guys are doing good stuff. Don't like, obviously you're gonna keep going with these endeavors, and it's through going against the grain, sometimes revisiting old knowledge that has previously been visited and strucken out of possibility. These are the things that you guys need to keep doing, and doing great work.
Absolutely. And
where did you want to go next? Did you want to do?
Okay, I have this,
especially Zach, like your demonstrations. These are really cool.
I've gotten a lot of help. I got to admit, Bob, Cammy, I can't start naming people. Nora Roberts. There's all kinds of people out there that have,
we have a friend
really
that's a
helped.
PhD professor, electrical engineering in Greece, that helps us a lot.
Yeah, there's so many people that their minds are going into a lot of these tests, and then they gave me the ideas to try a lot of this stuff. So I definitely can't take credit. I'm just the tinkerer. It's definitely a lot of brains that made this child, I guess, if you'd say it that way.
So go ahead and give us an intro to this video, Zach, what we're going to see, moving different types of matter with an electrical field, and then we'll play it.
Yeah, this is just, I have a Van de Graaff generator, and I take 2 pizza plates, stainless steel pizza plates. And instead of having the positive above and the negative below like we see here on Earth with our electric field, I reverse it. And I put different types. I think it's wood. I put some iron filings in there, and I put some human hair. And I think even a little piece of plastic at the very beginning it shows you. But it'll show you that there is definitely a change in this vector that we're saying is created here on Earth. The vector goes from, pointing down towards, now it's kind of pointing up.
Yep. Okay, so let's go ahead and play this. And after this, Mitchell, we also, we want to show you that, a lot of the other claims, like I said, and we're going to explain to you why relative density disequilibrium does not explain up and down. Okay, and I know you want to get to that part.
Yeah.
So
Definitely.
let's go ahead and play this. Here we go.
Oh, I'm not hearing it, Bobo.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, well, my bad. Then let me stop it and reshare it.
Were you hearing it, Mitchell? Oh, you're muted.
I'm not hearing Mitchell. Oh, Mitchell, you're muted. That's why.
I was muted. Yeah. No, I wasn't hearing it. No, I think you have to click on the share audio as well.
Yeah, I did. I thought I did, but maybe not. Okay, so share audio this time and share. All right, let's try it again. Let me know if it doesn't play.
Everybody out there in YouTube land, this is Good Times for All, or Zachary Zabala here if you prefer. In this video, we'll be moving different types of matter with an electric field. In a previous video, I showed how I could move a piece of tissue paper using a Van de Graaff generator to charge 2 pizza trays to line up opposite the electric field of Earth. This simply means I put the negative charge on top and the positive on the bottom. As you can see, the paper lifted up from the bottom plate and stuck to the top plate, defying gravity. I had many people ask if other materials could be moved within the field, and I figured out how to do just that. I calculated that with the Earth's size we are given scaled down to 1 foot across, the highest mountain ranges would be shorter than the width of a human hair from the surface. This told me I would have to use very small objects, which to scale would still be taller than the highest mountains. I first started with sawdust, which is just very fine wood shavings left over when cutting wood. As you can see, when I charge the plates, many pieces of wood rise up from the bottom plate and stick to the top and remain there as long as I apply the current. Next, I use iron filings, which I knew because of their density and size might give me trouble.
All right. So this is a classic blunder, which, by the way, is not really that bad if you're just doing what you're doing for explanatory purposes, right? It's called false scale equivalence. Okay, in no way, shape, or form is trying to take 2 things in your hand, right, with their energetic properties or scalar properties or anything that has to do with light or electricity, and try to then physically scale the objects to match the size of the Earth. Because you didn't scale the quantum size of any of the other particles, right? So it's impossible to have a scaled representation in that sense. So while this may, explain a little bit for like a visual representation of the concepts, and by no way has any accurate scale whatsoever. So to take the time to tell people, oh, I needed these things because they're like equivalent to the scale of something at Earth scale, but then I'm going to have these other things, which if that scale were to maintain, would be orders of magnitude larger. That doesn't make sense. This is the same nonsense that the Globers try to do when they take a camera, right, and zoom in on a basketball. Okay, that would make an optic equivalent to the size of a continent, imagining that you're using that sized optic to take a photo of the Earth. You can see how ridiculous it is. Anyway, I'll play again.
To my surprise, I was able to get the very fine pieces to act just like the tissue paper, while others barely moved, if they moved at all. A very interesting thing I noticed was that some filings raised up into the air, never quite touching the top plate, then falling off in a parabolic arc from where it started. Nonetheless, a noticeable force was applied to the iron filings from the electric field change. Last of all, I used human hair to be my once living organism, as I will not test on living creatures. To no surprise, after the first two observations, the hair also rose from the surface of the bottom plate and stuck to the top, just like the others. I am attempting to create a small, unbroken sphere of water onto the plates, but have had difficulties. Any ideas on making small standing water spheres would be greatly appreciated, so if you have any, please drop them in the comment section below.
Not too many of those.
Thanks for all here.
Nope.
That is really cool, Zach. Yeah, you're gonna have trouble with that spherical ball of water.
Yeah.
That's really cool. So taking nothing away from that demonstration, that's awesome. That's definitely demonstrating that we can manipulate something to cause that change. That's really cool and cause that movement. Would you say that's a force then?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. That's electrostatic acceleration right there. That is that's just what I was showing right there.
And one thing you have to remember, Mitchell, that it is an axiomatic law of physics that states when you have an acceleration to anything, it has to be caused by a force, right? It's a law. You can't, if you push your car down the road, you're applying a force to the back of it by pushing it. The electricity is applying a force that is causing those things to jump up to the top plate. Anything like that, like I said, is an axiomatic law of physics that when there is an acceleration,
You all done? Like, it's enough of that?
Yeah, I'm happy to stop it. Or is AI
signal?
I don't understand why you keep showing us pictures of your video game and pointing out the amazingness of your video game as if it means something.
Man,
and I got why you see that in that
perfect timing for bad signal.
That's just your interpretation.
What do you mean it's just my interpretation? You're showing pictures of a video game. What is your intent with that?
What speaks against it?
It's a game and it's not reality.
Okay. But it's based on real flights and real charts of airplanes and all real airways and routes and so forth. So just want to show that it's also flat there.
That's now the point. If you take all the charts perfectly find it
too much.
AI, turn back to human mode, please. Initiate human mode. How you doing this morning, Gospel?
A little bit more tired than usual, but apart from that, last day of the week, lots of rain, lots of water penetration into my home.
No way.
Yeah, I've got leaky foundation stuff. I've got the roof of my mudroom leaks. Got a lot of work I need to do on my home that I have been unable to do.
So you live in quite a
Now you're roboting, Flatty.
snowy, quite sometimes rainy area. Am I correct?
I heard like 15% of what you said because you're still roboting.
Winter.
Still robot.
Snows. Uh,
I'm just gonna Okay, maybe you're back. There you go. Ay, ay, ay. Mhm. That's why you're muted, Conrad. Are you there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Conrad, are you there? Okay. Come back when you're not AFK.
I'm here. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was hot miking. I'm sorry, I wasn't by my phone. My bad.
That's fine. I had unmuted you or unserver muted you, but that was probably why you were server muted before.
That was my bad. I apologize.
No, it's okay.
Um, this just in news article. It says a time traveler warns new creatures will emerge when the ground opens in months. You guys better get ready for that. It sounds like it's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, I saw that in a movie, The Tomorrow War.
Yeah, I've seen that movie. That movie is, I mean, like, there was some things about it that I was like, yeah, I didn't really like, but I did kind of like, I was interested in the whole, how in the beginning of the movie they're all like at a soccer game and like people come from the future and yeah, I thought it was pretty interesting movie.
Yeah, I'm just saying whoever wrote that article got a little inebriated on some substance and wrote an article after watching that movie. You know, somebody from the future says a thing, aliens come out of the ground. Yeah.
How do you know? How do you know? I mean, it could be true. Who knows? I mean, you ever seen a hole open up and something crawl out of it?
In that movie. Yep. Yep, that's what happens in that movie. I'm just pointing out the programming.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of that creatures coming out of who the hell knows, or like there's that one. What is it? Don't. It's something about being quiet or don't. You know, like with those. like bat things that fly around, and they're like super sensitive to noise, so you make any noise and then they attack you.
Yeah.
You seen that movie?
I didn't watch it. No, I heard about it.
Well, like this the
Bird Box.
No, it's not Bird Box. It came out around the same time as Bird Box, though. But the story on that, like those bat creature, whatever they were called, they came out of like some cave that was sealed up, and it got opened, and I got a question here since nobody's really talking flat Earth. I want to buy a property, but it just seems like it's getting harder and harder, and like interest rates. It just seems like a bad idea, But like it seems like it's gonna get harder and harder to even be able to own or buy your own property. So like what is everybody's thoughts on here? Like the sooner the better, or like hold off and wait till the interest rates go down, or anybody?
I would argue always as soon as it's a physical possibility, you should do it. Things aren't expecting things to get better is I don't know, unusual to me. But I would also caution anybody from debt if at all possible. So I would look into options. If you're trying to be indiscriminate, as in it doesn't matter, you just want land, there are ways that you can accomplish that without even having an upfront cost. There's land opportunities if you don't care where it is. It might be Kansas, might be Alaska, might be Nebraska, Alaska to Nebraska, whatever. There's a handful of different places.
I don't expect anything to get better, but I do know that like the interest rates and stuff fluctuate quite frequently, and like there's
That's
a good
what refinancing is for.
Oh yeah, true. I've never refinanced any loan before, but I know it's a thing, and yeah, I should have kept that in mind. But yeah, I'm looking, and I'm in a position to where I'll be able to, this year or early next year.
Yep, I bought a 4-bedroom house on about a little over of a quarter of an acre for about the same amount that most people buy a used car. Depending on the used car, maybe half as much as some people spend on a used car.
So wait, where in California? Or you're not in California?
No, in North Dakota.
Oh, okay, yeah, North Dakota. That's pretty nice. I know house properties and stuff a little cheaper up there, just because of the location. But for the price of a used car, what do you mean when you say that? Like $2,000?
Yeah, I guess it depends on your concept of a used car, but
I guess I've bought used cars for $10,000 too, but
yeah, there's used cars for $30,000 too. So, I guess when I say car, I'm using the wrong word. I should say like SUV or something. Anyway, it was $15,000, which for
did it need a lot of work, or was that off of like foreclosure?
the first, but yeah, it didn't need a lot of work. It needed a couple of components in the house replaced. Now, it does need a lot of work, but as far as able to be lived in, the components that needed replaced were the hot water heater, some water lines, some plumbing lines, and the boiler system that heats the hot water that heats the home. The water circulates through cast iron radiators throughout the home, and that's what a boiler system does. But anyway, that component, that machine that does that job, had to be replaced, which is very expensive.
But those boiler systems are very, very efficient, right? When they work right?
Yeah, for sure. There's other things I have to do to the house. It needs a new roof. But we've been living in it for a year, so. At this point, after, now that I've been here for 13 months, we have not including the repairs, but based on the purchase of the house, we have already broke even from what we would have spent had we been renting where we were previously living. But we actually own it, as opposed to, when you walk away from a rental, you don't take anything with you.
I've been extremely fortunate to be able to live with parents or with family in my adult life, to not have to. There's been times where I've paid rent, but I've noticed how crippling it can be to your finances to have to pay a rent, because it's like you don't own that area that you're renting, and it's very frustrating.
Yeah. I've got a property. I want you to pay me to live in it, and I also want you to take care of it, maintain the property, make it look nice.
And if something breaks, you can go fuck yourself.
Sometimes it can be that way.
I mean, that's how it is where I live. The landlords here are slumlords. The properties here, I mean, there's nice rental properties, but the crazy thing is, there's this one that's been like advertised and whatever. Nice place, decently priced, and there's been like you can see the posting on Zillow, and you can see how many people are like interested or whatever, or have applied for it, and it's got like a $80 application fee or some shit. Now, if you got like 20 people applying to live there every month, that's paying your rent or your mortgage fee or whatever. You don't even have to have somebody live in it. It's crazy. They're getting their bills paid off of just the application fees.
Yeah. There are other businesses that do that sort of thing. Chick-fil-A, it has a very interesting business structure. They have an application fee to become a what is it called? A franchise owner. And not everybody that pays the fee ends up getting a franchise. You get on a waiting list, maybe. And it's very interesting. It's just like what you were saying. If you look into the amount of money that Chick-fil-A makes off of just their application fees, I mean, then they sell, and then if you actually get in, then you have this franchise fee you have to pay, which I think is like $1.5 million. It was somewhere between 1.5 and 2.5 million last time I looked. But the application fee is like 50 grand, something like that. And they have no shortage of applicants.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I mean,
they're not the only ones. That's Chick-fil-A, you know.
Right, right.
Well, Glurf Slayer. He cannot hear me. He cannot hear anyone. He's not listening. He's just in to slay the Glurfs. Question for the audience. How did the word disillusioned get a negative reputation?
Is the Thames River saltwater or freshwater?
I do not know, sir. Not in France.
It's in London.
It's raw.
Oh no!
Raw poison.
I'm not.
London.
Thank you.
I've been swimming in the Thames River. Apparently, according to Google, it's the cleanest river in the world.
Right.
Is it saltwater or freshwater?
You know what? I've no idea. I think freshwater.
Interesting.
It literally connects to the ocean in a. I'm looking at it. That's.
Well, the reason I'm asking is because I was watching something. I don't even know what channel. I was walking by a TV and I saw humpback whales that were in the Thames River.
Yeah, that's right. I saw seals in it last year.
So it must be saltwater. They're connected right to it.
Well, they're connected, but does that mean that they can't swim upstream?
Yeah, sometimes they get lost and end up.
Yeah, how far away is upstream from the ocean to where they would just be seeing them in London?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to find the origin of the Thames. It keeps going and going and going. I'm trying to find its
Well, it
source.
must just be emptying all the fresh water into the salt water, but I guess a whale wouldn't care.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. River Thames. Bruh. Does this have an origin? What is happening?
Great.
I'm following it and following it.
We have a mystery river.
Oh, it turns from River Thames to Derry Brook all of a sudden. Oh, there it is. I found it. It offshoots in a different direction. River Thames. What incarnation are they doing with this river? This is a weird river. I know it's just a naming scheme, and maybe the naming scheme doesn't coincide with, its actual. Oh, it just River Thames water source. I found it. Literally called the River Thames water source, and it is just south of Cirencester or Stratton or Coates, the beginning of the Thames. Is this a highly mountainous area? Doesn't look like it. Looks like fields. Doesn't look like a mountain at all. All right, let me zoom out. Yeah, it's like on the other side, near the ocean. Bruh. That's weird.
You see that NASA released a photo of the heartbeat of a galaxy?
No, but I really appreciate you posting what you posted last night. That by far is the best. To me, that's the best moon debunking imagery I've ever seen. And I know there's a lot out there, but that one was the best I've seen.
The one where you posted the original shots to?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was talking about the moon buggy, but I did that on purpose. He was like, Jeep? And I said, yeah, Jeep. So I posted that knowing that it was going to draw attention.
Well, it sure did for me. I was like, and then of course, I'm the guy. I like source. I want to hear it from the horse's mouth. Was there any trickery here? Was this photoshopped? Well, maybe it was. It doesn't matter. NASA says that that's their photo, so.
Yeah, that's a good one. I mean, you cannot argue with that at all.
Well, so I tried though, right? I'm like, I talked to my wife about these things. I'm like, all right, listen. They would say that one picture was taken in one spot, that this mountain is so far away that the parallax is so minimal, it just looks the same, but it's actually taken like 150 feet besides the same spot or in front of or behind, and you can't tell the difference. I mean, I feel like they could come up with an explanation, because you can basically invent any explanation you want, but when you compare those two photos, here, I'll post it for everybody. When you compare those two photos, also find the source material.
Yeah, that background doesn't move at all.
It doesn't really change in the slightest. It's devastating.
It's just a mat on a wall, I believe. I think they just cut that out of that picture we saw in the desert where we have a similar shot. I think they just cut that out and put that in the wall for the studio. I mean, it's black. They didn't want no light reflecting off of it. That's matte black.
Well, yeah, and they've got these substances that have been around for who knows how long that absorb light so well they don't reflect light at all.
That's what that looks like. It's like it looks like light is absorbed into that black.
Yeah.
There's nothing there. You don't see anything at all. There should be something.
Yeah. So, yeah, I posted the two pictures. These are from literally from NASA's website, hq.nasa.gov. I got and obviously with the ID number, which is great. That's what makes that GIF so good. It made it so easy for me to just go find those. If it didn't have those IDs in it, it'd be brutal. But that GIF, who made it? Do you know?
I don't know. I saw it pop up one day last year, and I took it.
Yeah, good stuff. So the ID numbers, that's how they ID all their photos, and you can go to that website. Here, I'll post the source. I posted it last night too, but it's where is it? Right here. Copy link. All right, here. There we go. So that's where you can look at all the A17 images.
Oh yeah, I've been to the site before. Yep.
Yeah, and they have thousands of pictures, but
they have more pictures than they could possibly have taken. They couldn't carry that much film with them.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. That seems to make sense, but I wouldn't know how much physical space would be needed for the number of photos that they took per situation. But there was only one situation where they had the moon buggy, right? Wasn't that only one of them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can see that's a tiny model, though. To me, it looks like it. HPQC. Why does it want me to log in?
Yeah, I don't know. It could be semi-life size.
The guy looks like a model.
The guy?
Yeah.
There's a lot of detail in there.
I mean, the moon buggy didn't drive up there. It was set there. Or as dusty as it's supposed to be.
There's tire tracks.
I guess. I don't see the front one, though. Wish I could zoom in farther. Can't.
What, the device you're on?
What's that? Yeah.
Here, I posted. But it doesn't even matter. All of that's kind of a distraction. The background being identical in every way, shape, form, pixel, like, that's what's significant.
Those clear tires?
Clear?
Look at the closest one you sent, and then look at the front tire, and look at the springs inside of it.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know.
They're mesh. They're mesh with a rubber outside, because I can see the back one farthest away. You can see through it.
Yeah, I think the tires were designed with no air in them, so they're kind of like a airless tire.
Mm-hmm. So that's so they didn't pop?
Correct.
What happened to the Tesla car? They have regular air tires on, according to Tesla.
Really good engineering is always the answer. But had you seen this before, Napalm? These two images?
Yeah, it's hilarious, by the way.
Yeah.
What is the claim on that? Official.
Nobody has said a word on that. I've never heard anybody say anything.
I'm pretty good at making up stories. My story would be, it's a really big mountain, it's far away, and these are just two different spots that just happen to catch the same angle of attack of the mountain, but really they're two different locations, and it's just
two different locations with the same pitch on them. Same horizontal unlevel.
Well, it's just because the mountain's so big and so far away, right? Isn't that what they say with everything? It's just because it's so big and it's so far away.
Yeah, but then they claim that you can measure parallax to all these faraway objects.
Changing, except for the fact that they were pictures were taken at two separate times, so the lighting conditions are slightly different on that backdrop.
Yeah, I was looking through I went to that website and I was looking through all their photos, and I was like, they had a bunch of photos that they used the word sun in. They're like sun up, sun down, sun side, but you don't actually see the sun. It's just a glare on the lens. I'm like, but
Yeah,
why though?
so think of it this way, right? When you're looking at images like these from the moon, look at all the materials that are reflecting the light in the images, and take note that the least reflective material is the moon's surface, and then try to equate the amount of light that is reflected allegedly from the sun off of the moon to the earth,
Mm-hmm.
and see if the reflective index kind of matches what we see in reality compared to the pictures. I would say it's off by orders of magnitude.
It's inverse square law. So 10 lumens on Earth is like the moonlight. So take that from Earth to distance, and that's what that's how bright that moon should be in those pictures. So debunked.
Yeah, like according to these pictures, if this equipment was still up there, right? If this was taking place currently on the moon, you should see sparkling like a diamond in that area.
Yeah, every once in a while, at least, you should see some kind of sparkle if you just focus the camera P900 there for all night. You would get something off that one spot.
I mean, don't any of these people that believe this stuff think for a minute? They tell us that they can show us a picture of a black hole 27,000 light years away, but we can't take detailed photos of 265,000 miles. 27,000 light years, fine. We got you a picture. Light years.
Well,
but a 250,000 miles, no, it just you could never possibly take pictures of.
Well,
they don't need to prove anything to you stupid flat earthers.
One gospel bearer said at one time, engineering.
Yeah.
You said it, not me. That's the answer.
Well, that's the opposite of engineering. Anyway, it's a good one. Demonstrate the lie.
People don't even address it when I post it. Never. What are you going to say?
I mean, so check this out. There's a little. I know it's redundant, but I'll post it again. In this GIF, on the left side, there, in addition to the back hill, there's this other little hill. There's a little in the left side. There's a little hill, little slope. It's in the exact same position, but it's not part. It doesn't appear to be part of the other mountain thing.
Oh, the little slope from upper left to lower right, a little tiny triangle.
Little tiny triangle. This, yeah.
Center left. Yep, that's what I'm looking at. Yeah, that would have, if they were two different spots, that would change, even ever so slightly. Because that would be between the two spots, so that would have to change. Go outside, look at through trees at something, and move your head back and forth a couple of inches, and you'll see that you'll see the difference in the view, just a couple of inches. So move yourself about 100 feet another direction, you're going to have a whole different picture. That's why animals move their heads back and forth real fast, because they're seeing in stereo and they can judge distance by doing that.
They can see in stereo, huh?
You don't think they see the same way we do? Left and
Some
right?
do, I think.
Well, unless they have one eye.
Sorry,
Or unless their eyes are on the sides of their head.
So you see the little triangle I'm talking. It's the same in both. It's the same as well. So it's just that GIF, man. That GIF does it all.
I got a couple of little clips that you guys can check out.
Have you seen anything this absurd though, Rookie? I guess the answer is yes. There's a lot of material.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. As I said, I'll post a couple.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of it. It's just this one really was a humdinger to me.
Take a look at that one. It's only a short clip, but you should be able to see what's wrong with it pretty quick.
I don't understand. Fell number 1.
Okay. The rear of the rocket is sliding off the back, right? The first stage part is falling off. It's sliding away at a lateral angle on the left side. It's going straight away from you. The rocket is, because you're inside stage 1 whenever on the left side. But on the right side, you notice that the first stage 2 slides off at the wrong angle, as it does on the one on the left. You see the angle that it drops away at? It goes away at a different angle. Because the camera on the right is actually an angle from the side of the motor. It's pointing at the side of the engine, and it's facing away from the lateral part of the rocket. So when it slides off to the right, away from it. It shouldn't do that. It should slide directly off the end like it does in the left camera. Think about it.
Mm.
That appears to be a wide-angle lens camera angle issue.
Yeah, I'm thinking perspective, but
Maybe I'm not clear enough about what I'm saying.
no, I understand what you're saying. On the right side, it looks like it should just go straight back, but instead it seems to go diagonal or to the right somehow. I think that the angle of view is really awkward, and
I've got 4 clips just like it. They happen the exact same way.
Mm-hmm.
If you take a look at one of the other ones, you'll see that it's exactly the same effect on every single mission.
Well, it appears to be the same CGI model. They're just putting different wrappers on the plastic and stuff. adding wind and shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's hard enough to make one of those, so when I watched the first one and the second one, they're almost exactly the same. In fact, they're just rendered differently. So the camera angle you're using and whatever they're using, probably Blender or maybe something better than that. But it looks like they got a super wide angle lens on the camera they're using to render with.
Then I'll post one more. There's a fifth one. It's slightly different, where it shows from outside the rocket looking downwards, and it shows on the right. It shows the first stage sliding off, but on the left side, it's not sliding off at all. It doesn't even show it. I'll show you in a second.
There's no camera shake at all. That's a sign of a nice steady computerized camera inside a program.
All right, did it come up yet?
I guess I'm gonna have to go down and see a launch myself.
See that number 5? There's so many anomalies in these things. There's so many of them. It's not even funny. I also got a clip where supposedly the mission that they're on, there's only supposed to be 2 people in the crew, but there's a scene where it's looking down over the top of the astronauts in the cockpit, and you can see 3 people in the background walking around underneath their feet while their hands and stuff are still moving. So it shows like 4 or 5 people inside the little tiny capsule that they supposedly, there's no room in. It's really funny. There's just so many bad ones. It's like it's the same anomalies over and over and over. It's almost like it's set up in a computer, just
These
like when you go on a roller coaster.
They just blurred one more than the other. Those are not 2 different cameras. Go ahead and play that back and stare at them. They're the exact same images. They just rendered them a little
number
different.
5, you mean?
Huh?
On number 5, you mean?
Yep.
Or
both cameras angles are the same exact one. They just rendered them differently. Put a little black spot on the other one.
Not deceptive or anything. Nah.
You're not going to be able to place 2 cameras like that pointing down a tube and get the exact same image, and even the planet in the background with the curve moves exactly the same. So you watch it over and over, and I do enough editing to know exactly what they did there.
But yeah, like I said, it doesn't take a very keen eye to figure this stuff out. It's just, I don't think that everything they do is fake. I honestly don't. I think that they do go up there, and I think there is something going on up there. I just think they're not going to ever tell us about it. And I think this is how they.
Rockets. Nobody's riding in a rocket. Yeah. You'll die.
Well, who knows? Maybe they do send people up there somewhere, but I don't know how they would do it or how they would maintain the altitude. I just don't understand.
Well,
I have seen some things from them that appear to be legitimate, but you can never really tell, really. Why do they keep excusing this ice stuff they claim is ice floating on top of a... I mean, in one mission, there's only one engine, but they keep switching to two different angles from a motor. And it doesn't make any sense because if the camera's on the left side of the motor on one and it's on the right on the other, or whatever the case is, it just doesn't match up. It never does. It never, ever does. There's always either too many motors, too many engines, or the angle's wrong, or it's never like seamless. It never is.
Well, the picture I posted is just like the picture of the moon, where they've got the two same things. They just changed the front, which is that little spot on the bottom, and the probably a timestamp.
Yeah, I saw it. I've got, like, just in these 4 videos, well, I think there's 5, but just in those 4 missions, I've probably found 100 different anomalies that literally are impossible physically, like physics-wise, are impossible in our world. You know what I mean? But of course, I always get, well, you just don't know how things work, and space isn't pressurized. And I'm like, what does that have to do with a sealed camera hanging from the side of the rocket? Like, obviously it doesn't change altitude, or altitude doesn't affect the camera. Otherwise, we would have got a different angle and we would have a different view from it on the way up, right? But it gets up to, like, whatever altitude, and then it splits off, and the bottom drops off of it, but it always drops off at an odd angle. It doesn't make any sense. It's just ridiculous.
The odd angle, I can see it right there. They just they just have a wide angle lens. You can see it in number 5's top picture. That's all that is. They just curved it. And then so when it renders, it looks like it's falling backwards or off to the side. And it's really
exactly
rendering, because the other camera view of it rendering dropping back is the same model. They just have different camera views. They didn't make 2 different models and then render them.
What picture are you looking at?
What happened?
What's
I posted 5 different clips. If you go down the line and watch each one of them, there's an anomaly in each one, and we were talking about the anomalies, and that's what we're talking about.
Well, the common anomaly in most of them are that they're exact same model. Exact same model, different renderings, same exact camera angles on all of them.
Yep. Down to the T. It's almost like they planned it that way.
We put cameras in a lot of stuff at work, and we can't repeat our camera angles that close. We don't even need to.
Yeah, that's another one that I was wondering about. Is like how big the bottom of it is, and what that would play.
Well, there must not be any heat inside those motors. Be able to put a camera in there.
Not only that, but those big chunks of ice that roll around on top of the motor. I don't know what kind of ice that would be or where it would come from, but it seems odd to me that it floats around there for a long period of time.
Pretty steady camera.
I didn't post a video, but yeah, and they're very steady.
All that rumbling
around. There's no parallax. There's no like flexing of all metal or anything. Space Shuttle's the same way.
Space Shuttle's a little different. They gave up on trying that method because people are going to catch on to that. Launching balloons. See the whole balloon shaking at liftoff, separate from the rockets. And their spark show they put on, which really probably does mostly nothing. Gives it lift.
Check, check.
So who took that picture I posted?
Must have been one of those camera drone things.
Nobody is the answer.
Morning, Sonny.
Someone who's swimming.
Who took the picture? Who made the picture on a computer desk? At a computer, I guess.
So what you're telling me is you just don't trust the fact that I posted the link where that came from in the article. Doesn't say anything on it that it's image, created image.
Hmm.
What are you trying to say?
Why aren't they? Where's the balloon? They cut that part out.
No, I was looking at the history of NASA by my house here. I used to hear the motors going all the time.
Oh, yeah?
The engines they would be testing. I would go and see them sometimes, but you could hear them all the
Just
time.
because they're testing engines doesn't mean they're going to space, does it?
No, I didn't say anything like that. My dad worked there. Just, I was trying to figure out what they could have been testing then, and it looks like just engines. Regular military engines. Rockets. They used to lay it, they used to be stages of the Saturn V rockets. So they used to be laying sideways on these big, gigantic mounts, so they couldn't go anywhere. And they would fire them off in like 10-second bursts. And we lived like 5 miles away, and it would just shake the neighborhood.
So just so people are clear, they don't just shoot things up in the sky and then they just get to a place where they just float there by themselves. Or do they?
I don't know. Look at the space station. I mean, they shot it up there, and the pieces went together.
Or do they?
I didn't even see him putting it together. I've never even seen him putting it together. You would think you would see brackets and stuff attaching to it.
Well, they got the fake curve, so automatically it should be deemed.
Well, and it's not even a fisheye lens because the space station is straight. The panels are straight, even at the curve of the Earth. The panels are straight. It must be a real photo of the space station above the ball Earth. That's how you can tell.
But it's all layered, so they took the flat picture of wherever they're at. If anybody thinks there's that much curve, look at that space. Look at that. What's down below? It's like a tiny little.
You shouldn't see anybody on the other side of that lake there, whatever that is, that bay.
It looks like a lake. I know it looks like a lake or a bay.
Yeah, you shouldn't be able to see anybody on the other side of it at all. And
where is that supposed to be? Gibraltar or something?
I don't know. Maybe.
Looks like it might be.
That passageway? Maybe.
But even at that, look how much of that ball, even little pieces of land, it's ridiculous. The ratio is all off, even in their own fantasy model. So I'm going to start calling it fantasy model. I haven't seen it. Or phantom model. That's a good one. Can we see your globe phantom model? Because that's a...
I've been in that place probably, I don't even know, hundreds of times maybe. Nothing special to see there, really.
Yeah, I knew someone that worked at Hughes Aircraft. He took me into the place. I actually saw a satellite in there.
It doesn't look high enough to be floating in gravity, no? Is it suspended by gravity, supposedly?
I'm sure you did see a satellite. I posted a picture of one just now.
We're trying to say, whoa, boom. Oh, that was the test of the lunar module?
Well, I don't know. I think it just got away at launch. Let's see how they launch. Let's see how they launch them. Let's see. Well, here's how they get launched. That's how they launch them. There's the little crane that let it go. And it must have said, whoops, the wind took it.
Yeah, look at that crash. That's exactly how aircraft would land if it was a rotating surface they were landing on. Can you imagine?
Absolutely. That's what would happen to an aircraft every time it came down.
What happened to everything being stacked up in the atmosphere above the surface, guys? That little contraption didn't do so well. How come it wasn't lined up that time? Globers? Bueller?
You're not going to get any Globers. They ran away with Gospel Bearer tearing apart the NASA image I posted.
How do you think they deal with, like, doesn't the balloon usually explode when they get up to a certain height?
Well, we don't know.
They don't let it get that high. They set it to an altitude. It fills. It stays there. If it's too high, it lets gas out. It's got valves on it. I know. They buy our valves.
Can you imagine them getting up against the firmament? There being just a bunch of junk up there. There could be, actually. That's a possibility.
Helium actuator valves. How's that? Because I know I'm writing a test for it right now, and the server's down, so I'm panicking. But it's not my fault. It's somebody. It's IT's fault for doing that on a Friday.
I mean, there's something so weird about it. Like on the last picture, it just looks like there's so many things. Like, why wouldn't it have, like? I mean, those panels, those solar panels seem to be like, they don't seem to be very big. First of all, and the weight, the weight. How is the balloon like? The balloon doesn't seem to be that big either. Although I'm not able to see the whole picture, but it's like, how is it able to lift that thing up like that?
When I go in Linux and inspect the image, you should see all the data that comes out of what was done to this image. Collapse with border collapse. Okay, let's see. Border bottom width slice, image slice. It's probably looking at the whole thing. The image should take that image. Put it into a. Let me see what I've got. Let's put it into a photo editing
like everything they do, I mean, they could do it. I don't even like the design of it. It's like everything they do, it's like weird. Like the design they choose, it's like it just looks like nothing else. It's like you can't really criticize it. It looks like, I don't know. It looks weird. Everything they do since they did the same. They are using the same type of design they used when they went to the moon, man. Believe it or not, the same type of design. It's the same type of stuff, like the same type of design. It's not like it's strange.
Okay, let's see if I'll take this picture. I have to go.
Why did everybody get so quiet?
Yeah, I was looking at the picture the whole time. So that's where they do the videos from, no? The real life streams from one of those. They have like a room in there, supposedly, no? On the station.
Were you talking about the International Space Station?
Yes.
You're talking about the live streams being done from a specific room?
Yeah, like when they do that's where they do them from, no? From this space station, right? Supposedly in this picture.
Which picture are you referring to?
The one with the wings. It looks like a helicopter type of thing. The one with the panels that has like the horizontal. The one that is like on the globe.
So the picture at like 27 minutes after the hour, is that what you're referring to?
The one that is at 4:18. No, yeah. Sorry, 4:27.
27 or 18. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean that's the claimed International Space Station.
Right.
Yeah, and allegedly that thing's roughly 250 miles up in the air, allegedly orbiting the Earth, going however many thousands of miles an hour, and there's allegedly human beings in it, allegedly live streaming back to Earth.
Okay. So they're circulating, no, like a satellite, no? It's a.
So this would be the claim, yeah. For all intents and purposes, the claim of the ISS would make it synonymous with a satellite.
To like, yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm looking at it from the perspective of course, you know, like a skeptical perspective, right? But
yeah,
like, the more you look at it, it's like it looks really shitty, in my opinion. I don't know. It looks like a college experiment or something, but it just doesn't make sense. Like how? I mean, definitely, they didn't try on the design. They didn't think like we're gonna. They didn't think like. Yeah, it looks weird. Anyways.
Yeah, well, they're relying mainly on the public's ignorance, right, to perpetuate what they're claiming. And when I say the public's ignorance, I mean the public ignoring most of what they put out, taking a cursory glance at the things that are provided to them, the images, the live streams, right? They're relying upon the public's lack of critical thought or scrupulous inquiry into what they're providing them. And they're pretty spot on with assuming that the average person and the general public is not going to look too far into what they're providing with a critical eye, because most people don't. Because most people think there's no plausible reason why they should question what they're being provided to begin with. But you said you're looking at it from a skeptical perspective, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So once you start to go down that path of inquiry, have you noticed that all the images you look to find most of the exterior views of the ISS and its claimed position seem to be either computer generated or composite imagery of, doesn't look very real once you start to look at multiple images of it. You try to find as many exterior images as you can. It doesn't seem to look as real as if you just saw this picture in an article, you read the article, you look at the picture, and you move on with your life. And then maybe 6 months later, you see another image, you glance at it, and then 2 years later, you see another one, you glance at it. But if you actually take the time to critically analyze the images that are provided, you start to find that it's, or have you started, let me phrase that as a question, have you started to find that the imagery doesn't seem as real as you may have once thought it was? Did I lose you? That was a question.
Oh, that was a question?
Yeah. So as you've been starting to analyze this, do you find that the more you look into it, the more you look at it with a critical eye, it seems to, the story starts to fall apart?
Yeah, definitely. And one of the things that I observe is that it doesn't look like a high enough distance it looks like for it to be for it to do the function of a satellite. A satellite is orbiting around the Earth, but it looks like the altitude is it doesn't look like, it would be a little more logical, I suppose, like for it to be in a higher altitude. I would suppose it just doesn't seem to be in a high altitude. You know what I mean? Like,
well,
it's very
really,
close to Earth, no? To be, this thing is supposed to be rotating around the Earth for a long time, going circles and circles and circles.
I don't know the exact official definition of satellite, but it really anything that would be traveling around the Earth at any altitude would be technically considered a satellite. I mean, the first satellite that was ever allegedly put into space was literally just a balloon, and they called it a satellite. Most of what they call satellites are just on balloons. I mean, a good example of this would be the company Samsung, right? You're familiar with Samsung?
Yes.
So Samsung did a kind of a promotional thing for one of their phones that was coming out a few years back, and it was Samsung's space selfie. So they claimed to put a satellite up that was going to allow you to take a selfie from space, right? Like a space selfie satellite. The only problem is their satellite came crashing down to Earth. I want to say in Michigan, and landed in somebody's yard. And when it crashed to Earth, there was a balloon attached to it. So then they kind of had to backtrack their story and kind of wiggle their way out of the whole satellite claim. Even though that was the promotion. Hey, we're going to launch a satellite.
Mm-hmm.
You can do space selfies with the Samsung satellite, and then the whole thing came literally crashing down upon them when it landed in somebody's yard in Michigan.
But not this one. This one is not being held by balloons, supposedly.
Right. Well, it was never alluded to initially with the Samsung satellite that it was going to be on a balloon to begin with. I mean, the claim that there's an international space station and there's people up there. Have you started to go through the live stream videos and look at those with a critical eye?
You know, not that much. Not that much. You mean the rockets?
No. The live streams that they do with astronauts from the ISS. Have you?
I seen clips. Yeah, you know, like the most common clips you see online. Yes.
Yeah. So there's. I mean, people have found so many anomalies that you can string together clips of the ISS and you can sit there and watch a straight 3 hours of obvious fakery just from their live streams. $3 I would say, if somebody compiled them all together, of just 15-second, 30-second clips of anomalies within the live streaming of astronauts on the ISS. And one of them's a really good dead giveaway. I don't know if I have the meme or the GIF, but maybe if somebody's listening, they have it and they can post it in live stream. There was a female up on the ISS and she was live streaming to some kids, which they tend to do often. They like to promote this stuff to children.
Yeah.
Have you seen this one where they beam in a stuffed animal out of thin air, and then she manipulates the stuffed animal? Have you seen this one?
Yeah, I've seen that one. Yes.
Right. So that clip right there is a very good clue and indication as to the fact that they have the technology to be able to manipulate in real time objects that are not present. Meaning there's no stuffed animal that astronaut is touching, but is able to manipulate it in real time, and it looks as though they're manipulating these objects in zero gravity, right? So just that one clip right there blows the whole entire thing wide open as to they have the technology to be able to make it look like they're manipulating things in zero G, right?
And they're using it. Not only they have it, but they're using it.
Correct.
I would.
I was just going to say, so I was thinking about this, actually, I think yesterday. I would like to go back and try to find any good evidence of them doing all these things where they're allegedly manipulating things in zero G, 15 plus years in the past, and see how good that footage was 20 years ago compared to what it looks like they're putting out today. Because really, if you think about it, the only thing that should have changed in 20 years is maybe the quality of the camera.
I understand.
But you don't see a lot of old images of when the ISS was originally put up into orbit. You don't see a lot of manipulating things in real time, and if you do, it's very, very short clips of it. Meaning it could be easily done on a parabolic airplane flight, where they take people up and they get to experience 0G because the plane is falling, right? So you feel like you're floating in space, but really all you're doing is you're falling at the same rate as the plane.
Mm-hmm.
So you can take a parabolic flight like that, and you can, for a short period of time, as that plane is falling and allowing you to experience that 0G, that's only for a short period of time. So you would be able to actually manipulate things in reality, and it would appear as though you're in 0G. But that plane can only do that parabolic dip for a certain period of time. You don't have a whole lot of time to be able to capture your footage.
Crazy. I mean, like, one of the things that I hate, it's the fact that it's that they make mistakes, because like if they wouldn't make mistakes, I mean, at least if the number of mistakes would be less, like it would be, I would have probably a little more, even though I know that I would have a little bit more respect, like for them, even though I know it's not real, but like, I don't know what to think about it. I don't know if they.
It's almost as though they intentionally leave in some mistakes to
It's
give
horrible,
them some.
man. I mean, if that is the fact, it's fucked up. I mean, if they do that, like that would be like me.
Well, it gives them kind of plausible deniability, meaning if at some point the whole entire operation is exposed, which it already has been, whether people will agree with that or not is a whole nother topic. But if the whole entire thing gets blown wide open, they have what's called plausible deniability, meaning, we may have claimed these things, but we gave so many indications that it wasn't real that you should have realized it, right?
Yeah.
It's like if I tell you I'm going to punch you in the face and you take no steps to protect yourself. It's like me saying, well, I told you I was going to do it. And you continued to stand there right in front of me. And I told you if you didn't move, I was going to punch you in the face. I gave you the opportunity. But that doesn't justify me punching you in the face. But it also gives me the ability to say, well, I told you so. And you didn't take the opportunity to remove yourself from the situation. Therefore, I have some sort of justification for punching you in the face.
Can I add something to the 0G thing? It's not just 0G, it's just falling with a tin can around you. So using the term 0G is kind of misleading because it's just falling.
Yeah,
but that's just me.
Yeah, so I thought I phrased it as appeared as though they were in 0G.
Yeah, you did. But when people hear the word 0G, they think, oh, well, now I'm in this plane and I don't have this quote unquote gravity where they believe in. They do, right? They still do. It's just falling with a tin can around them. So that whole claim, that whole 0G is just, I don't know, not true, right?
Right. Nobody has ever experienced 0G, I would say. Right?
Yeah, not even.
The thing is, they don't claim that people have done that.
They don't claim that people have done what?
0G.
Yeah, they would say even on the ISS that wouldn't be considered technically 0G, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's the same as the dive planes.
Right,
because Windows key is broken, I think.
Is the claim that they experience what would be close to 0G because of the orbit, or
yeah, they are in
alleged orbital path, and it's falling around the Earth over and over and over again at such a rate that keeps it in orbit.
That's the claim.
I was just going to say that their favorite pastime is gaslighting. I would never expect them to use the narrative of plausible deniability, because there are certain other things that are considered historical fact that they continue to gaslight on.
Yeah, no, I get you. Maybe it's a some sort of universal law of nature that they're trying to adhere to, right? Like hiding the truth in plain sight kind of thing.
Yeah, they show their hands, and it's up to you to figure it out.
It does
And
seem that way.
And if you don't figure it out, then your ignorance is an excuse for them to do it, right? Like if you're too stupid to figure it out, then sorry. So Lionel, how long have you been looking into or critically analyzing things from NASA?
Like maybe like 5 years or a little bit more, maybe. Yeah. Yeah.
So,
I started with a moon landing, yeah, and then I was like, yeah, the moon landing was very obvious, and then but I didn't have anything, you know.
Yeah, a lot of people start with the moon landing, and a lot of people finish with the moon landing. A lot of people can draw the conclusion that the moon landing was faked, but that's where they draw the line. But they still think that outer space is as claimed. The ISS is up there. Rockets go into space. There's rovers on Mars. They still believe all these things, even though they may have drawn the correct conclusion that the moon landing was faked. So now you're.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, now you're past the moon landing and you've moved on to other things like the ISS. Is that kind of your current thing that you're looking into?
I mean, like you cannot, like once you lose the trust, you lose the trust. I mean, like, but and then I am very yeah, I believe that the truth is the truth is the truth. It doesn't need any contradiction, you know. And so, if there's a source of information that it's telling me this and that, and it contradicts itself, well, and they keep on persisting that it is the truth, then so I have to look now. Back then, when I didn't hear about the flat Earth, like I was like when I first encountered a video, I was like, okay, finally, like something is contradicting something that is just doesn't really. I was very excited to watch like the first video on it because I said, okay, something authentic. I don't know if it's real or not, but I'm just really interested about what this person like. I really want to listen to the proofs because there was something in me that it didn't click. So I was just like, so I was waiting for something different, something that made sense, you know?
So was your initial introduction to the topic, would that have been Eric DeBay's 200 Proofs or Mark Sargent's Clues?
You know, the 200 proofs were probably a little bit more ahead. Like, yeah, I mean, like, but it was sort of there. Yeah, I mean, that was one of in the beginning. Yeah, I watched a lot of content in Spanish too. Because I live here in Spain, and well, but yeah, I mean, I got hooked. Like, I got hooked. I mean, after watching the first video, I was like hooked. Maybe after the third video, I was like, all right, you know. But back then, like you had the old videos, you know, like I think they were a little bit different back then. Like in 2000, probably 2016, I think. But they were still really good, you know, like still it's the same information that we have now.
Yeah.
It's just
2015, 16 timeframe was when people really started to look into the topic, and a lot of videos were coming out, a lot of not only, you know, these bigger characters like Dubé and Mark Sargent, but a lot of average individuals going out and testing things for themselves, putting out videos, putting out ideas. There was a lot of that in that time frame, which
and that's one of the things that I got hooked with, like just the natural video, like it was more human. Do you know what I mean? Like something more organic information. So that's one of the things that I really liked. You know, it was like organic. I could trust these people. I mean, it's not that you can trust anybody, like for example that you see in the street. You know what I mean? But just the fact that it's not coming from that source, it's like I would give it a chance, and I would be like, okay, these are normal videos. They're not fancy videos, but they speak with logic. So yeah, it wasn't difficult for me to get into this topic. And I gotta go. Dude, I have a lesson. I have to teach. I have a lesson right now. I'm teaching English, so I gotta go.
Okay. Está bien.
I have to teach English online.
Está bien. Adios.
But after, I'll catch up later.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Have fun.
Que se te vaya bien.
No, that's not Spanish. Que te vaya bien. Ya. Que
Yo
te
hablando
vaya.
un poquito español.
Sí. Gracias.
Hey, Lionel, have you ever heard of the Dilly Gill channel? I know you got to go, but I'm just going to shout out with Dilly Gill real quick because he did a really great job of breaking down NASA videos. Really, really great. So Dilly Gill, D-I-L-L-Y. I don't have a link right now, and he's got to go, but that's the name, D-I-L-L-Y-G-I-L-L, Dilly Gill. Really worth some time. It's really good.
D-I-L-L-Y-G?
G-I-L-L.
Can you type it on the chat? Yeah.
I can put it in the. Yeah, it's really great. Where's the voice text? I'm gonna get there. I'm coming right now to put it in the voice text. So here, Dilly Gill.
Thank you.
Oops. Yep.
Dilly Gill. No, I'm not familiarized. I'm not. I don't think I'm familiarized with his name.
It's really great at showing some of the technologies that they were using over time, and it's really informative and another level of breaking down NASA videos. Is he some kind of like a video producer, and he knows the techniques, is able to name them. They're really good video guy, but I don't know why he hasn't been making these videos, but what he's made and has up is really good stuff. So anyway, I'll jump off. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Bye. Bye, guys.
Treelicious, good to see you back today. How are you?
Yeah, doing well. Doing well. Thanks for asking. You?
Good. Another day in paradise. Quite literally, this place is paradise. Beautiful. Try not to lose track of that. I think sometimes we get caught up in so much of our day-to-day, we don't take the time to appreciate that in which is around us and provided to us. The beauty of it. The old cliche, take the time to stop and smell the roses, as they would say. I think sometimes we forget about how beautiful and miraculous the world around us is.
Yes, it's too bad more people don't realize this.
I mean,
and I would say, go ahead.
I was just going to say, just plants and fruits and vegetables and food in general. The fact that they provide us seeds, you put that seed in the ground. That's all you have to do. Put it in the ground. Give it a little bit of water and love. And
isn't that amazing?
And it'll give back to you 10 to 100 fold, you know?
Yeah, listen, I found these trees, and I'm always harping about these trees because I never found fruit trees out in the wild that I can get food from, and nutrition. And anyway, so this little place, and I also found wild cherry bush. So I started watering these trees and that bush, if you know what I mean. We're supposed to water our garden, right? Yeah. So anyway, and now this year, they're just all blooming like unbelievably everywhere. It's blooming. And I was going to say, if you like someplace out in nature, it's not going to hurt you to pick up some trash. If you like it, why do we have trash everywhere? I'm going to start dedicating myself to going out. I'll have to do it in the winter when all the foliage kind of dies off and go pick up trash for a couple of days a month, for a few hours. Like, I enjoy these places so much, and I don't like to see like man-made litter. It doesn't need to be there. I never understood. I always grew up with this. You carry it in, you carry it out. Why? What's so hard? You don't have a pocket that you could put your own trash, that you carried whatever you brought that contained the paper, or plastic. You brought it with you there. So now you just leave it out in nature? I don't understand that at all. I guess, and especially the homeless people, they're the worst. But look, they're the ones sleeping out there. Do they like to sleep around rats? Because that trash, that man-made trash, rats will be coming for sure. So I guess they like sleeping with rats gnawing on their toes. I don't know.
Yeah, I was in Scouts growing up, and they always did a very good job of teaching you to, when you would go out camping, to leave your campsite and every place that you went cleaner than when you got there.
Exactly.
So at the end of every camping trip, after we packed up everything, we would take the time to get in a line, go across the whole entire campsite, north to south, east to west, and pick up any piece of trash that we could find to make sure we left it cleaner than we found it.
Or you could even do this: scoop it all. Like, get a stick if you're afraid of germs. Get a stick and scoop it all into one little pile, and then later on, you grab a plastic bag and you just turn it inside out. Grab the whole pile in the bag. You didn't even touch it. Anything.
I posted some pictures of my cherry tomatoes and my bell peppers coming along nicely. Yeah.
Looks awesome.
Yeah, that's cool. Look at those tomatoes. That's a great looking bush. Look at that.
Yeah,
that's great.
It's producing like crazy.
Oh, you're in Florida, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys got the sunshine, man.
Yeah,
as well as we do too. Probably we have 300 days a year that are sunny here in California, but you're probably about the same.
Yeah. We also get good rains too, which helps.
Yeah, that we don't. But last year we got enough rain that I see raspberries coming up everywhere, and they're already starting to produce fruit. I'm so happy. I found the raspberries.
Awesome.
Tomatoes are going to shit these days.
What's that?
Tomatoes, they just don't taste like anything.
They don't. Yep. I know. They're bland. They have no flavor. I mean, the tomatoes I grew with my own compost, they were the sweetest, juiciest tomatoes you ever. I mean, it was like you were in heaven. I mean, there's nothing like real food from nature.
Exactly.
I'd show you pictures of my strawberries, but it seems like I need to raise those up quite a bit
I grow some killer tomatoes.
My little bunny friend in the backyard seems to devour the strawberries as soon as they're ripe.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, you're turning what do you call them? Sugars into protein. So.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to introduce some things to the area here that can survive in the dry environment that are really drought resistant. But I've got a couple ideas for some. I'm looking for some stealth places to grow some special. I want to reintroduce certain species of plant that used to be here in America, and for some reason they decided they were illegal.
Oh yeah, never mind.
What the hell? A plant's illegal? What did it do? I mean, really, you can't use the plants from your own earth that you were born on. Someone else is going to tell you what you can and cannot use from the creation. How logical is that?
Wait, you can just grow them?
Isn't that cool? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had no idea that you could just have a little. I don't know what. It's not a bush, whatever it's called.
Isn't that wild?
Most people have no idea how pineapples grow. The funny thing is, so once I harvest those pineapples, once they become ripe, I'll take the top portion of it. You see the little thing on the top?
Just stick it back in the ground, right?
It becomes another pineapple, right?
I'll just stick it in the ground, and it'll grow another pineapple. Yep.
Yeah, but if you take the fruit, will that plant grow another one, or is that it?
Yeah. So typically, once a plant produces a pineapple fruit, it'll also send off at least one plant off of that, if not 2 or 3.
Yeah, but that plant will it be able to produce like a few more fruits? Not offspring, just fruits.
One each, like one each.
Yeah, so it sends off like little pups. So you see in that picture the plant that is supporting the pineapple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So that portion of the plant will die, but it sends off at least one, if not 2 or 3 other plants off of it that will produce fruit. And you can use the top of the fruit that it produced to put it back in the ground and grow another plant. So really so if you started with just one pineapple top and stuck it in the ground, even if you didn't replant any of the tops of the pineapples, that plant will continue to send off more plants. Yep.
That's really great. What an interesting plant. Does anyone know how to do grafting of like raspberries, things like that? Is there a preference on rooting compound? I've heard you could use even cinnamon, but I think it has to be a specific type of cinnamon from Sri Lanka.
I think cinnamon is used lots of times as like an antifungal to help ensure that you don't get any fungus growth. But they do have like specific hormones that you can use, like powders and liquids that you can use as you're grafting.
Right. I'll look into that.
Are you talking about grafting trees?
No, I want to just get some rooting compound and grow
so you want to propagate, not graft.
I want to propagate. Yeah, sorry, I had the wrong term.
Yeah. You should be able to cut at a specific. I would look into you should be able to find information, but you should be able to get a cut.
You want to go below. You want to go below like a notch and stuff. I've looked into it a little bit. I know I probably shouldn't even voice anything on this because I just know it's pretty easy with most stuff.
Yeah,
all plants are a little bit different, but most of them you can propagate from cutting. Yeah, put a little rooting hormone on the bottom of it.
Right. Now that's what I'm trying to figure out. There's natural rooting things. So I think cinnamon is actually one of them. But I don't know. I'll do some more reading about it.
You can also get roots started on the plant if it's big enough before you even cut it to plant it. They make these little like capsule things that you put around, like you kind of scar a specific area of the plant.
Okay.
You take these little capsule things that have soil in them, and you just clip that onto the branch, and where it's scarred will start to root into the soil while it's still attached to the mother plant, and then you can eventually just cut it off right there. It's already got roots on it, and then you can put it in the ground. I've got a couple of plants that friends have given me that they did that way.
Are there only certain types of plants? Can you do that with cannabis?
I'm not too familiar with cannabis, to be honest. I mean, I'm familiar with it, but I'm not too familiar.
That depends on how familiar with it. Yeah, I'm getting more familiar. Anyway, Rookie was trying to chime in. You have tomatoes too, bro? That was a while ago. Anyway. Yeah, I want to start doing some stealth growing and just start propagating all kinds of good stuff. I think I can do it. I mean,
succulents will start to grow roots just off of their stems or the pads that they drop. Those things will propagate like it's nothing.
Whoa. Skittle bag. Skid bag. Skittle bag. And that was like, as soon as I heard it.
Succulents are good at
And then I
that.
looked at his name and it says Skid Bap.
I have a friend that will every time he's at Lowe's or his home improvement store, he'll go through the garden section and pick up any little leaves that succulents have dropped right just off the ground.
There
and
they
put them
are.
in his pocket, take them home, and yeah,
That's cool.
Grows succulents that way.
All those succulents are edible. Some of them don't taste that great. Some of them don't taste that great because they have alkaloids in it. So they have some DMT in it, like a little. But a lot of plants do. There's something like 20 or no more than that. I think there's something like 100 plants or a couple hundred that have DMT in different levels in it. But anyway, succulents are all edible. They have tons of water in them, and I just go by and grab one of the flowers, and it tastes so sweet and juicy. Like no one should ever be needing water with those kind of. You could live off of that basically.
Hey, Sonny, for your tomatoes, building a structure for them is helpful.
I don't have.
But the cherry tomatoes.
I don't have a place to grow tomatoes.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I was talking. Well, whoever it was that was talking about tomatoes.
Napalm.
Would be one. I would. I've had a lot of. It's been really helpful to build structures for me growing tomatoes.
Yeah. When I did have a actual yard, I live in a flat, so I'm not going to be. I can grow some things indoors. I have a couple of indoor plants, but yeah, when I grew my tomatoes outdoors in Washington State, I had 2 big raised beds, about 8 feet by 4 feet. Couple
You ever grow any berries, Sonny? You ever grow any berries?
No, but I'm thinking of it because these raspberries are coming around right now. And,
I just planted 2 raspberry bushes in my garden, and we got raspberry bushes on the tree line too. The 2 I got at the store, but I'm gonna plant some of the naturally growing ones, and see if I don't know how that cross breeding works, but I was gonna see if I can maybe try and get them the genetics to mix. The bees do that, right?
Yeah, I would like to try some things like that as well. That would be very interesting.
Yeah, because the raspberry bushes that I got they're like these golden raspberries, and then the ones that grow over here they're like red and black, colored. So I'm thinking maybe some cool stuff could happen. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I know nothing about it. I need to look into it too. But it'd just be cool to have the variety of berries also.
I say, guys, with blueberries, to overwater them a couple weeks before you are going to harvest. It's just it turns the blueberries into these big berries, and it doesn't make it lose flavor even. Or
they can split though. They can start to split if they get too much.
Yeah. I didn't see it that much, but yeah, you could be correct. I might.
Well, I know with tomatoes do that, and they're technically fruit type berries. So if you overwater tomatoes, even the little small ones, they'll start to split really bad.
Yeah, I'm not referring to tomatoes. Anyway, because if they're not watered enough, you'll end up with these little things. It depends on the season and where you live. So if that's what you're at when it's about to harvest, you can get them to blow up. And I see some splitting, I suppose. You're right about that, yeah. But overall, the amount of bulk and taste you'll get is worth some of the splits for sure. Unless, of course, you're getting enough rain already and you'll be fine. I just figured I'd add that about blueberries because it's a trick I've used for I don't know. I've been.
Dude, I want to try to grow grapes. There's a whole vineyard in my area, and it's been like going for like probably over 100 years. And I guess this whole area, southern Minnesota that I'm in, used to be covered with vineyards back in the day, which kind of blows my mind that grapes were grown so much in such a cold climate.
I'm surprised by too. I'm up here in Detroit Lake. I wouldn't even imagine. Ben, I wouldn't even know that.
And there's still a local vineyard, and they make like tons of wine and stuff, and yeah, people grow grapes around here. It blows my mind.
Hey, do you guys want to hear the most interesting plant I've ever dealt with? Is a kiwi. Trying to get the thing to fruit right, you got to have a male and a female, and then somehow they got to be encouraged to actually do the mating. Like there was a couple of seasons where it didn't fruit, but then when it did, it was an interesting thing.
You got those those Minnesota kiwis?
No. This was in Portland, Oregon.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know there's a kiwi plant that supposedly can grow in my grow zone too.
Yeah, I don't know. I have a different grow zone. Like I still today it would the earth. It was only 2 weeks ago, and there was still ice on the lake in town.
Yeah, you probably can't. No, you're in the way different. Yeah, we talked about that I think the other night.
And another thing that I had learned but hadn't really put into practice, but I'll put in the group conscious here for a moment, is using mushrooms inside your rooting system. Some of the results is part of a university study out of one of the Eastern Bloc countries, but they were a transfer student here in the U.S. somewhere. But yeah, the Brussels sprouts are like double the size, and the mushroom in the roots of the plant will feed each other. It's really pretty amazing. And you can grow like oysters or whatever edible.
I've heard of that.
You have heard of it. All right. Yeah, it's called.
Yeah, and it works really good if you have. Sorry about the background. I'm in a hammock right now on the side of a highway, but if you got wood chip bedding in your garden, it works really good. You can get a good. Is that what they did in the study?
Yes, exactly. It would be wood-eating, wood-loving mushrooms, and what they do was use sawdust from the type of wood and inoculate the bag after steaming the sawdust, so they can sterilize it and then inoculate the bags. Then putting the bags in the correct temperature in the coolers for it to get spawned entirely. And at that point, that stuff is strong. It can handle being put in the ground. It can defend itself, but you got to give it the time to fully colonize. And I would use a bag that would hold like about a half gallon each bag. That's my secret.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I kind of understand how mushrooms are grown. It seems like you can just kind of buy that bag thing that you're talking about already colonized, right? You can just get that, and then you can just put it in your thing and try it. Because I've seen videos of people doing this too, and I've also seen it not working out for people like epic fails and stuff. But like you really gotta, you have to have the right conditions because mushrooms are very picky. They're not gonna want to grow like in full sun, most of them. But there's some that will. And if they have the amount of water that they need and like air circulation, the good temperature fluctuations, like mushrooms are really, really interesting because they breathe, and the way that I don't know. I'm not gonna get into it, but they are really cool. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people do that, and it does help. It does help with the type of nutrients that when the fungus breaks down the organic matter, it's basically speeding up the process of decomposition, right? So
another thing that happens is the root wad will triple in size because the mushroom mycelium gets literally into the roots, and the roots get into it. and it's breaking down and directly feeding the plant. It's a really interesting thing to get it down and doing right, but not every plant responds to every mushroom the same way either. So there's that to be looked into. But it would be something like that could be a project for a person. You know what I mean? Like trying to get it to go and trying to make the best of it and enjoying and learning as you live. But it's something I'm really motivated to do. I literally, like I said, I haven't done it yet, but I'm because the mushrooms are edible too. So yeah, buying a spawn base already done would be the way to go, probably.
Yeah. I want to figure out how to make all sorts of things myself, like food sources.
Yeah.
It's just like, it feels like the information, like people used to do it like it was nothing, but now you have all these problems, like I've tried planting trees, and I've got five right now, but I've had some of them die on me, other ones in the past, and I've tried gardening before and not done great. This is the best my garden's ever looked this year, so I'm pretty proud of myself on that. But usually I only get like a few tomatoes and maybe some carrots, but looking at peppers and Brussels sprouts and spinach, and I'm looking at a lot of stuff this year, and it's all growing really good. And that's all. I feel like it's because these wood chips, man. I've never done the wood chip method before, and it seems like it's going pretty good. It does seem to get dry really fast, though. Like I feel like I have to water it more.
So
like the water isn't going to the roots of the plants; it's just absorbing the wood chips and then drying away. So
you just
I feel
want
like
the amount of so the wood chips would be giving off some water to whatever's wetter is going to give it to the other at some point too. And underwatering is way better than overwatering. Way better. Another thing for
I don't know.
gardening.
I mean, like when the leaves get dry, it means they need water, right?
Sometimes that could be if you're using any kind of artificial fertilizers. Sometimes that could be choking out the plant or the pH levels. And what will happen is it'll appear to be dry, but really
any fertilizer, anything in with my garden. So
okay, yep, okay.
It's all
Well, I'm just
everything in
saying
there is
there's
like
multiple. There's a lot of reasons that plants can appear to be drying out. The water, if you're watering them, you got to have the pH of the water you're using, because city water fluctuates some, and it can be a problem.
Yeah, I mean that's true. That's true. Yeah.
So what you're looking for with a dry plant, almost always, is everything goes limp. Like the leaves just like look like they're lazy, and you like to pick it up, and it's still a soft leaf, but you can hold it up, and then it will just fall back down. That's when they're dry. When you start getting plants that are holding their leaves out, but they're having like brown spots and things, I mean, it could be a number of things, but it isn't underwatered. Does that make sense? And I'm not saying all plants will do that, but most, like say they're cucumbers, the leaves will just fall on the ground, or say it's a marijuana plant, the leaves will all like point toward the ground, just like they look like they're just hanging there. They're not supporting themselves in any way. Or there's a lot of plants that act like that when they're underwater.
Yeah,
I mean,
it doesn't look like that. I mean, like the stuff that's dry is like. I mean, I mean, some of it maybe, but like some of it's definitely like it's dry, like
yeah,
first part you said, where it's all just hanging down, and like the leaves are shriveling up too. So that's like,
yeah, that's a different
I know
problem.
if they were still like fanned out, like, and then they were like getting yellow, that's probably overwatering.
Well, then one thing to add about that is to get any leaves on a plant that are like that, if it's a small enough amount and it won't take away half the plant right away, you don't want to do that either. but start pulling them off at the where they connect to the plant. If it does it with just 2 fingers and a light wiggle back and forth, you don't want to scar the plant.
Yeah, I've been doing that. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. Yep. You know, if you feel motivated, now this is a thing that me and my grandpa and mom would do, and it was really great for the garden. Was if you can dig down and bury like a carp or something, that's really good. I mean, it's a good one because it breaks down slowly. It isn't going to overfeed your plants, and do it when winter's coming. Not spring, because you want that to be breaking down. You know what I mean? It's a really wonderful way to fertilize.
Yeah, I got a compost pile started from the stuff that was like all the dead matter from like last year, plant matter and stuff, and I'm gonna start. I've been throwing like, I don't know, banana peels and stuff in there. I'm gonna get a nice compost pile and rake all the wood chips back at the end of the season, and then bury that, I think.
Yep, it's something to do too. Yeah, gardening's it's a good lifestyle. A lot of my life I've had one. I have a place where you do it, but my backyard's got too much. The only option I'd have is to build a raised bed right now.
Yeah, my mom doesn't even need to do that, and she still uses raised beds. I don't know, she seems to do pretty well with it. I think it helps with the weeds or something, or I don't know exactly why she does it, but it is very organized, you know, like she's got a few beds in her yard, and then each bed has like maybe two things in it, maybe 3.
Yeah, I have access to a large beds that I can plant seeds in, but the food would, a lot of it would go to someone else because it's their raised bed. They let me plant seeds there. I liked it because it was a community thing in town. Last year I planted a good amount of it for the purpose of people being able to learn gardening up here in Detroit.
Well, we got quite a few community gardens. I've never been to them or anything, but a lot of people work on them around here. And,
anybody living in an apartment,
idea to get into, especially to find some like good seeds. You know what I mean? Like people,
exactly.
Whatever grows there grows nice and healthy. Just get seeds from that. I haven't thought about that.
So I have a statement to make about your tree issues. Is now it's secondhand information, but a guy that's older than me, so they kind of know things better than I do even. But he was talking about like 12 years ago at how do I say? The seeds coming from the fruits he would eat are changed, like apple in particular, were unable to give you an apple plant anymore. He was like, they've done something to change these seeds. So that might explain what your problem you're dealing with. I wanted to mention that because he had land and planted trees and stuff.
Yeah, I think I got some not seeds, but some trees that are pretty good. That might not have that issue because I ordered them from it seemed like a more like natural like website. I can't remember the name of it, but I was trying to find one that seemed like, you know, it wasn't like commercialized, you know, like more family owned type business. And I got 2 from there, and those trees just did amazing, and they came as just like little like a twig, basically a twig. And you know, 5 foot tall, like a switch stick on honestly, with open roots, you know, no dirt or anything, and I put them in the ground and they took off. And then other trees that I get locally from like the hardware store, like gardening places, they die, or they don't, when I transplant them, they take a long time to establish themselves. They don't
the shock on
well, I know there's the shock and everything, but like this one apple tree. I planted it, and it basically died like right when I planted it. And I know it wasn't too early or anything. Like it was middle of the summer. It was at the hardware store, and planted it. All the leaves like fell off, and like I've never seen that happen. Transplanting a tree, and a cherry tree too, and the cherry tree died. The apple tree, it's still growing. It's just starting to grow leaves this year. It looks like it's going to do a lot better. But the thing is, they seem to not respond the same as the other ones.
Yeah. Yeah, when
And
you're
they
very
come. I get them. They already got branches on them and all sorts of growth and stuff. And the other ones that I ordered, they had nothing, And then I get them, plant them, and they just start, growing new branches and new leaves. They flower out really nice, and yeah.
So, one thing I'd say about using a plant in planting in the ground is to make the ground soft around, also like further than you dig, so that the roots have an
I do my research, when I do it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
And I might not have did that with the cherry tree that died as good as I should have. But I planted a new tree there now and chopped up the roots really good. I gotta go. My son's talking to me. I'll probably be on later.
I'm gonna.
I was hiding in the hammock and he found me.
So I just want to say one thing real quick, that no human has ever measured directly Earth curve in human history. There's no, that should be a severe problem for people that believe in the globe. And I'm going to say goodbye, guys.
This story. Did Lumpy say he was going to say something and then dipped?
Hello, hello, hello.
Could often do request. Hey, Rookie.
So, bro.
What's that?
What's that? So that's it, huh? Just chat and then run.
That's all I got.
Damaging.
Catching up on the live stream voice text. See what I've missed today.
What the heck?
All I'm offering is the truth. In debt, your payments past due. Your life just races past you. Wake up, the Matrix has you. Wake up, the Matrix has you. We are enslaved like cattle, held back with chains and shackles. Wake up, the Matrix has you. Wake up, the Matrix has you. In debt, your payments past due. Your life just races past you. Wake up, the Matrix has you. Wake up, the Matrix has you. We are enslaved like cattle, held back with chains and shackles. Wake up, the Matrix has you. Wake up, the Matrix has you. There is a hidden agenda at play. Same old bullshit, but a different day. They're telling us lies and they're getting away, deceiving the world and it isn't okay. Get out my way, cause I'm shining the light on these bastards with every chance that I get. Attempting to wake people up to this nonsense and tell the elite just can't handle this shit. Sick of living life in utter madness. So sick of them treating us like maggots. Look at textbooks taught in classes. Do some research, nothing matches. Then they start waving their Hollywood wands. No sign of a brain because all of it's gone. That's where they wanted you at all along. Stuff that you think you know, all of it's wrong. These people stay lying, even though most ain't buying the mainstream manipulation, but still they stay trying. Look what happened on 9/11. Look what happened at Sandy Hook. These fancy crooks write lies as history in their fancy books. In debt, your payments past due. Your life just races past you. Wake up, the Matrix has you. Wake up, the Matrix has you. We are enslaved like cattle, held back with chains and shackles. Wake up, the Matrix has you. Wake up, the Matrix has you. In debt, your payments past due. Your life just races past you. Wake up, the Matrix has you. Wake up, the Matrix has you. We are enslaved like cattle, held back with chains and shackles. Wake up, the Matrix has you. Wake up, the Matrix has you. Welcome to your trauma-based mind control. When will the shit end, man? I don't know. Until then, there's no place I won't go. I'm trying to wise up, rise up, and fight the foe. Yo, I don't give a fuck if you call the cops. This is over to the dose, and I'm not gonna stop. Nobody in my life is gonna call the shots, unless it's just me, so it's all or not. The way that they have us all living is sad. Humans are stupid, conditions are bad. I promise that you won't be digging the future. You're gonna be missing the shit that you had. I don't even know if we can ever even win. The only thing I'm sure of is I'll never sleep again. If you think you know anything, then you better think again. Just a part of a story that might not ever even end. Oh no, how can it be? This world is testing me. Won't give up readily. This is my destiny. I won't quit till my heart stops ticking. Searching for the part that's missing. Seeking truth, I'm on a mission. I can see, I got that vision. In debt, your payments past due. Your life just races past you. Wake up, the Matrix has you. Wake up, the Matrix has you. We are enslaved like cattle, held back with chains and shackles. Wake up, the Matrix has you. Wake up, the Matrix has you. There is a hidden agenda, and it's hidden right up in plain sight. You can try your best to not let them get you, but the new world order's about to take flight. The system that we live in was specifically designed to keep all the human beings relentlessly confined. Kill us and dumb us down, make us ignorant and blind. Everything you see before you is a prison for your mind. The system that we live in was specifically designed to keep all the human beings relentlessly confined. Kill us and dumb us down, make us ignorant and blind. Everything you see before you is a prison for your mind.
Now, I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0.
NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
But it has to be. It has to be photoshopped because it's not.
Because it's not real.
future to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way.
I'm really sick of living, stuck and trapped in the system. You're just a brick in the wall, and I got my back up against it. I represent the resistance, they want me back up in prison. But I'm the master of my path, and I won't slack on my mission. You're lacking the vision, so I'm just gonna cut to the chase. They hide the truth in plain view, right in front of your face. I used to think the world was normal, but that wasn't the case. We're just some goyim on a hamster wheel, running in place. Turn up the bass, I grab the microphone, and all I do is rock it. This little light of mine, I let it shine, and you can't stop it. But there's nothing these corporations just won't do for profit. This fake ass world that we live in is sick, it's truly toxic. If you don't see it that way, okay, then keep talking. Don't bump into that wall while you're sleepwalking. The alarm is going off, I hear it beep often. I'm at the double doors of truth, I'm gonna keep knocking.
I just want to live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just want to fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Feels try to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way.
I refuse to just go quietly into the night. There's forces of darkness at work and they're restricting the light. I'm so fed up with the lies they tell us this isn't right. It's ODD TV, you best believe I'll get up and fight. This is my plight, I'll never let you cowards get the best of me. Took the red pill, now it's time to fulfill my destiny. Living like I'm Neo, dipping from my P.O. Tripping on me cause I am the one and he's a zero. Hot like a jalapeno, bringing heat that you just can't avoid. I call out bullshit and lies, they call me paranoid. People are just foolish, full of hate, they get angry. Point out the truth about reality, they label you crazy. Just a glitch in the system, you're a critical thinker. And no, they don't want that. Fuck them, give them the finger. I do it every single day with each and everything I say. I'm not living like a victim, it doesn't have to be this way.
I just wanna live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just wanna fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Here's shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way.
I'll do anything if you don't play that again.
What the hell was that?
I don't know, man. Sorry, but I think that sucks.
Which one?
That's just my opinion.
What part?
ODD in general, his music is just not up to par.
Okay.
Triple the power.
I'm just filling up this air, man.
Triple the information. Triple the possibilities. Triple the trouble. Triple the truth. Welcome to the Triple Truth Podcast.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? This is ODD with the Oddcast. We got special guests in the house that you wouldn't believe. But first and foremost, I want to let you guys know that Hippler Productions is actually sitting right here in my home for this episode because he is traveling. He's traveling the country, filming people for his documentary, his upcoming documentary, The Next Level, which is going to be a very professional.
It's going to be good shit
when it comes to for flat Earth documentaries. This is going to be the one, that you're going to want to share with people. It's going to have the credibility. It's how they tried to mess us up with the Netflix what was called Behind the Curve. Yeah. Well, fuck them. You know what I'm saying? Fuck them.
Fuck Netflix. Dude.
Yeah, Netflix. Everybody, the whole system is all. Anytime you talk flat Earth, if you're a part of anything mainstream, it's always going to be mocking and trying to make flat Earth look stupid. So Hibbler, he took a stand and said, "Fuck this! I'm making a real, authentic, genuine documentary." But he's in my home. I've never met the dude. He's awesome. Really happy to have you here. This is cool. We have a different setup. So if our voices sound weird and we're screaming because we don't understand if the mic's working correctly, so our bad. But the other thing is I'm very excited to have Lord Jamar in the house, y'all, man. He, the founding member of Brand Nubian. He discovered Dead Prez. He's been on shows like Sopranos. Very honored to have you here, brother. And his brother, Reality, is in the house too. This is his actual brother.
Yeah.
So we got a pretty exciting show. We're just gonna chat as like normal. Everybody here is a flat earther, so we're just going to enjoy the show, guys. Here we go. Episode number 5 of Oddcast.
What's up, David?
Yeah.
And just little on me here on the East Coast.
What's been up, Dave? How's your week, man?
It's good. I've been doing some fun interviews, and I got a good one coming out soon. So just doing my interviews, interview after interview after interview.
Always.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Lord Jamar. Nice to meet you, brother. I've been a fan of your work for quite some time.
Thank you.
What's been up with you, man? How long? I'm not really too familiar. I didn't even find out you were interested in this kind of stuff until last week. So how long have you been supportive of the flat Earth movement and stuff like that?
I'd say it's been about 3 years now.
What woke you up to it? What were you watching? What's videos or got you going?
Well, at some point when flat Earth, I guess, started to get a resurgence, there's a video out there where I was asked about it, and I'm like, are you fucking serious? Like, are we really questioning this? I'm like, this is fucking ridiculous. Like, don't ask me no dumb shit like this, And I just fucking brushed it off.
Yeah.
But, the reason why I always, like to bring my baby bro to these conversations is because he's one of the ones that really helped spark my mind towards this
good job
direction.
Thank you.
Right on.
And for those of you that are wondering where you've seen Lord Jamar, he was on the Killer Priest show backing me up with that What can I call him?
Rasul, Mankepra, and
Rasul the Fool is what I like.
Rasul the Fool. There you go. That's the name. I was going to say something else, but
and
I'll
Minister
go with Rasul the Fool.
Is another pseudoscientist that likes to come on and just say little catchphrases to pretend that they're smart, but really they're dumb as fucking rocks. Because here's how I got into it. I'm looking into it, trying to disprove it. I'm like, this is some bullshit. So here I am researching it. And I guess as I'm looking into it, my brother's like, yo, there's some things that we might need to look into. And you ever heard of, Brother Sanchez? And you might want to hear what he has to say and blah, 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 blah. So it's like, okay, I'm looking into it. I check out Brother Sanchez at the behest of my brother. And I'm just like, wow. And I'm just going into the science and I'm just thinking about how much stuff we took on face value. Like how we just thought, it was a done deal because they taught us this shit in like third grade. But then I remembered certain things that I remember from being a child that didn't make sense to me, but I just chalked it up as, well, hey, they know better than me, know. And one of the things that I remember seeing as a child was a cartoon animation. I feel like it was Goofy or somebody like that, like a Walt Disney. He's running on a ball, or maybe it was Mickey Mouse or something. He's running on the globe. And like the globe is turning and it's righting itself as he's running. But I'm thinking to myself, that's not really how it would be. Like you don't run on a ball and you just like stay at the top of it as you're running and then you're doing a balancing act with the ball so that you're always at the top. Like at some point, this motherfucker's going to run around the ball or be at the bottom of the ball. And that shit didn't make sense. Or when they say you could dig to China and all of this type of shit. And just like, huh? And they say when you dig to China, when you come out, you would be upside down. That's what the fuck they told you.
You start off going up, and then at one point you got to switch and...
Yeah, you just flip.
Right.
Down,
like that happened even on some Bugs Bunny commercial, on some Bugs Bunny cartoons. He did some dumb shit like that where he came up on the other side and then it just like flips. None of that shit really made sense even as a child. But it's like there's certain things that you're like, well, they're the scientists. I mean, they studied it. I guess they know. Like, I got other shit to worry about. I'm worried about, can I go outside and play football? So fuck this bullshit. Let me just move on. You know what I mean? And that's what you do.
When I was asked, when I was told about, going through to China, I'm like, I asked my teacher, I said, what happens when you get to the middle? Is everything being pulled towards you? Or are you being pulled towards all of the mass that's around you? And the teacher didn't have an answer. So, the thing I like to ask people,
you should burn the fuck up before you can't get to China. If there's a fucking molten thing of iron we were pretending I can't even get through the shit.
We're pretending there wasn't a molten core. But the question I asked these globe defenders who don't know anything, I said, when did they tell you the Earth was a globe, and what did they show you other than cartoons?
Exactly.
And the answer is, they can't remember that young because you were told it was a globe before you can talk. And they only show you cartoons.
Now, reality, I want to hear the story on how you got into Jamar's head to wake him up. What were you showing him? What was your, what were you trying to do to get it going?
You know what? I'm not sure the exact one. One of the videos might have been Dubé's 200 Proofs. Yeah. So, watching that, like, you going through that, there's so much, you got to spark something.
Anybody with a fucking brain that watches.
Yeah, exactly. It has to, you have to ask a question or two watching that.
Even
and then, like he said, I was digging into a few
of them. Yeah.
I started from that video. Like I said, I just was binge watching so many videos. I was like, this shit can't be it. No fucking way. I'm just looking for something that's going to debunk what I just saw until I finally submitted. It was like, this shit is flat. Let's go. And I was sending this shit to my brother and I kept sending it. And actually, ODD, I used to watch your shit a lot because you used to have like that live feed that just had everything.
24/7.
Yeah, that shit was great. So I used to keep that on sometimes just on the computer. and have it just running.
Globebusters has a 24-hour feed now with everybody's videos on it. All the best stuff just running 24/7. And Globebusters live 24/7. It's linked in the app if you need a quick link to it.
And see, we would have discussions about this like daily. Like we already know that shit like evolution and shit is some bullshit. So this is not far off from that. You understand what I'm saying?
It's all a part of it. It's all a part of it. It's all one big side.
Exactly. It's
throw dinosaurs in there. You could throw a lot of shit.
Exactly.
And without it, you don't have any of it.
Components. You need all those families of lies to create the great lie to support. Each lie supports the other lie. You see? So you need the shit, you know, if it's and it's all about just being anti. Like if it's flat, we're gonna say it's a fucking ball. If it was, you know, up, we're gonna say it's down. Whatever the fuck. Like confusion. If it's natural, we're gonna say that artificial is better. Like this is what we're dealing with.
Absolutely.
The mindset that we're dealing with.
Yeah. Did you were you under the impression there was a lot of pictures and stuff like of the Earth before you just assumed,
I know I definitely was.
Most of us.
I know I was. I thought all that shit was real.
That a lot of this shit was real. You know, I'm on planes, and when you're on a plane, although you feel yourself going straight, you know, they show this graphic of you arcing, you know, it's like, you know, the plane is doing some arc over the fucking glove, especially when you go overseas. Like, you know, they show you this fucking graph. Look what you did. You did a fucking arc and this bullshit. It's like, come on, man. Nobody ever felt any fucking arc as we're doing it. We felt our shit going straight the whole fucking time.
Plane.
That's why it's called an airplane.
Exactly. Like look up the word play. And I talk to people about language and the indications that are in language. Yeah. Like we talk about sea level. We talk about the sea floor. How many fucking curved floors do you know? Like we talk about an airplane. We talk about the sunset and the sunrise. We don't say earth set, earth rise. We talk as if the sun is moving because it is. We don't speak in terms of all this bullshit. Horizon. The foundation is horizontal. That's a straight line across. Like
all our measurements are all linear. Nothing's like based on spherical math or anything. Everything's just linear.
Yeah, a mile is a straight fucking line.
Jamar,
it was 2 miles.
Have you heard
miles? So it's 500 miles.
What else? Yeah,
have you heard this one? So inside the Tropic of Cancer, right? This would be the Arctic region. And when you're in there, the sun is arcing around you. And when you're outside of Capricorn, the sun is antarcing towards you and away from you. It doesn't arc around you. You got the Antarctic and the Arctic.
Wow.
That's deep.
Just like the word southern, when he was saying the word southern has outer.
Outer is embedded in the word southern. So it's like,
you go south, you hit outer space.
You're going out. Yeah.
Right.
No matter which direction is south. So out. You're going out.
Yeah. Wow. That's kind of deep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, from the point of north, right, you'd be going out. South would be technically
to the outer space, to where the extra territory is.
Extra,
It's on my phone,
terrestrial.
You, man.
Yeah. I was like, when they were saying David Weiss was gonna be on Killer Priest, I was like, well, that name sounds familiar. Where'd I know this name from and shit? And it's like I got the fucking app and shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so big up to you for putting this out there, because I like how you can bypass the algorithm. A lot of the shit that you find on YouTube is now disinformation that anybody that's, you know, I guess we were looking at a prime time when you could actually find good shit. Yeah. Now you just, you know, you try to look for the same shit you were looking for before. You can't even find the videos that you found before. And it's all this other bullshit. And it's titled as if it's a done deal, as if they've disproved the flat earth community, like 10 reasons why flat earthers, and then you watch it and it just be a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah,
like this
And they put that little stamp up there, like it's like the flat Earth model is an archaic model or something. Now there's this little stamp they put on the videos now.
They always have the water pouring off the side and all this.
All the ships falling off and shit. It's like none of us attest to that. None of us ever have. None of us ever pretended to.
I tell
But
people
they have to create it that way to make, you know, the normal people out in the world, they watch that and they're like, oh, that's some bullshit. They believe that. It's like, no, we don't.
Exactly.
No, we don't.
That's what they. Yeah.
You
that's
never
the trickery.
fucking asked us. You know, you don't
that's
ask
what you
us. You don't
said.
watch. You know, it's fucked up.
But see, we need to fight fire with fire. Like we need to show. They try to laugh at us. We need to laugh at them. How ridiculous it is to think that motherfuckers is walking not just upside down but sideways. Like if somebody can actually walk sideways on a ball and everything's okay. And the rain is going to the side because supposedly something in the center that nobody's ever seen is sucking things in. This mystery fucking force, you know.
Vacuum.
Right. Yeah. And it's hilarious to me when I have people, you know, within the 5% nation that I deal with that, you know, they say they don't believe in a mystery God and all this, but they believe in gravity. I'm like, come on, bro.
Well, gravity is their God. They just tell them to admit it. Gravity is their
Exactly.
God.
They just traded one God for another.
Exactly.
They don't realize.
You're trying to tell me that this knowledge that I'm bringing is some sort of Christian knowledge when you don't understand that this whole concept coming from these Jesuit priests. Like, get the fuck out of here and do some research. Stop being it's facts over feelings. Like I'm tired of people just going by what they feel. Like I go where truth takes me. I don't allow myself to get, you know, emotional if it goes against what I might have known before. Like we grow in knowledge. Like
you're not stuck in a belief system.
I was doing a show.
Dogma. When you get stuck in dogma, that stops you from being able to go outside of that dogma.
You close down you won't let new information in. It's just off limits.
I was doing a show trying to convince this guy, you know, because he's a glober, and I'm just going through each proof, each thing. And I was thinking like all of these together prove the flat earth. I'm like, no, each one of these by themselves absolutely proves that we're not on a spinning globe. So nothing exploded. And then the rocks all stuck together because they started getting their own gravity. But how did the gases turn into even bigger gravitational balls? And how did they leave a vacuum in between? And how do burning balls of gas survive in a vacuum? Game over. Space is fake. It's over.
No, but they found 7 new planets.
Oh, I know. I saw that.
They look like the bottom of frying pans.
Wait, they found another one that's right in plain sight. I literally just saw an article the other day. NASA found another planet right in plain sight. It's only 213 light years away.
Oh,
yeah, right.
shit.
Did you see that? Anybody see the picture of that fake asteroid that supposedly came by on Tuesday?
Yep.
Close to the Earth. Yo, these things are just laughable.
Well, how about the fake picture of the explosion of the volcano from space? Did you see that one?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that was great.
Oh, that was a doozy. Oh, yeah, they had a fake. They act like it was a satellite from space, and instead of seeing the world spinning, they just tried to show the clouds moving. Now they're trying to show like.
And they never used to even show the clouds moving. It should be just still photos.
Right, and then all of a sudden,
and the satellite's going 17,000 miles
and you see a ripple, and they try to make a ripple on the globe.
And here's the thing. Here's the thing. They shot it from the Himawari 8. Well, we've debunked the Himawari 8. We got access to their FTP server years ago that shows how they fake it. But this is the picture. How come the Earth is like 3/4 dark? Right? Where's Antarctica? And then when you actually look at what they showed us, hold on, let me show you that. So this is what they showed us. Okay. Right? And if you compare that to what Weather Wars 101 shows, he shows these cloud generators, right? This is steam going up, and it'll just show you in a second. These are cloud generators out at sea, and it kind of looks almost like the same thing. Look.
They're owned by NASA too, huh?
Right.
NASA owns them?
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're all over the place.
Generators. What the fuck?
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you need cloud generators for?
Well, with
Minecraft.
It's all the towers that they have around. I don't want to say too much because we're still on YouTube. but they're literally generating storms. And to me, it's basically the same thing.
Or it's just fake bullshit.
And then I heard,
that's definitely not from space. Like I can animate that. Like if I'm an animator, I can do that.
Yeah. And I was watching a NASA video of a guy on the space station, and he's like, yeah, we saw the flooding in wherever the flooding happened. He goes, we could see the devastating flooding. You couldn't see the devastating flooding from an airline, okay? But he could see it from the space station. From 250 miles away. Give me a break.
Yeah, why don't they just go up 500 miles and then actually show Earth spinning? But yeah,
with buildings
That's
upside
a
down.
question we always ask. Nobody ever
It's
asked.
never happened, but you know what? Globeheads don't need that because you know what their stupid fucking excuse always is?
What is
well, I mean, it's a waste of money. Well, why would they need to show you that the Earth's spinning? We know it is. I'm like, bitch, because they never fucking have. That's why. Zero.
Exactly.
How about 0 times? How about just once? How about just once? 0.
Once.
A camera on the moon.
With the
Camera on the
buildings
moon.
upside down, with the satellites all around, all these satellites you're talking about. Let's see all of this.
Where are these
And we'll
satellites
go
crashing
on.
into one another? Why aren't they crashing in? Why aren't they taking out houses, falling every day? What? It's just
not only that.
Here's what I don't understand. Like, if you just stop at one thing, let's just stop at water always finds its level.
Right.
Let's just stop there. Right.
It's over.
Like we literally use water inside of levels, these things called levels, like when we make our homes
to prove
because we want shit to be level. And if it's off just slightly, that bubble is not going to be between those two things.
Yeah, they level bridges, they level buildings.
That's how you know the shit is level. So what I'm saying is, if this earth is covered 75% by water, and water always finds its level, then, ladies and gentlemen, what must it be? It must be.
Well, why would they lie, Jamar? Why? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie?
I still have to go to work tomorrow. What difference does the shape make?
Right, and that's it. So that you have to go to work tomorrow because it's hiding a lot of different things. It's hiding the fact. First of all, they're taking God out of the equation. They're taking free energy out of the equation because that's one of the things that if you know about this, we understand how our world works better, and free energy is something that we'd be able to be a part of. Right now, we have to work because you have to pay for your electricity and your gas and your fucking this and that and all this bullshit. And if we knew that we just lived in a world that was created for us, to live out our
expand the mind of the creator. Expand the mind of the creator. That's why we're here, in my opinion. Right? The currency of this world is our souls. Our souls are a spark of the creator. This is the way I see it. And we're here to experience, we chose to be here during this crazy time, which is awesome. Right? So, and they have no control over us. If we all just woke up to this is what they're afraid of. They're afraid of flat earth because everyone that wakes up to flat earth unplugs from their mind matrix. They unplug. Right? Everyone that believes in the ball is literally plugged. They got the spike in the back of their head and they're being programmed with nonsense and they don't know who they are, where they are, what they are.
Right. They're kept in the atheistic mentality, which is necessary to even, it's so necessary for you to continue accepting the system in the way it is now, the way we get up and go to work, the way the economy is, the way, just wars, just anything. None of that stuff would be accepted if we knew this was a creation. But since we're kept in a atheistic mentality where everything is scarce, there are limited resources, there's
the sun might explode.
It's going to die out one day.
Right.
You're not important. You're an accident.
You're an accident. This is all, man. You could have just been a fucking, you're just lucky to be here and you can be gone at any fucking moment.
Nothing matters.
Don't take this seriously. Like this shit is not about you. You see, like they say, oh, you act like the world revolves around you, because it does. Motherfuckers, because it does. That's why I feel like that. But you don't want me to feel like that, because you know that gives me power. If I knew that, damn, like this really is a world created for me by God, like who is me? Like this is my creation, but I'm experiencing my creation as me right now. You know what I mean? But I'm also experiencing as this microphone too. You know what I mean? Like everything is the creator experiencing the creation. And it's like, but for us as these beings that are able to mentally like project our thoughts and make them into reality type of shit, it's important to control our thoughts, because if you have positive control, if you can control your thoughts and make positive shit happen, they want to stop that.
That's what they're afraid of. They don't want us knowing that our thoughts create our reality. So they're controlling our thoughts, right?
So that it can create the reality they want.
Exactly. Our soul knows the truth. Our conscious mind is disconnected from the more you're disconnected from your soul, the more lost you are, the more depressed that you'll be. And then they got the television news. They got all of this fear, nuclear bombs, everything, right? They got people freaking out. So they just never take their power, right? That's literally what it is. You know, take Neo at the beginning of the movie and Neo at the end of the movie, put them next to each other. The one at the beginning, he's lost. And the one at the end, he took his power back.
You know, I was just thinking about all this metaverse and all this shit, right? And I'm like, shit, TV and all of that is like the metaverse. Even books was the first metaverse for some people. Like it would be a way to escape into a different reality. You see, like you see an actor and you'd be like, you say in real life, like, you know what I mean? Like, what does that mean? Because they actually had us like wrapped up in this fake world, this TV world, like, or this movie world. And now they're going to have us wrapped up in this metaverse shit. Everything to not live the natural life that was created for us to enjoy and thrive in.
Yeah, get back to nature.
That's like the war, natural versus unnatural.
Right, natural versus unnatural. And we got to get back to nature, to what's natural.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest things. The elite, you know, they're trying to take us to the whole transhumanism and take humans and make them unnatural.
Exactly.
That's where we're headed, man.
Right, and then take away your human rights.
They could die. People are going to wish they can die because they're going to be merged with machine and literally not able to die. So they're going to be like living in a eternal hell in their little robot suit. They put their consciousness.
That's what they want. That's for sure. Yeah. That's what they're striving for.
Yeah,
they got a lot of plans, man. We're all here to put that shit to rest. We're all here.
Yeah. Right. We put a kink in the plans. And here's the thing: like y'all motherfuckers, your power is not stronger. Like.
Nope.
They know when to make these moves. They know how astrology works. Right. They know when to make these things happen, when the energies are right. And we laugh. They taught us to laugh at that. They made fun of it. You know, you got your daily horoscope in the newspaper and stuff. That's to make people laugh at astrology. They use the power of these alignments, these eclipses and everything. And they don't want us to know that occulted secret.
Good point.
Yeah, that makes sense. Full moons are powerful. They often release records on certain like days that will somehow have an effect.
Signs and symbols and numbers and planetary alignments and all of that matters to them. They know how it works, and they make us just laugh at it. They're like, "Oh, that's not real." And that's how they've reigned so long, because they're fighting a war that we don't even know exists. It's a spiritual war, and it's an energetic war. And once people wake up to this and start learning this stuff, that's how we win. And I think
consciousness
we're
can
getting
change
there.
it all, man. All of us collectively conscious. It can change the world we're living in right now. It could change tomorrow if all of our conscious came together. Keep speaking truth. That's all that matters. If we keep speaking truth, we're gonna just bombard their party that they're trying to fuck up. We need to crash this fucking bullshit party, man. It's terrible.
Definitely.
I mean, there's too many dumb people in the world. It's bullshit. It shouldn't be this way. When people are handed facts, they should wake up. If they're not, something's fucking wrong with you. There's literally something wrong with you, and I don't know what it is. I wish I knew. Sometimes I'm just like, then fuck off. I'm not even going to try to help you anymore. There's something wrong with you. You don't understand the truth when it's handed to you. I can spoon feed it to you, and you're like, I like their lies better. Leave me alone.
Yeah.
Fuck off then. Like, what else am I supposed to do?
Some people see the truth. Some people see when shown, and some people will never see.
That's the programming, you know?
Yeah.
I don't get mad at people for being so cognitive dissonant. I don't think it's their fault, you know, and it sucks, man. It's a shame that they've been programmed since birth so heavily that you can show them the facts and then they'll still choose like, nah, this cartoon picture, that'll work for me.
What's crazy, like I was telling Jamar about that earlier, I was like, I'm personally trying not to get that mad. I'm trying to like control my emotions because sometimes you talk to these people and it's just so idiotic.
Yeah.
You can't help but get mad. And it's like, but you don't want to be that person either way. You're just like, where they kill somebody because they're not fucking agreeing with you.
Yeah, it's a waste of
No,
energy.
but I'm ready to just get them out of the conversation, though. Like, I'm not going to listen to a bunch of nonsense and shit like that. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Man,
like, you're not even making sense.
Sit
like,
down.
yeah, sit your ass down with all this dumb shit. Like, at least come with an intelligent. Even though it's hard to sound intelligent,
There's no intelligence, when you're trying to defend the globe.
But
There's nothing
please just don't be making shit up. Don't be
The bottom of the ocean curves, but not the top.
Oh my goodness, man.
Don't throw out code words to sound smart that have nothing to do with any. Oh, it's a vortex. That's called a vortex.
Yeah.
Like, huh? Shut the fuck up. Like, that has nothing to do with nothing. Like you're just trying to sound smart right now.
Or
Like,
they'll ask you, can you make predictions of eclipses? That has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. That just has to do with elliptical orbits.
right, but
They'll
yes,
take
I
you down
could.
another
But I'm not
path.
here to make
Try to confuse
predictions.
you
I'm
and
not
sound
a
like they're
fucking an astrologer, a prophet. I'm here to tell you we're not on a spinning fucking ball. Period. I'm here and they try to call this pseudoscience. Like, do y'all know what pseudoscience is? Like, pseudoscience is something that cannot be duplicated or replicated in any kind of controlled environment and all that. All the shit that y'all are talking about
exactly
is something that cannot be duplicated. You can't show me a ball where water wraps around the outside of it. I can spin it and the water sticks to it. You can't show me that.
The regularity
inside the egg, not on the outside.
The regularity of eclipses shows that we're not in a random beehive. These are the paths of an eclipse, and when you look at it on a flat Earth, it makes a beautiful circle. What are the odds that would happen? Right on a globe, on a flat Earth.
You see, crazy.
That's a good point.
Yeah, it's
makes much more sense.
But it's not enough for them. Like, again, you could show all this stuff and they're just no.
They'll
go to the next question.
Move on to the next thing. Then they'll be like, so what's under it then? Like, stop asking me shit that I can't fucking answer, yo.
Here's the answer, Jamar. You tell them that the Guinness Book of World Records has about 7.9 miles. About 8 miles. And so did they find some magma core? Did they find the top of a Chinese guy's head? Tell me what they found, and then we can have the conversation. Don't tell me to converse about something that you don't even know about. But they want to bring up like, well, if you dig to...
As if everybody knows this. And they're like, well, where do you think lava comes from?
Lava proves the ball. What about the airplane? That goes down a curve. They'll say the dumbest things, and then when you tell them, like someone like Neil deGrasse Tyson already openly admitted because of the pressure flat earthers put on him that you can't see the curve from, what was it, David? Like 100,000
feet up.
120,000 feet, where Felix
they set it higher.
Jump. Right.
Yeah. They set we forced these motherfuckers to set the bar higher.
They keep moving the globe posts.
Yep. So when people talk about an airplane curve out the window, that is by far that might be even dumber at this point than saying the bottom of the ocean's curving, because it's already been. We all know there's no curvature, but for Globers to say that they saw a curve out the window, that's so hard, man. It's like, how programmed can you be to think that? That's the biggest thing I ever hear is the airplane window curve. I'm like, I just was on a plane. I was on a stationary plane, not moving the whole time. People have brought levelers on the plane for hours and hours. That motherfucker don't move. It's a level plane the whole time. It's just your field of vision. You're not going to be able to see China from LA. You're stupid if you think that.
Exactly. And when you're on the plane, and when you're on the plane, right? You're up in the air. If you close your eyes, you still know that you're moving. Right?
Yeah,
and that's going in a straight line. We don't go in a straight line. We're dropping a mile every 2 minutes. Okay. When people go, I'm on an airplane, I could drink a glass of water and I could go to the bathroom. I go, well, first take the outside of the airplane off, double the speed, and make them nosedive a mile every half a minute.
You're not going to take a piss that day.
Yeah, you will take a piss, but it's going to be right. It's going to go everywhere. You're definitely going to piss.
This is the type of shit that these motherfuckers don't account. Like, I hate when they say, you've never been on an airplane. If you throw something up, does it just shoot back? You dumb motherfuckers. That's in a closed system. Stop explaining something that's in a closed system. Y'all are saying that we're exposed to the endless vacuum of space. Okay? So don't tell me that it's like being inside the plane. It's like being on the outside of the plane. Now tell me what's going to happen.
Yeah.
So please explain why we don't feel these 1,000-mile-an-hour winds. And yes, we know there's
gravity
6.6 of the sun, and then
Dave, you know what Pepperrod's answer to that was?
Of the sun moving. We know about all those speeds, but we'll just talk about the 1,000-mile-an-hour winds. Shit, just the other day, it was only like 50-something mile-an-hour winds out here in New York. And my fucking lawn furniture and all this type of shit was knocked over in the back. I had to go out there and fucking pick the shit up.
What did Man Kepra say?
He said we don't feel the winds because of mountains and valleys.
Yeah. Because I guess the mountains are blocking.
Maybe it's to block mountains like a barrier, I guess, in
the
his
mountains
mind.
In his mind.
They hold on to the air and turn it with the earth.
Somehow it deflects us from feeling those 1,000-mile-per-hour winds.
1,000-mile-an-hour
I've actually heard, I think it was Neil deGrasse Tyson, he said that the irregularity of the surface of the earth does keep the air moving with it. Right. But somehow the air at 127,000 feet, or even at 40,000 feet, doesn't lag behind. It actually outruns the spin of the earth. OK, at 40,000 feet, there's like serious winds that are going east. They outrun the spin of the earth. Explain that on a spinning ball.
No, they can't. They'll just say gravity and they'll hang up on you.
Gravity. And then they'll like, well, it kind of whips it. It's like when you do a whip. The tip of the whip ends up going faster.
You'll ask that, and then they'll be like, well, what about, all planets are round. Like,
Earth's the only flat planet.
Like, come on, Like, stop.
Well, hey, man, right there proves the indoctrination, especially the education system. I mean, they did their job. This shit worked.
All planets are not round. Thank you for showing a picture of a real pulsating planet.
That's Venus. That's
okay.
Venus. I can tell it's a circle. That's as far as I can go.
We know it's a circle.
That's me.
Exactly.
Right.
Circle shape.
You don't know if it's a sphere. If you show a lot of the other planets or stars, man, these shits is just all kind of fucking like not a solid shape. Like look at the edges of that thing. Like that's not a perfect circle either. Like look at the edges of that thing.
Yeah, man, that looks like it's a pizza.
You know what it reminds me of? You know what it reminds me of?
It's like a cell inside the body.
Hey, pretend you're in a helicopter and you're looking down in an in-ground pool, and they have their lights
look
on.
at Mars. Look at Mars.
It looks like water.
All the planets are. Is that round to you?
Like if we're in a helicopter looking down.
Round.
You're in a helicopter looking down.
You know what? Here's the thing. Maybe this energetic, sentient ball, if you ask me, whatever the hell it is, maybe it is round.
I don't think it's a
maybe.
ball.
Look what it's doing, though.
Yeah,
that's not round. It's moving. It's like,
but like I said, even if it was,
most of the time it's roundish, but it's moving. It's fluent. That thing looks alive.
It looks like, I'm telling you, it looks like water.
Story.
It looks like water.
It looks like we're looking at it through water.
Like you put an LED light up there, and it's just showing you a little bit,
like the bottom of a pool on a nice sunny day. The way it's all, It
just looks like energy, water, and it who knows what's above us in terms of the heavens or whatever's up there. It's bringing those colors down.
Right, but NASA gives us this, and this is what we really see.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Those are those could be.
And when everybody says all the planets around, they're thinking of that top row. They're thinking of what they're seeing on the top. Not hardly. Most people have never even seen what's on the bottom of what they really look like. So they're all I love things like that. What's that? A star?
This is a star Capella. You can see this with your naked eye.
Now, come
on a clear night, you can see this.
No, everyone can see this without a zoom, but when you zoom in, ooh.
That's Party Planet.
Right. Fucking disco, the disco right there.
Now that is beautiful.
That looks crazy.
That is not anything of what people think, and that definitely looks like some water shit. But that's definitely not what people think it is. But even still, I love to give the example of the pool table when it's like, okay, you're standing on a pool table, you're looking out, you see a bunch of round balls, on the pool table and shit. Does that mean that the fucking table is round? No.
You can't use that because the pool table's artificial.
Yeah, because it's artificial.
The dude said that. He said the table's artificial.
That was some dumb shit somebody said. Like, they try to disqualify that analogy.
The pool table has pockets. It doesn't.
Yeah, he's like, so you can't use that.
It'll be some dumb shit, but I'm just like, do you understand that it doesn't have to be? I'm looking out. You're assuming that the pool table, that what we're on and what we're looking at, that we're the same thing.
Well, the reason people connect the sky because we're trying to talk about the Earth. The reason people connect the sky is from all the bullshit of even I don't even know if it happened, but I think it was Galileo and all them that's how they proved the Earth was a round ball back in the days, because they got some guy with a telescope and he's like, oh yeah, those look circular, so we're circular. That was literally their proof, that generation. And that's all they needed. So people hang up on the fact that someone at some point looked up with a telescope and said the Earth's round. So they stay looking up. Bitch, look down, look across. Everything is flat, you dumb fucks. Like, what are you talking about?
And again, it's making an assumption that what you're looking, that you are on the same thing that we're looking at.
Yeah, you're on a pulsating
we call ours, and see the problem is that we call those planets and we call this a planet. That's the problem.
Is to be wandering stars. What do you think about this?
Yeah.
I'm sure you looked into Tatari and everything, and that there was a completely different world here less than 200 years ago. So with that in mind, I say all of these guys are fictional characters. None of them existed.
Yeah.
No, that's possible. Because
I would agree with you. I've said that for a long time.
Aristophanes did not show up into any books until the mid-1900s. He would have been the most famous mathematician back then. He would have been written about, but he was left out. Maybe he was a real person, but the story is made up. I even doubt he was a real person at this point.
That's why people bring up false history when they're bringing up their false planet bullshit. They bring up these motherfuckers. Well, these guys said, do you know these guys? Were you there? It's like, we don't need to do all this verification shit. It's like, no, I don't even need that. Show me some shit printed with these guys' names before 1800. Just show it to me. And they can't find shit. And it's like, well, they're still real. It's like, no, they're not, though. Not only was gravity created to promote this ball psyop, but these motherfuckers were too. You got to come up with backstories to tell people, look, these guys back in the day were real smart scholars and they're fucking, scientists, and they said it. So you have to believe it. It's like, no, they don't exist, and fuck off. We're not believing you anymore. It's over now, man.
And this is, but bullshit. You still hear this. Like, listen. Let's get when you get an expert to tell me this, like, where'd you get this from? Who told you this? Somebody on YouTube? Like they try to disqualify the source in order to,
at least we're real, but we're real. Right. They can meet us. What's up? Like, let's shake up.
Disqualify the whole argument. Like, well, where'd you get it from?
YouTube is just like the world, filled with all sorts of information, good, crap,
You just have to sort it out. I mean, there's assholes everywhere, and there's good people. You got to sort it out. There's
Just like at
nonsense.
the library.
Yeah, there's nonsense on YouTube, and there's factual stuff. There's more intelligent, educational stuff on YouTube than all of the universities combined, in my opinion.
The same person that said that, though, right? That says, where'd you get that from? YouTube? When you fucking talk to them, you'd be like, they'd be like, yeah, I fixed my dishwasher. Oh yeah, how'd you learn? YouTube.
Now it's okay.
Yeah,
now it's okay.
Yeah.
When it teaches you how to fucking fix your car and all of that type of shit, YouTube is a great fucking educational place. But when it's time to find out, just learn about experiments that might be going on out there where they're proving with lasers over fucking hundreds of miles that fucking, this shit is fucking flat and your whole 8 inches per square mile doesn't fucking hold up, that there is no fucking curve, you lying pieces of shit.
That's right. With that said, we're gonna switch over to Rockfin. So let me go ahead and thank you, YouTube, for tuning in. We're gonna switch over to Rockfin. Whoever wants to follow us over there, so we could talk uncensored. See you next week, YouTube.
Yeah.
You are now rockin' with Dave from deep inside the rabbit hole. The one and only Sean Hibbler of Hibbler Productions. And the rebellious host, known as The Dose. ODD Truthavision. Welcome to the Triple Truth Oddcast. Smash that like button and enjoy the show.
All right, y'all, welcome back, man, for the second half of the Oddcast, episode number 5. We're back on Rockfin, where we're totally uncensored, so nothing is off limits, and now we can talk about whatever the hell we want.
Good save.
You mean the Rockfin part?
Awesome. Yeah, now that we're not on YouTube, but the people that rebroadcast are on YouTube, let's say a bunch of things. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, the censorship is hard.
Yeah, so the Rumpus is planning a Bedford Levels quote-unquote experiment. Coming down the pike, that's in the works. He's going to go out to the Bedford Levels, get an auto level, look out 6 miles, target, make a bunch of inferences, then make some declarative statements, some affirming the consequent fallacies, no doubt.
Sounds awesome.
Yeah. So I asked him, why use an auto level and a stick? Why not use a laser? Because lasers aren't as accurate as an auto level. Well, all right, buddy. That's why they don't use auto levels to target.
That's why they can, so that they're going to watch. They're going to manipulate the numbers afterwards. They're also going to jump, like you said, to some fantasy level where they're on paper instead of reality to morph those numbers. Yep. Guaranteed. You could probably take that to the bank. You think?
Maybe. I think that somebody should show up with a laser setup the exact day that he does it.
Right next to them.
Yeah, right next to them. Set up like before they get there, so when they get there, they're like, "What's all these lasers?" They're like, "Oh, we're going to do this right, not your little make believe nonsense that you're trying to do."
Have like
Not that
two
what
of them.
he's going to do. What he's going to do is going to yield information, no doubt, right? But it's what you do with that information that matters.
Should have a couple of people go there with lasers, one on each side or a couple on each side. Just have a whole bunch of lasers lined up doing the same thing. That's repeatability in one occurrence.
Yeah, they should have 3 different color lasers. It really frustrates me, though, how presumptuous these people are that the evidence or even the sentences that you use are like they just assume you're stupid. I asked them, how are you going to determine whether what you're seeing through the lens of the machine that you're using is physical differential in your field of view or optical differential in your field of view? And his response is, "Oh, that's a bunch of gibberish." I'm like, "All right, dude, do you want me to get out my How to Talk to Stupid People dictionary so I can make it simpler for you?" And then later on, he uses those words, differential and all of that, to basically in the same manner. It's like, oh, so it's okay. It's okay. If it comes out of a flat earther's mouth, it's retarded. But if you say it, then clearly it's intelligent. Anything else going on? And I actually have to get some work done. Ay, ay, ay.
Yo, AI, that was some really good shit earlier on at Nathan Hopkins, man. That was really good.
Yeah, thank you. It also was apropos with the thing that Rumpus is going to do in the future, because refraction is always their Hail Mary, right? And, of course, denying. Yep.
And gravity.
No, I was just going to say, who takes Rumba seriously? The answer is nobody.
What were you about to say?
I don't know. I'm sure it had something to do with categorizing refraction as their like savior for their observations, and it just doesn't match reality when tested. Like, for example, like if you can't answer a question, like when you're setting up a quote unquote scientific observation, right? Using those terms loosely, about how you're going to determine what methodology you're going to use to decide whether what you're seeing is a physical displacement in free space or an optical displacement in your field of view, right? Because obviously we know things can be somewhere optically where they are not physically. So how are you going to determine between the two? You should know that if you're really going to be able to decipher your results. And if you don't know that, and I ask you, and you act like that's gibberish, it's like, how can I trust your competence to be able to do this? It's like I should almost summarily dismiss anything you say after that. So yeah, people go out and do these little six mile observations on the surface of the Earth and completely ignore 25-mile laser tests, 120 kilometers, which I can't convert to miles off the top of my head, laser tests done by the government, right? Or eyewitness testimony of pilots, like SR-71 pilots that say, I've seen the West Coast from the East Coast, or Jay Tolan's 1,200 mile whatever, or the Canigou Mountain Range infrared shot, all which supersede these little tests, right, by orders of magnitude, which demonstrate no hump of Earth curve in the way, right? But somehow you going out with your little auto level reticle over 6 miles is going to settle it. It's like there's supersedery examples that exist, right, that must be dealt with. How do you deal with those? Well, I'll just do something that's orders of magnitude lesser, and that'll prove it. It's like, no, what you're going to do is not going to be definitive because you have to explain all those other things. And how are you going to explain all those other things? Well, the answer always has been and always will be magical, bendy, refracted light that they dream of, which they have yet to demonstrate, which there are demonstrations to the opposite. So they're in a very tenuous position. So what else could they do but just go out to the Bedford levels and do a little dance and a jig and just repeat the same kind of small scale observations that have been done ad infinitum into the past?
Yeah, wait till it gets picked apart by our experts here. Yeah, they're so dumb. I mean, it's so low level, but it's the first time I've ever even heard of any glober. Well, these aren't globers; they're anti-flat earthers. But either way, either one of those two categories, I never heard of anyone, not single one, doing anything like this. Like, I mean, all the thousands of trolls and all the thousands of maybe.
No, to be fair, there's been about a dozen.
A dozen what?
Practical, real world, quote unquote, tests done by globers of any merit that are within the argument.
Okay, so have they provided the same kind of data that our information provides?
Never, as far as I can recall.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean.
Yeah. For example, we're still waiting on Wolfie to give us the flight recorder data of the consistent change in attitude that matches the curvilinear path necessary if the plane was going around a globe.
Yeah.
Now, what do we get? Excuse after excuse after excuse after excuse.
Yeah, I forgot what Zanuck is on. He's right along the same lines, though, as what he's supposed to provide, same kind of thing. But he makes like dozens of fallacious statements in just a short sentence, so it's really hard to pinpoint which one you want to hold his feet to the fire on.
Well, his favorite one is as you raise in altitude, the angle to the apparent horizon, which is the only horizon that exists, of course, alters itself in your field of view, right? So the angle separation between you and it increases. Therefore, the Earth can't be flat. Now, why is that a problem? Well, he's assuming that if the Earth was flat, the horizon would render at exactly 50% in your field of view, right? So it'd be, quote unquote, in the middle of your field of view or at the center of your field of view, right? Well, that's a false assertion. That's not true. Now, why did he think it's true? Well, that's because so many flat earthers say the horizon is always at eye level, and that's false. Now, the correct terminology is the horizon appears to rise to eye level.
Or rise with the observer. I mean, it does rise with. We don't have to be specific that it's right at eye level, but wherever it is when we leave the ground, it rises with you at that level. It never goes down.
Here's the point. The point is that if you're 1,000 feet off the ground and the ground is perfectly horizontal and level and flat on the z-axis into infinity, right? Okay, check this out. In your field of view, there's 1,000 feet of sky before you get ground. So would you not expect that 1,000 feet of sky to render below your eye line in which it physically occupies? The correct answer is of course.
Yeah.
So this assertion that the horizon, if the Earth is flat, must be at exactly 50% in your field of view is, quite frankly, not a statement that someone who claims to be intelligent should be uttering out their pie hole, especially if you claim to be smart and a critic and like know these types of things. It's like, I'm so smart, I know the way this works. That 1,000 feet of sky would be oblivious in your field of view. It just wouldn't exist. It's like, are you serious right now? Now, why do we think that? Well, the answer is because as we experience the horizon when we're on the ground, it appears to us to be at 50%. It's not technically at 50%, right? Because there's still 6 feet of sky that needs to be rendered. The problem is that 6 feet of sky at the range in which the horizon is essentially becomes, for lack of a better term, a differential of 1 or 2 pixels in our field of view. So to us, it appears to be at exactly 50%. However, it's not.
Yeah, exactly. The differential between how much sky above you and how much sky below before the ground. I gotcha. Mm-hmm.
Right. So a flat earther makes a claim about what's experienced in the field of view, which the ground in front of you appears to ramp up or quote unquote fill or quote unquote rise to and towards eye level in your field of view. That's true. We all understand this. It's what they teach in art class and perspective and all of these types of things. Right. So they say that phrase. Globers interpret it as must be rendered at exactly 50% in your field of view at all times, and then try to debunk that, rather than the actual statement, which is when I look out in perspective down a hallway, the floor seems to ramp towards the center, the ceiling seems to ramp towards the center, the side seems to ramp towards the center, the other side seems to ramp towards the center.
It sure does.
Yeah, right, but these guys pat themselves on the back and call themselves "I am the citation." I could teach you something, yet they make such a blunder in thinking.
Yeah. Pride goeth before the fall, as they say. That statement didn't come out of a vacuum.
Yeah, how do you have statements without a container? Oh. All right, friends, as entertaining as this is, elucidating the problems with people who fancy themselves to be the intelligentsia of the globe Earth zealotry front, I got to get some actual work done, and this conversation is too interesting to listen to without wanting to talk. So I'm going to have to just listen to music.
Yeah, me too. I got you, man. I got to get outside too. Hey, you have a great day, man. Enjoy.
All right, laters.
Nobody claims that what you're observing when you're seeing the horizon is the geometric horizon.
That's fascinating, but to do geometry you must have one.
It is an optic phenomenon.
So to do geometry though, you must have one. A tangent point with a straight line to it. Now you're telling me all about what you haven't got.
So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light? I've been on the globe for my whole life. Something in my nose don't smell right. Meditating, feel a slight breeze in the wind, but I know I ain't moving, this is no ride. How you gonna tell me that the air that I'm breathing, that the PSI I'm feeling, they contain, motherfucker? How you have gas pressure next to a place 10 to the negative 17 to a space, motherfucker? What did Nixon say? One small step for man is one giant leap for mankind. And at the same time, the can of tuna landed on the moon while the Vietnamese died at the same time. I ain't got time for the life, MLM. Helios, flame out, breaking down the dam. Crushing all false gods in the program. Believe when he say that I am that I am. I am that I am. So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you dies tonight? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
You should raise them to be free. If not, they might rebel.
You are not an educator, you bringing me down like an elevator. Better yet, an escalator. You keep gumming my shoes so that I never make it. I'ma put you down like you a tire levitator. Speaking of the elevation, the black swan, why is the horizon 10 times further than the geometry you predicated? Probably cause you never did it. Never did, never will. Now global, tell me how you really feel. This is not a globe, this is the appeal. This is not a globe, this is just for real. This is for your soul, something you can feel. Saying you won't change, but I know you will. Here's your Dr. Bill. Which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
Nigerianism and dearth. Well, he never saw crypto entering the fray. The best white rapper since Eric Dubay. Now I haven't rapped for long, so I don't want to boast, but my rhymes are better than the view at the coast. And right now I'm dropping some pretty sick bars, and I can't help nudge that we see too far. In crypto trading, we have different kind of bars. They exist on your screen just like terraform on Mars. You can't really go there, it's just a visage. It's not a real place and it's not a mirage. Anyway, let's get back to the plane. Unlike platypus, I'm bringing the pain. Earth is flat and it does not move. Anything else and you'd have to prove. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Horizon is where the earth meets the sky. Always rises with you no matter how high. Troll questions asking, well, do you ever fly? Not high enough for the grass or nigh. Those clown shows running interference. Not even once do they make any sense. While Neil says, guys, that stuff is flat. Bill says the boats disappear over that. Well, it's time to get your story straight. Just like the flat horizon that we observe. Used still think that you live on a sphere, you must have a vacuum between your ears. But that can't be true because you live in nature, and vacuums don't form without a container. Which brings me back to what I've learned. Research a flat, unmoving earth. Yeah! I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah! I won't believe that lies no more. Now I don't like to be rude and I don't like to slander, so I'll keep it short just like I'm Gem Panda. The earth is a flat, stationary plane. No reification is worth the same. They tell you Coriolis is earth-based, but that bullshit just leaves a fake taste. The sea somehow has mass appeal, but not a single evidence showing it's real. The ball is cracked for all the nations. They're still stuck on the globe plantation. Got them evoking correlation, or even worse, I am the citation. Now luckily for you, that's it from me. I'm going back to join the FP party. If mainstream consensus has got you bored, join Flat Earth 24/7 Discord 2.0. Yeah! I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah! I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah! I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah! I won't believe that lies no more.
The flat is Earth. Got any care, man?
So, does anyone here like weather?
Like weather?
It's a joke. Sorry. I don't think anyone got it.
Obviously not.
This is where Glatt was supposed to come in and help me out, but he didn't.
Hey, I wasn't prepared for that. I didn't know you were going to do that.
I had to.
I love it. I posted what that's from in the live stream voice text.
Oh.
Jonah Hill, for the audience listening, it's Jonah Hill, the actor, nervous at first date, and he looks over the table as he's reading the menu, and he goes, "So, do you like weather?" Yeah, it's pretty good. So
I think
anyway,
he said that to Ice Cube.
did he?
Yeah.
Is he like training for a date or something, and that's what it is?
They were at like a family function thing, and he was trying to talk to the dad who's Ice Cube.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Which makes it so much funnier.
Right.
He's
Man,
so
of course I like weather. Just kidding. Sorry, what?
I said that's just what makes it funnier. He's saying it to him.
Look at that Ice Cube. Motherfucker, look at this.
Yep.
Looking at. What you looking at, partner? Sorry. You know, I get the feeling Ice Cube doesn't like much weather. Most weather will melt ice cubes.
Oh.
Good point.
Very bad dad joke, but also fact.
Yeah. Non-debatable.
Non-debatable. So, Earth still isn't a globe. Sorry, not sorry.
Hey, bro, have you seen lava?
Lava? No.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen, like, pictures and video, but not personally.
Lava equals globe, man.
The lava equals the globe? Okay. And how's that?
I don't know.
Oh. Okay, let me take a stab at it. So, there's a molten iron core to the fantasy globe Earth, and there's rivers of lava as a result under the crusts of the Earth. And those rivers connect to the surface sometimes as volcanoes. That's what I think the globe people think. At least that's what I thought when I was growing up.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Mm-hmm. But I've never seen lava up close, and I'm interested because there's people say that you can get really, really, really close to it. Like, put your hand almost right next to that boiling hot lava, and it won't be that hot. Of course, if you touch it, then you're fucked. But they're saying that, like, the heat it puts out isn't. I don't know what to say. Okay.
Isn't it the gases that are toxic?
Yeah, I can imagine the gases are toxic. I mean, yeah, can only imagine that. But it's so funny. People are like, oh, you know, all it takes is one big volcano and we're all fucked. It's like, really? I don't think that's how this place works. Call me crazy. I don't think one rogue volcano is going to end the world. Just, it doesn't even make sense. They're like, oh, it'll fill up the ozone in the atmosphere and it'll suffocate and block out the sun. No, it won't.
Maybe if they all erupt in the same time.
The Yellowstone caldera, man. It's going to take out the whole West Coast.
Nope. I don't care how big your volcano is. It's not gonna-
It might, Mount Rainier might just take out like Seattle, though. That's a possibility.
I mean, some shit can go down, but the world isn't ending because of the way the world was set up. Does that make sense?
No.
They're all like, oh, it could be anything that kills us. Hey, we could die tomorrow. We are a speck of dust in infinite shit.
We don't know what's under the ground, you know?
More ground.
If I could guess, I would say, pressure builds up underground and it's just a release, release of that pressure.
Yeah. I mean, it's heat to build up. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. And it just melts, melts the rocks or whatever is under the ground. So that's what lava is, in my opinion.
Yeah, actually, I don't know where it would come from. And, Globers will be like, well, duh, that means it's a molten iron core. No, it doesn't mean that. It could mean so many other things. But, yeah, I don't know what lava is. Well, I know what it is. I just don't know where it comes from. Magma and lava. No idea. And you know what's funny? We assume we know where it's coming from. Oh, really? Did you dive into one of those lava rivers and follow it all the way back to the source? No. So then you don't know where it came from. Simple as that.
Yeah, well, for it to be molten iron core, they have to prove the globe first, then it will make sense, but they have to prove the globe first, then assume what's underground.
You're roboting a little bit, by the way.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Who was that was just talking and roboting?
Multi.
Oh, okay, cool. That GIF that you posted of the lava going into the ocean there, cut the shit. Looks like the Earth had Taco Bell last night, huh?
Wow.
Yeah.
Could have gone without saying.
It's bad. That's a bad GIF. That just doesn't, it looks disgusting. Looks like a dragon throwing up.
Actually, yeah, it does.
I know. It's like...
Now I can't unsee that. Thanks.
Anytime. Yeah, I guess so. If anybody has proof of where lava comes from, I'd love to see it. Love to talk about it.
I think the weirdest one I've heard for that one is it comes from hell.
Is that right? Is it just melted souls,
Yeah, it's just a pool of souls.
Oh, shit. Who needs cremation when you can turn into lava? Shit.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what to make of it. Yeah, I don't know what to talk about when it comes to lava. That's a spicy meatball. KJ, so you don't like the Mask movie?
No, not really. Like, I liked it when I saw it the first time, but after, like, the fifth or sixth, I'm just like, okay, no. It's stupid.
Yeah. To me, that's what makes it fun. But I agree. Watching it as an adult, I'm just kind of like, whatever. But yeah, when it came out, I was definitely about it.
There was one Jim Carrey movie that I loved, and I can't remember which one.
He's been in lots of movies, tons of them.
No shit. Yeah.
JC, Jim Carrey. How about?
That's not even his real name.
Wow, that doesn't surprise me.
But I forgot what his real name is, so don't ask.
Okay. Well, at least it's not Henry Van Winkle, like Vanilla Ice. I almost think that's fake.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look this up.
And the way he dances is just really embarrassing for him. Like, he's all style, or he's all feel, no style. Like, he's really feeling it, but it looks horrible. Yeah, Truman.
Yeah.
It was in that pet detective movie. What, I don't know what it's called. Pet detective something.
Yeah, Ace Ventura.
Ace Ventura. Yeah, that was good.
In the beginning, when he's delivering a package, and he's like kicking it around and throwing it around before it gets to the guy's door, and the guy, he delivers it, he gets to the door, a guy opens it up and shakes it, and he goes, "Sounds broken." And Jim goes, "I'm sure it was something lovely."
I've never seen that movie.
It's good. It's a good one. Hungry little fella. There you go. It's classic. It's very, very quotable.
Yeah,
and if I'm not back in 5 minutes, just wait longer. What's up? Go ahead. Yep.
And that movie.
Multi-year roboting mad hard. I wonder if you could just go somewhere else.
Is it? Okay.
No, I mean, no. So I'm sorry. That sounded horrible. I meant like a coffee shop or something, so that you could have a different connection.
Oh, good.
I was like, why don't you just get the fuck out of here? You know what I mean? Do us all a favor. Just kidding, Multi-Tom. Just kidding. By the way, I want to know what your name means when you stop roboting.
Oh snap! Hot mic.
Bass version.
Oh shit! What did I start? It's a little salsa for you, man. Salsa.
Da, 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 da. I thought the earth was globe until it was exposed, and now it seems that it's flat, as it always has been.
We need more flat Earth parody songs.
I was going to do Michael Jackson Bad. I started writing it. And then I stopped.
Yeah, I got started on, what was it, A Whole New World, and have not finished that.
Ah, yeah. Brand new place for you and Steve. No curvature to show. Don't you know? This world isn't just what you thought. I don't know. Whatever. You'll do better with the lyrics. I can show you the curve. Somewhere past the horizon.
Judges, I'll give that a 4.
Sorry, what?
Your song, man.
My song.
I liked it. It was good.
I wish I wrote that song.
What was it, Aladdin?
Yeah, Aladdin. Yeah.
Aladdin, right?
A whole new world. I need that drop over distance. Just wanna know, how high do I have to go to see the curve with my own eyes today? Woo-wee, I'm not a singer. Can you show me the curve?
That would work.
I mean, so many of the lyrics just work anyway. Like a whole new world, don't you dare close your eyes. 100,000 things to see, hold your breath, it gets better. I'm like a shooting star, I've come so far, I can't go back to where I used to be. Like on the globe.
Right.
It works. But that's the original lyrics.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Especially with New Horizons to pursue. That one's probably my favorite.
Right. It's almost like they wrote it as a Flat Earth song.
Yeah.
Yep. A whole new world. Refraction doesn't bend light. A whole new world. No matter how much you want it. You don't know the Earth's size. Something. I wonder when the next social justice virtue signaling thing is going to come out where, like, inanimate objects can get pregnant.
What?
You know, like if men can get pregnant, yeah, fuck it. My computer desk is pregnant now. 3 months. You know what I mean? It's just like, what? My north-facing wall is pregnant and my south-facing wall is annoyed. It's just so
That reminds me of something I never sent you. I'm going to have to send you.
What about if I identified as disabled? Could I get a pension?
Yes.
That's actually what I was gonna send you. So there's this thing where people excuse me, people think that they should have been born disabled, so they actually disable themselves. Make themselves blind, they cut off their arm, they do all sorts of weird shit because they feel like they should have been born disabled. And there's a literal term for it, and there are several people, I don't know how many by the thousands, actually participate in this.
Wow. That's...
Isn't it all dysmorphia? Like, you know, so anorexics, right, are people who think they're too fat, right? I mean, and they're not. So, I mean, why is the line drawn at that? I'll never understand that.
So what's the opposite of dysmorphia? You know, I say the people that think they're too skinny, but they're actually obese.
Well, they have body dysmorphia, right? Like, I mean, so dysmorphia just means like,
Just body dysmorphia.
Right, they're body dysmorphic, right? So, you know, a person who, I mean, I don't know. It's like seeing themselves one way when they're in fact not, right? Like it's almost like cognitive dissonance in a way, as it pertains to their appearance. So I don't understand why the line's drawn there, right? That's a mental illness. But you know, not in any other aspect. Like you're clearly not disabled. You disable yourself. Like how's that not just a cognitive dissonance between what you are and what you perceive yourself as? You know,
it's a choice to be that cognitively deficient every day. It's like they just want to be rebellious. That's all it is. They want to be different.
Right, it's almost like a form of narcissism, almost, or self involvement. Yeah,
attention getting, masochistic, fucking, yeah. Oh, I'm gonna be a martyr and suffer for no reason.
Right, that's a psychosis for sure. I mean, in my opinion,
I agree, 100%.
It's their parents' fault. They told them they were special.
There's definitely an aspect that, is related to that for sure.
Don't let anybody tell you they're better than you, even if they get first place every time.
Right, which is essentially just the parents like telling themselves, like, I'm the special one.
Right. I didn't raise no loser. God don't make no junk, but what he do make, I take care of.
Yeah, actually, the children were just an extension of their primary parent, like an extension of the parent's ego.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and if you grew up in a narcissistic family like I did, then, cause big problems.
Rubs off.
But this whole thing about identity, it's about people not comfortable in their own skin. They're somehow divorced from their own body. Or alienated might be a better word. Alienated from their own body. So I don't know what causes this. I think it partly has to do with belief systems, though.
Yeah, it does. It's confusion. Do I want to toe the line and be the sex I was born? Or do I want to do something else? It's just crazy. Don't know. But it doesn't have anything to do with Flat Earth, so.
It has to do with life on top of the Earth. Yeah, I think I think people can believe what their body is, and their body will actually conform to what the belief is. Their actual body shape, I know there has to conform to genetics also, but someone's belief system can actually change the shape of their body.
I mean, Yeah, placebo effect's a big deal. If you can dream it, you can redeem it.
Man, that cat's really jamming. Oh, that was a while ago. Never mind. Here, I'll put it again.
I was gonna say that's Michael Jackson, and as much plastic surgery as he had, he never turned into a cat.
Do I have to go to the original every time? I want to see. Copy one of these. May 13th, Friday, May 13th.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't realize that. Copy image.
I don't know anybody named Jason, but if I did, I'd stay away from him today. Tell you what.
Huh.
Not funny.
Guess it's good you're not a Templar from the 1300s.
Okay. Yeah, for sure.
And that cat's really jamming.
There we go. Look at him go. Yes, yes, yes.
Now the statement lines up with the image.
Somebody hire him. And that's a Gibson Les Paul, by the way, I think.
Looks wait a minute, it has two horns. It's a ES 335 or ES 135. No, I don't know, maybe not. Could be a newer version. It has a double cutaway though, so it's not a Les Paul.
That cat don't care what kind it is. He's just shredding.
Definitely Gibson.
Yeah, for sure. The headstock gives it away. Tip the top of it.
Yep. And also those block inlays.
Yeah,
And
I was going to say
bridge.
something about that.
And the bridge is a wraparound body kind of bridge.
Oh yeah, I see that. And the gold pickup. Is there just one pickup on that, or looks like it?
I can't tell.
I think there's just one pickup on it.
This got turned through.
I know, dude. Watch it all day. Fucking dream of this cat dancing around like.
Oh shit! Remove it.
What did you do yesterday? Well,
make it go away.
Has he got a Bigsby tram?
What?
Yeah.
Has he got a Bigsby tram on that?
I couldn't tell. I removed it, so I didn't have to look at it anyway. Starting to smell kind of dank around my place, if you know what I mean.
You should check for a skunk.
No way for a skunk to get in here.
That's exactly what I said before I found a family of skunks.
Well, I live on the 8th floor, so good luck. They'll have to have a key. They'll have to have a pass to get in the security door and the elevator. So I don't know. That's not.
You know what? You know what skunk plural is?
Skunks.
Skank.
Skanks.
It's not that funny.
I swear my dad's nose was like twice as big as that dude's.
Catman.
Catman, Catman. Cut the shit is Catman. I knew there was something peculiar about you.
Is that you? Cut the shit? Oh,
Yeah.
somebody else posted it.
I think so.
Oh, okay, I got it. I'm all cut up now. Don't.
Look at how the whiskers look like they're coming right out of his eyes. Or the actual eyes.
Yeah.
It's a four-eyed cat-headed demon, I tell you, I saw it. Alrighty, my
I just
bike's
realized.
Hmm?
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I just realized it's Friday the 13th.
Mm-hmm.
That was it. That's my announcement.
You know, in those Friday the 13th movies, Jason the Killer, Jason Voorhees, he never went fast. Ever. He was chilling. And
So
he
these
killed
people are
everybody.
Those people are just dumb.
They just can't run from stuff, right? Like, the one thing they can't do in life is run from a murderer.
No, but they sure do have to have curiosity to go investigate the most scariest place. Let's go look.
Exactly. Couple goes off to make out, and they're like, I don't want to make out. I want to go see what's scary.
Yeah.
I want to go, ooh, what's in that shadowy corner?
Yeah, let's investigate. Right.
Ooh, did you hear that? No, stop kissing me. I don't want to do that. I want to go get murdered. Or potentially murdered. Wouldn't that be exciting?
Spice up the evening.
Exactly. Got to keep it, you know.
For some, that's just like a regular evening out, I think. I don't know. That's like date night.
That's great.
Come on, honey. What would you rather do tonight? Let's sit at home, eat popcorn, and watch your favorite binge shows, or go down into the dark corners behind the zoo and see if a lion escaped. Now, that would be scary. If something like that escaped, I live right near one of the largest zoos in the country. Some of their big birds have escaped, though, I think.
You ever been chased by a peacock?
No, but they have these blue herons here, and they're about 4.5 feet tall, and their beak is about 6 inches long, and they can throw their head like a dart.
Yeah, they'll stab you right through the chest bone.
Holy shit. I watch them skewer a freaking squirrels. Literally, squirrel came right out of the hole. This thing went whack, had it in its mouth.
So, like, at our zoo, we have peacocks walking around all over the place with people, you know, and you can't touch them. They won't let you touch. The peacock won't let you touch it. You know, you could try, but it won't happen.
Exactly.
But sometimes they'll chase little kids around. The kids will be freaking the fuck out. You've never seen something so afraid.
I know. That's just torture.
And the peacock's like just kind of chilling, not going too fast, kind of like, hey, come here. Hello, what are you doing today? And the kids are like, oh my God, Mom! That's kind of like what I've seen before. Also, I'll never make those noises again.
Yeah, rip headphone users. Good lord.
Sorry.
Now we have it saved for prosperity.
Oh, good.
Someone get that clip and put it in their soundboard. Slow it down to like 10%. Oh, yeah, come on, Glad. You do it, man. I know you have the capability.
Yeah, but I don't want to. So
Yeah, I know you don't. It's okay. I don't like people picking projects for me either. Isn't that the stupidest thing? You think you would like gave me a notice? Oh, you got a project for me? Well, guess what? I'm on a schedule. I don't have time.
I don't have time for that. I'm too busy sitting in the same spot all day.
But if I am, that's my schedule. I'm on my schedule, not yours.
Right.
Now, I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the moderate resolution imaging spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command-Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me hated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a
Freemasonic galaxy.
They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. NASA's got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Nassholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Hello, hello. Where'd everybody go? Hello?
Anybody home?
Your mic's not working, Ricky. No one can hear you.
What's up?
What's up, dude?
What you doing? Besides sitting here talking to me.
Looking at pictures of birds, weird birds.
Birds? You like birds? What kind of birds? Birds. Well, I wonder if I can melt through metal with a magnifying glass. I bet I can. To clean the lens out. That's a serious lens. It's a major lens here. Teardrop, teardrop 50 even. That's interesting. What do you know? So anybody wants to talk, huh?
We're listening to the Rookie Show.
Oh boy, nobody wants to hear that, do they?
Go on, monologue. We all want to hear it.
Oh yeah, sure you do. Sure you want to hear all about my problem. I could get a book like Horton Hears a Who.
Tell us about ice mice on NASA rockets. Ice mice.
That's funny. Pickle juice. Gimme. I have to fix the rear tire on my electric scooter today, which is always so much fun because in order to take the tire apart, you have to disconnect the brake and all sprocket and everything to get all completely apart. It's a pain in the butt.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Testes. Testes. 1, 2, 3.
3, 2, 1.
Hey, my name is Tristan, and I'm in second grade, and I asked my teacher to show me an experiment where water curves. She couldn't do it because it doesn't curve. The water always finds the water.
What'd your teacher do?
She just didn't talk to me anymore. All she did was walk away. And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She couldn't do it. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. Hey, my name is Tristan, and I'm in second grade, and I asked my teacher to show me an experiment where water curves. She couldn't do it because it doesn't curve. The water always finds the water.
What'd your teacher do?
She just didn't talk to me anymore. All she did was walk away. And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther.
Up for sound bites. This is awesome.
Happy Friday 13th, guys. Anybody knows like what's the deal with Friday 13th? Jason Voorhees.
Connected
What is
with the Freemasons in the 13th century. And they burnt Jacques de Molay, I think, and he cursed the French royal family, and I think it's left over from that.
Like, it's weird. Like here in Spain, we have the same thing, but like nobody knows anything about Friday 13th. Like here in Spain, we have it on Tuesday. So for us, Tuesday 13th is a day of like bad luck. It's weird. Tattoo enthusiast love the number 13 and Friday the 13th. Tattoo collectors.
Yeah, it's the day that Jacques de Molay was executed, basically. He was the head of the Templars in the 13th century. It's a hangover from that.
You say hanged? Hanged?
I said it was a hangover from that. It was Jacques de Molay. He was the head of the Templars, and they burnt him at the stake, I believe. But as they were doing it, the legend says that he cursed the royal family. And that was on Friday the 13th. It stems from that. That's what I read, anyway.
I never heard that before. That's awesome. Someone else we need to look into now.
Saying that, so that could be. But yeah, that's what that's what Wiki says nowadays. I never knew it was in Wiki before, but yeah.
Wow.
Is that photo of you, Nick? Is that up north in England? Do we have a topic for tonight?
It's ladies' night tonight.
Oh man. Oh, but is it now?
No, it's a couple of hours, I think. An hour or two, maybe. I'm not sure. I don't get the time difference.
It's
Because
about
it's
2
9
hours
o'clock.
from now.
Cool, nice one, KJ. 2 hours.
What's my role? Like, for example, what role do I play? I mean, am I even allowed? Like, or can I participate, or not?
Yeah, they might call on you because you're still quite new. They might ask you a few questions.
What about you?
Are you
You're
a
not
globe
new.
earther?
A globe earther. A globe earther. What are you talking about?
Yeah, no.
Are you a globe earther?
Lionel.
I am. I am. I can be. I can be one.
He's a flat earther, but he can be.
Oh, got it. Okay.
You might be if it's slow to start. You might be someone to start with, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Yeah, the
hoping
past
more.
few weeks it's just been very
They're
dead.
definitely.
Yeah.
I have a feeling like girls are gonna attack me. Like,
You'll be fine.
I hope so.
I can't back you up, man. I'm forbidden from talking. Sorry.
I know you would if you could, but that's okay.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
Hey, dude.
I'm his friend.
Friends with me right now. Just going to chill out in here for a bit.
Nice, welcome. Anybody else? Anybody else out there in Europe?
I'm technically in Europe.
I didn't know that. What are you doing here?
We're from Europe.
You're a liar.
We're technically part of the continent of Europe. UK is, isn't it? Even if not, we're officially not.
Oh, you're in. Ah.
Yeah, I mean Wales.
Can I guess your accent? I mean,
I might have given it away then, but
you have something Australian, no?
no.
No. Wait. You have something like you sound like from New Zealand.
No.
I think Canada.
Are you? No. Oh yeah, is that right?
No.
No, you're definitely American.
Nope.
Okay, let me guess.
French?
No, you're. Shut up.
German.
I know what you are.
Chinese. Are you Chinese?
I'm a northerner from the north of England, but.
Oh yeah. You sound like it now.
No, but your accent is like.
No. He sounds like it now.
Welsh.
I'm Welsh, man. Bloody hell, man, boys.
I can hear it now.
Oh my gosh. What happened to your Welsh accent? Welsh people?
Welsh.
Like
Welsh.
Oh, sorry.
Welsh sounds cool.
Welsh. Welsh people should
They're
sound.
feeling Welsh.
I'm feeling quite Welsh today.
Well, that's nice to know. That's very nice to know. But you should have a different accent, man.
Yeah.
Only from South Wales or North.
I'm from
parts of
I'm
Wales.
I'm from a posh place in South Wales. So.
Yeah.
So yeah, I get it now. But you almost sound American. I mean, like, it's amazing.
It's because I'm on year 18 hours a day talking to Americans.
Yeah, huh?
You'll sound American soon, Lionel.
I am South American and I am Spanish.
Oh yeah, you did say, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm from Cuba.
What's that?
I'm from Cuba.
No, you're from Cuba?
Yeah.
Wow. But where are you now in this moment?
I'm in London.
You're in London?
We're both in England, not London. England.
Isn't that like crazy? Yeah.
But yeah, he's from Cuba.
When was the last time you've been there?
A few years ago.
Oh, 2 years. Do you like England? Do you like living in England?
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
You're used to it, no?
Yeah.
I have like a love affair with the metro for some reason. Like I just I don't know. I don't understand why. I just find it so fascinating, so cool for some reason. I always feel like I'm inside of some sort of film, or I don't know. I have like I've been in London. I've been in England for a month, and so before going to England, I didn't have many expectations. But I mean, if any of you guys haven't been to England, it's a really nice country. It's something else.
Nah, Wales is better. England's full of English people. That's the problem.
English. And the London accent. The London accent, man. You can't beat the London accent. Come on.
What are you saying, mate? Can't beat the London accent.
No, that's pathetic, man. Get out of here.
That was Essex.
Snowdonia is my favourite place in the UK, which is in Wales, obviously.
Well, speaking of England, look who's joined us.
Logrev!
What's up, boys?
What is that?
Boys and girls, man.
Shut the fuck up, White Knight.
Who's that? Who's talking to me like that?
I am. Know your place, boy.
Are you saying I don't know my place?
Exactly. I'm here to learn you.
All right. I'm happy to learn.
What are you guys talking about?
I don't know if he's going to learn from you, Little Grizz. He's going to need about 30 hours a day.
Yeah, it'd be nice if he wanted to learn. I don't know if he does.
Dude, I love learning, bro. I love learning.
What's the latest thing you've learned?
The latest thing I learned.
He learned the moon landing was fake.
But dude, the last thing I learned, do you really mean it? Like, do you really want me to answer that question?
Yeah.
I did learn. I did learn something.
Which was?
Okay, so I joined a server, and I went in. It was just to make this clear. It was a server on philosophy, and I said, yeah, philosophy, right? I mean, where else am I going to go, right? So I went to a philosophy, and I realized after speaking with the members of the server, at least in that group, that just philosophy, like and I never had a conversation with philosophers before, right? And but I mean, these people were academics. I mean, they seem to have been they were educated and stuff. But it seems like everybody had a different perspective, first of all. And it seems like philosophy, nobody has like a system of philosophy. Like nobody knows how to. Everybody is like speculating basically with philosophy. It's like they use the philosophy as I don't know.
That's because it's subjective, not objective. That server's the opposite of this server. This server is about objective reality. Their server is about subjective reality, just what's in your head or on paper.
That's right. That's right.
So did you learn something from them?
I mean, that's pretty much that. I mean,
He learned their favorite colors.
I don't know what you mean.
Well, you see, your favorite color is subjective reality. So it's, it's not like blue is objectively better than red. You just, in your head, it's better than red. Well, they're just two different colors.
So you learned that philosophy was subjective.
At least, like, that's what
it's self-evident with the word.
No, and don't get me wrong. I do believe in philosophy, but I don't know what these people are doing with philosophy. I mean, they have a server that it's supposed to be about philosophy, and I'm not saying that it's not, but so philosophy is meant to make sense. But
well, they follow some axioms, don't they?
Yeah. Thanks God. Yeah, I mean, like, no, and don't be too sure. I mean, like, some philosophers don't believe in any axioms, but fortunately, some do. There's always somebody like in the group that knows knows how to make sense. Yeah.
Did those people believe they lived on a planet?
I wouldn't even freaking mention that. I mean, I assume yes, everybody.
You should post a link to it in the live stream voice text. I'd want to have it or DM it to me. I want to go there because I'd like to let them know that the globe is philosophy. Like the heliocentric model is just philosophical. It's not reality. Like black holes and what they tell you stars are. And in fact, they're just unverified lights in the sky. It's just philosophical. That's all it is.
Now you're saying that philosophy is subjective, right?
Yeah, it's subjective. It's just in your head or whatever you can write on paper.
Can I ask you an unrelated question? What exactly are stars?
No one knows.
Unverified lights in the sky.
No, but I mean, like, what experiments can you run to, learn more about their origin?
What is an experiment?
It's very simple. You'd have to go up to it and touch it to validate any claim about what it is. It sounds like a tall glass to order, and I'm not denying that. I'm just saying that's reality. Like I could tell you that they're glowing unicorns all dancing around each other, but I mean, that's just philosophy. I could tell you it's a ball of gas holding its shape in a vacuum, but that's just philosophy. That also violates the second law of thermodynamics.
I mean, if we can assume that the moon have certain qualities, and if the sun and the moon are different, and they're in the sky, we could assume that the stars have a different quality than the moon
make
and the
all
sky.
the assumptions you want, but measurements are facts. Measurements are reality. So you focus on Earth's surface, not things above your head. Focus on what you can interact with, what you can measure.
Yeah.
Because that will tell you. Great to philosophize about stars and things above your head, but objective reality and interacting with reality, that's what's going to prove everything. And that's what the measurements do every time.
So what was the name of that other server? The philosophy one? Does anyone have a link to it?
Yeah, I do. It's called the Philosophy Chat. And as far as I know, it's one of the most visited and well-recognized servers about philosophy. Invite members. Let's see. No.
Can you share the link?
Yeah. Share link. Copy.
Thanks.
Yep. Yeah. I'm going to tell you something. Some people are very interesting, but there's let me see 1 second. Let me see. I'm going to try to do this. Let's see if it works. I've sent the link right there. Oh, there we go. The Philosophy Chat. Philosophy Chat.
So that was one thing that you learned. Have you learned anything else?
Not that I'm aware of, to be honest.
Okay, that's good.
I suppose a better question would be, did you ever learn anything useful? I mean, I'm not saying you couldn't, but I mean, at least right off the bat, off the top of my head, I can't really think of anything that's philosophic, that's useful, that I've ever learned. I can think of plenty of things that have to do with objective reality that I've learned that are useful. I mean, what would you expect to learn? I'd expect to get bored quickly.
Do you mean in a server or in life in general?
Both. I mean, life, regular school, and the server. I like literature class. Don't get me wrong. I like books, I like stories, I like writing and stuff. But talking about philosophy in literature class was mostly boring as hell.
Yeah, everybody has different inclinations, definitely. But philosophy has a usage,
which is
to understand reality,
to rationalize any bullshit any which way you want.
No, it's the opposite. It's just to display what's in your mind. It's not to help you understand reality.
Well, like I'm not sure if you agree with this, but you sound like, for a moment, maybe it's just my feeling, but you sound like reality doesn't exist because if you can't rationalize, or if you cannot make a philosophical conclusion about it, then how can you prove it's real?
By touching it. I mean, you're being too broad. How do I prove what's real?
So you're right. So you're saying that right. So that as far as I understand philosophy, the purpose of philosophy is to be able to understand what's real and what isn't.
And where did you get that understanding from?
Yeah, didn't you just hear me just say the opposite? I mean, it is literally the opposite. It's subjective reality. Like unicorns. I could draw a picture of a unicorn. I could imagine a unicorn in my mind. This is philosophy. But unicorns don't exist in the realm of objective reality. So it's the land of. I mean, it's not necessarily just all make believe. I mean, philosophy is also making points about how we should regard each other. Like you might have the philosophy that is like do unto others as you would want done unto you. So that's not unicorns, obviously, but it's not also it's not displaying objective reality either. It's still philosophy. It's still just words. Is the thing.
For what I understand, like everybody has a philosophy. Like nobody can escape from not having one. Now the question is there such a thing as the right philosophy, like the true philosophy?
No,
and
there has to be.
And I think that's the quest of philosophy, to find the right philosophy, because everybody has a philosophy.
Well,
so the quest is like,
it's subjective.
So do you have a particularly nice one to present us? Not saying you should necessarily.
No, it's a certainly interesting thing to talk about. Not that I am very articulated with my ideas, so I apologize. But okay, so for example, like the most common contradiction that there is out there is whether if reality is real or not.
How is that a contradiction? You can interact with it. If I interact with something,
how's that even a question? Like, is reality real or not? Like, it seems like that's a paradox within itself of a question. Like, it doesn't even really make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me either. But so we assume so there are people there are people that maintain that reality doesn't exist. So definitely they don't come from an axiom, or from I don't know where they come from, actually. Like,
this is a dream and it's like technically not real or something.
Yeah.
Most importantly, they have no evidence to back up any silly half-baked claim they have about it. So no evidence. Thus it is dismissed.
Exactly. They deny the senses. I mean, to come to that conclusion, you have to basically just deny your senses, deny your capacity to rationalize, and you just have to. I mean, you're basically denying like your gift. I mean, maybe that's just my opinion, but yeah, I mean, you just deny you throw everything like off the window, and you just like, I mean, and even then, you're actually like assuming a position of it's complete denial from what I understand, what I can see. So, so yeah, that's one type of philosophy. But yeah, philosophy, in my opinion, is meant to make sense, to define what real, what is not, and to be able to give the best use of your knowledge in order to pursue and to value the highest value, which is life itself. And so anyways, like, for example, I'm just rambling, but going back to the axiom thing, yeah, like, reality is, reality under the axiom of identity. If we understand that for example, that things have identity, like, for example, A is A, like, it cannot be anything other than A. It cannot be anything other than B, or C. It cannot be anything other than A. Then we can assume that, or we can understand that reality is reality, meaning that its quality is that it's real. Like, reality is real. That it's the quality of reality.
What the hell are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about, dude?
I think he's a bit lost.
Yeah, dude. You don't know what reality is.
Well, I think he does better than a Glober does, but I just wanted to thank him, though, for talking about philosophy, because I was thinking just last night and this morning and for the last few days about how to bring up the subject of flat Earth to someone that I've recently met that, may not accept the truth so well. And I was thinking about how to explain it to this individual. And you just gave me a new idea as far as how to do that, which is to simply point out that the globe is philosophy, and maybe start with just the topic of, unicorns. They're not real, right? Like, they're not real to you. Like, no, they're not. Like they're just philosophical, right? Unicorns, right? Like, yeah. And philosophy doesn't not necessarily, have anything to do with reality, right? Like, yeah, of course it doesn't. It's like, okay, the globe is philosophical. I don't know. Maybe there'd be a way to explain it that way. Flat Earth to someone who's narrow-minded.
Narrow-minded?
Or maybe not narrow-minded, but brainwashed,
You have to be open to learning with zero pride, zero ego. Most people can't do it. I couldn't do it for the longest time with a lot of life lessons. Flat Earth.
It's not that you
like fixing a thinking error. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, it's not that you should have zero ego. You just shouldn't have an overactive ego. So when ego gets to be a problem with people, it's because they have an overactive ego. Like, having no ego is a bad thing, because people with no egos are, street people, heroin junkies on the street.
I think it's a self-esteem issue. I don't think that's ego.
Well, one way or another, they have no ego to keep themselves clean. Like, they have no desire to look appealing to someone else or smell good.
I guess I don't call that ego. I think ego is boastful. Ego is boastful, and self-confidence isn't so much.
Yeah, second thought, I think maybe you're right about that.
But I had to realize that I had those faults first before I could understand the situation.
And each individual has to do that.
Yep.
So is it possible for someone to have an ego and do something good?
You're a robot.
Roboting, bro. You're roboting.
Try the Bible. Who's got a keyboard from 1987?
That's funny. That was so funny.
Mute your mic, please.
What mic?
You're like, it's not from 87, it's from 89.
Actually, 1970.
Please move that keyboard from the mic.
I got one that doesn't even have a control button.
What? How is that possible?
I'm typing with mind.
It's a joke.
Holy shit.
Ego will be stopping you from figuring a lot of those things out, though. It's one of the problems with it.
It's just an admission that you were duped by some of the best, and that is A-okay. We all were at one point. But if you don't admit that you were duped and the wool was over your eyes, no, sorry. Even you aren't smart enough to see it coming. They're really good at what they do, okay? It's okay to say, gosh, it's really looking like those conspiracy jerks are right about a lot of stuff, especially that flat earth thing. Oh, God forbid I ever go measure it for drop over distance, i.e. earth curvature. So, I don't know where I was going with that. It's a thinking process fix, is essentially what I mean.
Willful ignorance at this point. That's all it is.
A lot of them, yeah, very willful. And it's got to be, making tumors in their bodies and stuff. Can you imagine, like, now knowing that the Earth is flat and still every day defending the globe? Every single day. Like, that would wear on me, defending that globe after all this. I couldn't do it.
Hey, look, they're determined to live on the globe, okay?
I mean, the only positive side of living in a religion is that you know that at least 80% or even more of world's population think the same way as you. So, I mean, you're gonna not be alone with your belief system, or at least not ridiculed for saying something opposite or for criticizing the religion.
Religion, what's that?
Another form of control.
Yep.
Can I use it to control something?
Control the minds of the masses.
I'm going to give this a shot.
Mastermind.
We're not supposed to talk about shots here.
I don't need any shots,
I'm
bro.
just kidding, by the way. I'm just kidding. I'll be back in a bit. Love you guys and gals.
Be well.
See you.
Fine, get out. Is that loggy out here?
No.
It sounds like him.
Some other weirdo English guy.
Is that where you're from? What are you up to?
Shop. Thought I'd pop in here and see what was going on.
Been a little slow today.
Not much yet.
It's early Friday.
Jason was yapping away when I jumped in.
Weird. I missed it.
He's
I'm
gone.
glad you jumped in then.
I didn't miss one. Oh.
Ah, silence. No one talk. I'm enjoying my silence.
Hush.
Beep.
You could always
I
click that
learned.
little red thing in the bottom right corner.
I'm not talking about
That's a bit extreme, don't you think?
No.
What was that, Leon?
It's the last
Leon?
time I. Yeah, Leon. It's the last time I. Leon.
Leon?
Calm down, rookie.
It's the last time I talk about philosophy. That's it. I'm very offended.
Well, we learned you don't know what philosophy is, so that's good.
What good is it?
No, that's okay. But I will return. I will return.
With what?
Where are you going? Yeah,
I'm not telling you, man. I'm not telling you.
What?
I'll be back.
Ooh, I like secret.
You're gonna come back with cookies.
I can bring you cookies if you want.
Good man. Rookie, I got a cookie.
Cookie time. So, are you all waiting for ladies' night or what?
No.
No, we're all waiting for you to come.
Waiting for what?
For ladies' night.
No. Are you?
I don't get it.
Yeah. Yeah. I thought you were also waiting for ladies' night.
No. I don't
waiting?
typically listen to women speak, you know.
No.
Women speaking generally is not a good thing.
Based?
Here we go.
You sound like a white male.
By what?
Wait.
Nah, Lois is black, bro.
Yeah, I'm on. I'm a brother.
One, two,
All right, Rookie. What's your breast profile globe?
That isn't something. Sorry. No.
What's your best? What was that? That's all you got?
Rocket Ice Mice he's got.
What's my best what? Globe? I don't have a globe. Why would I?
Bro,
Are you asking my evidence against the globe?
No, your best proof of the globe.
Proof
Anywhere
of the
you stand.
globe? There isn't any, is there? How about fisheye lenses? That's a good.
Nice. All right. It's a globe.
Hey, just one curiosity. I didn't participate in the conversation, but the other day, I think it was today or yesterday, I can't remember. And somebody was mentioning the fact that rivers only go south or something. Like I couldn't really understand what they meant by that. They were talking about something like that. Is
They only
it
go south, but
No, they obviously go towards the lowest point.
right? Oh, no matter if whether if it's no matter in what direction, right? Obviously.
Well, yeah, why would direction have anything to do with that?
Yeah, that's right. Well, anyways, like I was just listening to this conversation here in the chat, and somebody was saying like, and I couldn't I didn't participate in the conversation. I was just listening, but they were talking about like rivers don't go north, and I'm like,
That's not
okay,
correct for conversation when nobody's here that was involved.
is that it?
You'll have to let those two make their point again.
make what point?
Whatever point they were trying to make, but they're not here, so.
La-di-da.
What I mean, I can ask a question like in what are your thoughts? Anybody has any thoughts about? Nah, I don't want to ask that question.
Go ahead.
Oil. What about what do we know about oil? Do we know anything about oil?
There's different ideas out there, but
Yeah.
What specifically did you want to know?
Oh yeah.
Well, because they talk. Yeah, I mean, they always talk about they always say, for example, one day the oil will end, and I don't know who believes that.
What
Oh,
will end? I couldn't hear.
It's God's blood.
It's just more fear mongering, push up prices, scare people. That's why they claim that it's made of crushed animals and vegetation and things to make it seem like
crushed
it's
animal.
like diamonds. Did you know that they burn diamonds to make them appear rare so they can sell them at higher prices?
Don't they control diamonds anyway to make everybody think that they're scarce when they're not?
Well, the scarcity comes in because they're making them scarce on purpose. That's the point that I made.
Right, yeah, they have full control over it. Yeah. But they never go bad, right? Diamonds don't? So, like...
It's just carbon. It's worthless.
Well, yeah, it's just compressed carbon.
Shiny, jangly, jangly. Fools the masses every time.
I always thought glass was just as cute. You know, like crystal and whatever. There's different kinds of stuff that look just as cool.
I know there's
Well, that's just my opinion.
Like diamond encrusted, not blades, but power tools. Some certain power tools to cut through things using the hardness to their advantage.
Yeah, they're melting crushed diamonds into the alloy. Yeah, supposedly it makes it stronger, but it doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, a lot of bits.
Maybe on a drill it would help, but yeah.
It has to do with the premise that
some drills, yeah.
Your fingernail can scrape and cut against soap and things like that, but certainly not a diamond. And then nothing can scratch a diamond except maybe another one, but probably not.
It's to do with the Mohs hardness.
If you rubbed your finger against a diamond every day, all day long, for years, eventually it would wear, right?
No.
I doubt it.
It's to do with the Mohs hardness scale, MOHS.
Yeah, hardness. Yeah.
So it would take another diamond in order to scratch it.
Yeah, or something harder.
So if I took a rock and smashed it on a diamond, it wouldn't break.
The rock would, yeah, not the diamond.
Now I
don't know if I believe
if
that,
it's a
but I don't
small
know if I've got
diamond
one big enough to
and
tap.
a big rock. You know what I mean? A small diamond and a big rock. I don't know. That doesn't seem like.
No, the diamond would break.
No.
It would
Yeah,
shatter,
no.
yes, but it's
at a certain point it would.
scratching in the most scale it has a specific definition. Yeah, it would definitely break.
You have to look at jerry rig everything.
So when we say hardness of a diamond, we're talking about the actual molecules or the crystalline structure of it, not
The
necessarily
structure,
the
exactly.
diamond itself. Okay, I got you.
Rookie, go
that
watch
makes more
Jerry Rig Everything. He does the hardness scale all the time with phones and tablets and that.
Well, I can look it up. I didn't know what it's called, but
So yeah, what did you want to know about oil, Leon?
No, that's basically it. I mean, just wanted to see like your thoughts. I honestly believe that it's unlimited, but I of course like it's out of my
I don't
reach.
know. There's ideas out there, but I think it's just another way for them to control us. You know,
Anything that is like popular, I'm like alert, alert, alert. You know what I mean? Like I'm like if everybody goes into one direction, I'm like alert, alert. I'm like instantly become like question about it. If everybody believes like everybody talks about global warming, is like something tells me that it's.
There used to be an old expression, Lionel. People said, "Do you believe everything you see on TV?" Well, now if you say that to these people in here involved in this conversation, they say, "I don't watch TV." So, but yeah, the narrative you're going to find out. Probably not many people around here believe the narrative on TV. You seem to reject it too, but the big ones that they're presenting, you're still believing, which is fine. But
like which one?
3959 radius Earth spheroid flying through space.
Oh, but what do you mean exactly? You mean that I believe that the Earth is a sphere?
Well, I don't know exactly what you believe, but I'm just saying that you were talking about the narratives, that what people thought of the narratives they run on TV. I was just saying not many people are going to believe what's on TV. And a lot of people still believe what's on TV while denying they don't watch TV. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I suppose like what I'm trying to say is that you can't really trust like where most of people seem to be going. Like when they make a general conclusion, most probably, it gives me the impression that if you make a little bit of research, it suddenly happens to be false. And I can go on a number of examples. You know, like the oil thing. I mean, I cannot prove that one. Okay.
Yeah, well, the point is they don't really want you going on your own research explorations.
Well, they know you're going to do it as well, which is why they place disinformation and misinformation on purpose. They know that not everyone is going to fall for the government narrative. They know that they're going to be outliers, so they're going to catch the outliers in other narratives. It's very important to always be on the outside looking in, and it takes a while to kind of figure that out inside your own head.
I mean, ultimately, we want to be free, right?
Free of what?
I mean, free of thought, for example. You wanna have us, you know. I mean, if we live in a conditioned reality. I mean, if the condition of society is what it seems, then you just wanna. It's like you said, you know, you wanna be able to look things from from outside. At least having a perspective of what's happening, and I think that can keep you safe from making decisions that are not good for you.
For example?
Well, for example, like the one thing that we are not even supposed to talk about.
Well, don't talk about it then. Another example.
Well, that's the biggest one I can think of.
Okay, well, just think of another one. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, but
maybe education, for example. I've like I'm just I don't know what's wrong with me tonight, guys. Sorry.
So
nothing's wrong with you. Nothing's wrong with you. You're doing a lot of thinking out loud in the live stream that, like, I had the advantage of, well, I don't know if I'd call it the advantage. It was just the way it was. These types of things weren't available when I was researching these things. I was on my own, and I was searching up whatever I could find, books or videos or interviews. But you're doing it in real time, so it's a pretty honest endeavor you're going on, but it's not going to be simple. But yeah, it is pretty valiant of you to be able to do this in real time and make this, journey, I guess you'd call it.
Have to kind of unlearn everything and start from scratch.
I have no problem with that. I have no problem with starting from scratch.
Reevaluate, review, just see what information is out there on each of these topics.
Can I share something personal?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I really find attractive the idea of creating. For example, well, I mean, what we are doing here, it's basically we are, in a sense, creating. No, I mean, we're not creating content in a sense, but I really find attractive the idea of, like, when people get together and they say, for example, hey, let's do this and do that, and they, for example, do a podcast or they start a YouTube video, and they get into it. I'm hoping that in the future, sometime like soon, I will be able to start some sort of project which involves other people, and yeah, and it's something cool, like the things that we're talking about now.
Well, people used to have, book clubs. They'd all decide on a book, just read the book, and then meet and discuss the book. So I mean, that's kind of, these things existed. It's the same thing that's going on here. I mean, people are just getting together and discussing the books and the observations they've made and things like that. People are just sharing their knowledge. It's the library.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. Yeah. Recently, I've been thinking about, huh?
No, go ahead.
No, nothing. Just I opened a server. I think it was yesterday, and yeah, and I did it. I think I'm gonna. You just give me a good idea. I think I'm gonna just do it about a book, that I personally find interesting.
Find a documentary and get some of your friends all watch the same documentary and have a conversation about it as you're watching it.
Wow, that's cool. What if I don't have any friends?
Well, just advertise your Discord, invite people in, see what they think.
We're your friends.
Hey.
Hey.
I did. That's nice. Changing channels on TV.
What do you think? You really think you can, huh?
Hello, hello.
Yellow, yellow.
Hey man, I'm trying to meditate.
Okay, so I guess you should turn off your speakers.
Has anybody ever completely off the topic, okay? Lucid dreamed?
You have to ask everybody.
I think I have once.
Really?
Yeah, it was when I was really, really young. and I remember it pretty vividly. But like I was on a road, and it was like there was a mountain on one side and like the vast ocean on the other side, and I just remember like turning this street lamp on and off with my mind.
Wow.
That's it. Oh wait, hold on.
No.
Yeah, lucid dreaming, right?
Right.
It's where you can control your dreams. I thought you were for some reason I was thinking about astral projection or something.
Yeah. Okay. It's kind of similar.
Right.
I mean,
Well, astral projection
maybe
is where
those.
you actually leave your body, right? Float away.
Yeah. Yeah.
That I have not done.
Sure you do.
Yeah, I mean lucid dreaming. So I've never done personally that I remember astral travel.
Say that again.
Yeah, I've never done an astral travel.
Yeah, but you've lucid dreamed before?
Oh, so many times. Yes.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
Are you good at it? Can you do it like on command? Like if you go to sleep and you want to do it, you just.
You know, it's funny. That's a good question. I can't. There are moments in which there has been moments, for example, 2 years ago, when I was so sure that I was going to lucid dream. I was excited to go and fall asleep. But then it's kind of like it just wears off for some time. Then randomly I might lucid dream one moment. I can tell you that every time it happens, it makes me request. It makes me, oh man, it's a trip. Yeah.
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 That sounds cool though. To be honest with you, I don't really dream at all that much. Like very rarely do I ever dream.
I'm sorry. That's because maybe like you don't take the time to ask yourself. But if you really take your time, for example, if you, I can assure you that you can surprise yourself when you remember that. Holy shit! Like oh shit! I was dreaming about that. Fuck.
Since we have some dream analysis enthusiasts in here, what would you call the dream that the masses are enduring, thinking the Earth is a globe? How would you classify that dream?
I don't. Can you like rephrase the question or repeat it?
That dream.
How would you classify the dream that the masses of Earth are collectively having, that they are living on a spinning water ball? How would you classify that dream?
Programmed. It's a program.
Not you, Clay. I'm asking the dream analysts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't. Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Am I the dream analysis here or somebody else?
I was just asking the people who had diverted the conversation from Shape of the Earth, the dream analysis, to what classification of dream are the masses of humanity undergoing right now. I was just kind of trying to get it back on track using your topic.
Okay, thank you.
Nice. Man, we're all having a fever dream right now. I honestly don't know what's going on in the world today.
Speak for yourself. Are you the we, Ryan? Rhinoceros? Rhinoceros? Sorry, that's the tough one.
It's Rhinoceros, I believe.
Are you combining yourself in the we of the fever dream?
I am, yeah. I'm classifying myself in there. And maybe not you. I mean, you may know.
So you acknowledge it's a dream.
Who's having the fever dream?
I was kind of just making the joke that the world is crazy right now with everything going on, and we're all having a fever dream. But you know,
no, I was asking Godric how they were talking about dream analysis, and I was just asking them how they would qualify or classify the dream that the masses are having here on Earth that we're living on a water ball, flying through space.
Yeah, that's like that. I wouldn't call that a dream.
What would you call it?
A belief.
How about diamonds on Uranus? Is that a dream?
A what?
Diamonds on Uranus.
That would be painful. That'd be a nightmare.
That's a NASA fact.
I don't know.
Are they sparkly?
Very sparkly.
I've just learned that diamonds are breakable. You know, I thought my concept of diamonds was that they were unbreakable. I guess I learned something new today.
I think you can melt diamonds, right? Like at the right heat.
Dude, this world is so crazy. I mean, think about the fact that diamonds can be created naturally. I mean, what else is possible, you know? Like,
can you prove that?
My question would be, where is the proof of diamonds being actually anything special, rather than just people giving it as something special to it, you know?
That's a good question.
Like, it's just, like, I don't understand people at all regarding material things. Like, I don't see any beauty in sports cars. I don't see any beauty in diamonds or jewelry. I just don't get it.
Okay. No. This is the thing. Watch. I mean, like the thing is this. It all comes to as humans. We seem to use we produce and we exchange our goods to one another, right? So we have discovered the use of money. So when you take a look at the quality of what makes, when you look, so for example, you want to use something that represents money, right? So for example, in the case of gold, they're like, why is gold considered such a value? Well, it has the property that it's like difficult to find and that it's like unique and blah blah blah. So diamonds have certain qualities that are not very common.
But
That's why
maybe
they're
it's,
considered.
yeah, I understand. But maybe it's just if you look at it a different way, if you look at what kind of people are being used, unfortunately, to gain these diamonds and so forth, and under what type of what is it called? Under what type of conditions?
Labor.
Yeah, that most of it is just total child labor and stuff, and you know, all the big diamonds, for example, that the queen has on her crown, are actually just from Africa, from kids, you know, getting that stuff out. Maybe it's just a perverted Luciferian thing where they just love to wear the things that are just actually, you know, gained by making people suffer and so forth. Maybe
Yeah, a
they
lot
see
of
the
that
beauty
stuff.
in that.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. A lot of that stuff, though, is kind of, it's driven by Leonardo DiCaprio films, Blood Diamond or whatever. But if you want to say, well, the reason a diamond's valuable is because it has special characteristics. Well, what made wampum valuable? Nothing. I mean, maybe some people had access to the shores that they found the shells on, and some people didn't. But it's just something that people had, I tried to get back to the flat earth thing, but I guess since we're going to talk about diamonds, I'll talk about wampum.
What is wampum?
Yeah,
well, it was like it was like a currency they used. It was like a beaded shell type of thing that supposedly the Indians strung together and used as trade currency.
That's interesting.
Well, something related, just a question related with flat Earth, like, what are the thoughts related with a compass? Like, there is a magnetic field. There is a magnetic field. I mean, just the fact that we can buy a compass in the store, and the needle will point to the north. I mean, isn't that weird?
It's proof of a flat Earth. Yeah. If it was a globe, the needle would have to point through the Earth. We know that doesn't work. As a Boy Scout, so you have to put the needle flat. It's like floating flat, right? So North Pole would be through the Earth, right? So that doesn't work at all, would it? On a globe. On a flat Earth, the north is just north. H flat north. Globe's debunked.
Is there an area up in the north that we can reach where the needle starts kind of behaving weird, or does it always point to a particular direction when we get closer to the north? Like, if you were, like, for example, in the northern most region in Russia, to give you an example, or whatever country is up there, that is like the closest area we can get to the North Pole. Like, does
We
ever
don't know.
we don't know, no?
I mean, there's a lot of mixed stories about it. I heard people tell me the South Pole, either compasses don't work or they work, and the North Pole, they start spinning. I don't know.
Hold on. I think a compass would still work on a globe Earth, technically, and it would work on a flat Earth
If
too.
you're on a globe and you point the compass flat, the needle points out into space. So it's not pointing north, is it?
It would work either way.
No, I mean,
Just to confirm, your compass is pointing out into space. If it's flat and you were on a sphere. On a flat Earth, it points to the north, let's say North Pole, you would take. But a sphere, to point north to the North Pole, you have to point it through the ground, correct?
I mean, it's
so the compass will follow the magnetic field lines, right? And if you've ever seen like a picture of a dipole, right, which is what they say a globe Earth, it acts as kind of like a dipole, then your compass needle, your north, will follow along the path of the magnetic field lines. And so, I mean,
I heard that like magnetic field lines are above your head, right? So then it should point upwards and not north, correct?
no, like if you're standing on the equator, I guess, and like let's say you're like pointing to the magnetic north, or like you want to see where magnetic north is. I mean, if you're in like, it's kind of hard to explain this without a picture, but technically you are pointing out into space, right?
Correct.
Like
And then if there are magnetic lines above your head, you just point away from the Earth, right? How would you point north unless there was something that said north? This makes sense to me. You can maybe draw it for me.
Bring up a picture of a dipole, and maybe it'll. I don't know. Because all a compass is doing is following those magnetic field lines, which kind of go through. If we're talking about a ball Earth, it would go through, the middle of through the middle of the Earth, and then come out in like large circles on either side. You'd have to bring up a picture. I'm not doing very well trying to explain it, but I think it would still work.
So you're saying there's a magnetic energy source that's going around in a circle around the Earth and through the Earth and back around, and that's what the compass follows. It's following a moving circular movement of energy. Is that what you're saying? Or magnetics?
Not a movement of energy, but yeah, magnetic field.
If it didn't move, then it wouldn't point north, right? If it didn't move, it would just point to the magnetic, supposedly according to you, the magnetic line, right, which is above your head, behind you, in front of you, right? So it wouldn't point north unless it was moving.
I'm not sure I understand.
Besides, you're making the assumption of spherical Earth in the first place.
There's a picture of the globe, and then there's magnetic lines, right, which go around the globe and through the middle and around, right? So, explain to me how the compass would point north, because The magnetic lines are not north; they're all around you, right? Now, if they were moving in a circular fashion, like a merry-go-round, you can claim that it's pointing to a moving
Am I able
circular.
to like post an image in the live stream chat? Do I have permission to do that?
Well, everyone who heard you say dipole has, can find out what you meant by that. We've seen all the diagrams. But the point is, to say that, well, see what a dipole does? That's what's happening on the Earth. That's just, I hate to boil it down to the term, but it's a leap of logic. You're just assuming that the Earth is a sphere in the first place.
Right. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's why I said I was like, I think a compass would. Still
I gotcha. I gotcha.
I was trying to suss it out.
Yeah,
you have to have so many. You have to have so many more explanations for that. I mean, just based on the compass, without anything else, what's more likely? It's pointing towards the magnetic north on a flat plane, or there's your explanation.
Well, like if you let me try and explain it a different way. I'm trying to just put in words what I'm imaging in my head. Like if you were to look up at the sky, you would see a bunch of pretty much parallel lines going in one direction, right? And those are the magnetic field lines. So if you were to look up to the sky, you would see the magnetic field lines. If they were visible, they would all be pointing in one direction and they'd be parallel to each other.
Does anything like float up and follow these magnetic lines which are moving in one direction? Like birds or something?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Does anything fly up in the air and then follow these magnetic lines that you claim are moving in one direction?
I keep missing that first part. I'm sorry. One more time.
Maybe like little bits of metal are moving across our skies because they're in the magnetic drift.
No, little bits of metal aren't moving. I don't know this for sure, but the strength of the magnetic field isn't strong enough to like really pick up like I don't know.
So it's there, but it's not strong enough to pick up metal. But here's my question: how does the needle point north? What is it? Think about it. What is it? What is it pointing at?
It is pointing towards the point of magnetic north, which is on the sort of not directly on the top of the ball Earth, but a little canted to the side.
Where would magnetic north be if you were on the South Pole? Where would that be on the globe?
It would be directly to the ground, right to the ground.
And we know the compass doesn't point to the ground because it doesn't work unless it's floating flat, right?
No, I don't think that's true. Can you say that in a different way? I mean, if you're standing on either one of the poles, like the compass isn't really going to work, right?
I mean, we don't really know. I mean, like that was my question actually, but another point that I wanted to make was
the tip of the compass points horizontal, not down to the earth, not up in the magnetic sky, just horizontal to the earth.
Yeah,
how can that?
Because
it's stuck in a compass.
Like it has to be flat.
Yeah,
the compass has to be flat.
You can kind of hold it. I mean, if you wanted to hold it directly, like down, to the ground, like you're standing and you point it downwards instead of horizontal. Right?
It doesn't work at all that way.
Vertically.
Okay. I don't know. I've never been to the North Pole or the South Pole, so.
What relation, like for example, do we have? I mean, because this is a fact. I mean, like the sun. So on the flat Earth model, the sun goes around the North Pole, right? The sun goes from west.
There is no flat Earth model.
Okay.
We have reality.
What are you getting at? Continue. What are you getting at?
Okay, so isn't it quite a coincidence that the needles point towards towards a point that it's the center of the middle of where the sun like rotates around? Isn't it quite a coincidence? Isn't what's the relationship between those two things?
Nothing to do with the sun. Zero. It points to the magnet, which is in the North Pole. Magnetic north.
But you're saying that there's no relationship between those two things? The fact that the needles point towards the center and the sun goes around and around and around and around a center? You're saying that there has to be a relation.
Is there any evidence for that?
He's saying it's a coincidence, but I don't know really where he's going with that. I just make sense to me.
I was simply asking for evidence that the sun goes around and around. The way everybody's usually projecting it to go on the flat Earth.
So that's questionable.
Well, exactly. So if it's questionable, then it can be used in any type of discussion as to whether it is or isn't doing something on Earth. If you're applying maybe speculation amongst flat earthers, that could be a possibility in a discussion, and it can be challenged as well. But as far as asserting it as a point of view, then I would have to hand wave dismiss it as in it's just speculation. It's rough having high standards, but this is how it is with flat Earth. If you're not bringing the goods, there's no evidence. You can't demonstrate what your claim is, and it goes away with everything else that is speculation. Just like the globe, the flat Earth is no different. There's speculations that come up, and people want to stand behind them, but at the same time, you can't stand behind an assertion that has a baseless claim. There's nothing there for its foundation. I mean, it's simple, really. So there's people that have these ideas about what flat Earth is, and then assert, well, the sun's doing this, or the Earth is this way, or magnetic lines, and we are in a state of not knowing. So when you're back and forth with these ideas, it's better to view them as speculation amongst flat earthers versus standing on them as in, I know. So nobody knows that, to be certain. And I mean, we're just being real here, right? Like, we're all being honest about what we know.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, man. We just keeping the focus on how we present our case, or if somebody who thinks the Earth is a globe, we have to direct them in the right path and not give them something that is going to make them think that the Earth is something that we can't even provide evidence for. So we have to. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Lynn.
Sorry, that's definitely not my position. I mean, I'm not in a position to debate a glober. Unfortunately, as embarrassing as that may sound, I don't think I'm like. But I know that many of you guys are.
Yeah, but it's actually more simple than you might think. It doesn't really take much to topple some of these intellects. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
If you've ever heard me talking here with the people, there's only one thing I would ask from a glober. One single thing. And the one single thing that I ask for, I never get. You know what it is?
No.
Curvature. If the claim is that the Earth has measurable curvature, according to the metrics, then they're going to have to demonstrate to me how it's possible. Because the burden of proof lands on those who make the claim, and if they are standing by the claim, I'm not necessarily saying that they made the claim, but if they're standing by it, saying that the Earth is a globe, then I need demonstrable evidence that the Earth is indeed curving at 8 inches per mile squared over the curved surface of the Earth. Now, they have to do this by way of demonstration, either them telling me how to do it or them showing me how it's done. That's it. It's really, you know why it hinges on that, Lionel? Do you know why everything hinges on that one single point that I just told you?
Because it questions. Why?
Because if they can't demonstrate to you how they know that the Earth has measurable curvature, then everything that precedes that, any derivative argument, anything, Coriolis, gravity, cosmos. It doesn't matter where they take you. You can bring them right back to the curvature of the Earth because they need everything. The radius is everything to the cosmology. The radius is how they know that rockets can actually go out into the moon because it actually doesn't. Rockets don't go straight up. They take a parabolic curve so they can go around the Earth a couple of times and then get enough speed so they can leave Earth's gravity. They need the radius so they can know the distance to the planets, to the sun, and to the stars. The radius is the globe Earth hinges on that very single point. And how do you know that the radius has been measured? That's the question that they need to demonstrate to you. So it is everything essential for basically the entire globe heliocentric cosmology. It can be toppled with one single question. And if they divert the question and say, well, that's fine, but what about gravity? But like, I'm not going to entertain another discussion until you, sir or ma'am, have demonstrated to me how the curvature of the Earth has been measured. Because if you don't know, then everything that precedes that is you don't know. Because that hinges on everything that the cosmology needs, which is the radius, diameter, and the circumference. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Right. So it's as easy as that, Lionel. It's not very difficult. I would like to give you those tools, and you can phrase it any way you like, but it always comes back to they need to demonstrate that to you because that's the burden of proof. The claim lands on those who either stand by the claim or making the claim. So it doesn't matter how smart they are. That has no bearing in the foundation of understanding like what we know the Earth to be. Plus, it's not a science question either. So what is question? Go ahead, Dillon.
So how do they prove the curve of the Earth?
They have to give you a demonstration of how the Earth has curvature at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared. So really, it's just simple algebra, but over a distance of, and you can pick a distance, right? 15, 20 miles, however much it is. They can go over a body of water, and they can have a friend on the shore of a beach, and you have another friend at another long distance. And just as a quick demonstration, they can show you maybe a light or a laser or some way that they can measure from the point of origin to the target that there is no obstruction in between those two people. And if it's possible that there's line of sight without obstruction, then what you have is not a globe Earth, but a flat Earth. Because the curvature of the Earth was not detected to be blocking the two people who are doing the line of sight test, which means that if the Earth is not curving at 8 inches per mile squared, as the claim would say, then they can't claim anything else of the Earth of what it's doing. Yeah, go ahead, Lionel.
My question was like, how that is how you can prove that there is no curvature. But how do they prove? Can they prove the curvature of the Earth with the same tools?
So what I just told you is either gonna tell you if the Earth is curving or it's not.
Right.
So it's gonna produce both answers in that one single demonstration. So if I was to take you to the beach and I told you to stand at a far distance, 15 to 20 miles away from me, and I have a laser or a light or something that you could see by line of sight, and we put it at a certain distance above the ground, and you can see the light from where you're at on the other end. If the Earth was curving, if it had curvature, then you would not be able to see that light. The Earth curvature would be obstructing the light or laser or whatever, right? So that means there's curvature, just like the way the globe would dictate. Now, if the curvature is not there, that means line of sight is truly how we observe the Earth to be, and that means that there is no curvature. So it answers both questions: is it curving or not? Do you understand?
Dino, can I just ask you, do you know what cognitive dissonance is? this?
It sounds like it's related. It sounds like it's related with perspective
No,
and
the reason I'm asking you is like you said you agree with a lot of flat Earth points.
Okay.
There's still something holding you back. You know, it's like you ask the same questions like almost daily, and it's like you don't want to believe, like you don't want to accept that the Earth is flat. You know.
So I've just given you something so easy to demonstrate for yourself, Lionel, and everybody else you encounter, that the Earth is either going to be curving or not. Do you understand? Like, it's that simple. There's no need for complicated theology, complicated calculations, none of that. You can eliminate everything and make it so simple to where if you have curvature, of course, the truth is that the Earth is a globe. If you do not have curvature, then the Earth is not a globe, as the claim would stand. And we don't have to, we don't have to convince you. That has to happen when you're standing in, and like, check this out. It's not about agree to disagree, because you can't say that in this instance, because there's actually empirical evidence to stand. So you're not arguing with somebody. You're actually going against what we can actually observe and what we can test. So at that point, you're just wrong. You either take the fact that you're wrong and then just reject the fact that you're even going to think about the Earth. You stay stuck in a fantasy thinking the Earth is a globe, or you're going to accept the reality that you've measured and you tested that the Earth is not a globe, and then understand that that's the reality in which you live. It's that simple. You're going to either accept it or you're going to reject it, based upon like you want to trust consensus and academia or whatever. But it's that.
Also, Lionel, sorry, Mickey.
No, sorry, Tom. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, if the Earth was indeed a globe, then they wouldn't have to try to prove it. You know, it will be obvious. Everybody will accept it. But they won't have to try and fake going to space, going out to space, and satellites, ISS. It will be so obvious. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I would actually use water being level as well as another indicator, but I think this is a bit tangible that gets people's minds thinking and how they can do this test. So, water being level and that being a great way to measure, it's obvious, it's self-evident. But that would be something if they needed a little bit more, which I don't think after measuring the curvature as per the claim, right? The claim stands that the Earth has these metrics that everybody knows about. Well, it's simple. If that's the case, then take the metrics, get an Earth curve calculator online, because there's a whole bunch. Just apply that to the Earth. Go somewhere, go point A to point B, get a friend, test it out. Don't take my word for it. Go do it, and if it measures, globe, then you better tell us how you got that. But it's not going to. It's not.
Have you
not
performed
gonna measure
this experiment, Miggy?
me.
Have you done this before?
That specific one is I haven't done that exact one, but what I have known, for me, is the simple truth that water is level. I have actually a graphic that can demonstrate this. This is what I know to be true, and I'll put it in the live stream voice text. Give me a moment, okay?
Yeah, sure thing.
1 second. All right. Can you see it?
Sorry, 1 second. Live stream voice text, right?
Yeah, it's. Wait, oh, no, I put it in the lobby. 1 second. I'll switch it over. Give me a moment.
So is the water is level experiment, you'd say, the more important one?
Boom. Well, I guess the more important one would be the one where you're actually, for the Glober mindset, right? Because they gotta verify stuff. So what they're doing is because I could show them water's level in this instance, but they're gonna be like, well, we're talking about the entire Earth. So the argument would then, for me, water being level already shows me that I don't need to go any farther. For me, because I understand the properties of water. It's gonna do that anywhere you go. The image that I put in the live stream voice text would show that that's the truth, right? Self-evident to everyone. But now the one where people are actually testing the Earth to be, either curved or not, that's for the glober who's really staunch in their position and they can't get out of that mindset. Because some would say, go
I
ahead.
disagree because I think you should. I don't think you should stop just at this, right? I think if it is a experiment that you can perform that would prove a globe Earth, then I think it's also important not just for a globe Earther, but also a flat Earther as well.
Well,
do you agree with me, or like?
Yeah, we wouldn't consider this an experiment to be fully transparent. This right here would just be a measurement test. You're testing to see if the measurement of the metrics actually line up with what they tell you that the metrics of the Earth are. So basically, an experiment is a how-why question. This is a what-is question. So you're not going to apply the scientific method to a what-is question. So basically, what you're doing here is rudimentary. Has nothing to do with something that's super complicated. That I don't know, but the scientist knows. No, you can't do that. This is simple algebra. You just go, and if there's a distance you can measure, do that.
Making an observation, right? So
well, it's a measurement coupled with an observation. So both.
And for it to be an experiment, you'd have to have like what hypothesis. You'd have the scientific method or whatever, right?
So it doesn't need to and that's what I'm saying. It doesn't need to run through the scientific method because it's not a science question.
But you are drawing conclusions purely based off of this observation, right?
No, I didn't. Okay, so once again, it's two things. You're observing the natural known reality, right? That's one. The second one is you're measuring to see if the natural known reality conforms to what you're viewing, line of sight. Do you understand? There's two things. You gotta apply both. It's not one. I can't. For instance, if it was just about observation, me and you would disagree when we go on a plane ride. I'm saying I don't know what you are, globe or flat, but if you would go up in the plane with me, you'd be like, "Well, I see globe," and I'd be like, "Well, I see flat." And how are we going to find out who wins that argument? By who sees the Earth better? Well, I got 20/20 vision. You don't. That's not going to work. So we need a way by which we can measure who knows what reality is by peer review and getting everybody in on this so that we can all test this out. This should be very self-evident to you and me and to everybody. So when people...
I 100% agree with. Yeah, everything you just said, I 100% agree with. There has to be some objective standard that we need to go by to make a determination on the shape of the Earth other than our subjective viewing of reality, right?
Yeah, but it's not subjective. I don't know where it's subjective because, here's the deal, right? They are giving us metrics. The metrics of the Earth are given by the claim. Per the claim, and I'm not saying anybody's made the claim. No glober has made it. It's been established. According to them, it's settled, right? There's no bigger Earth involved here. It's not going to be like, well, you're too small to see it. No, that doesn't work. You're going to have to know that you're going to either adhere to the claim or you're going to dismiss it and make up your own cosmology at that point.
So if I went out and I measured, if I went out and I measured a curvature of the Earth that's not, what did you say, 8 miles per square, something
8
or whatever?
inches per mile square. Yeah, the curvature drop rate, basically.
So if I went out and I measured something, say I measured like 2 inches per mile squared, wouldn't that still prove a round Earth? But instead of it would be much, much larger than what people are saying it is?
No, because they gave us the dimensions, right? They said the Earth, the globe, has a radius of 3,959 miles and circumference of 24,901 miles. So within those parameters, we can work out where the geometric, the physical geometric horizon should be on the globe. And flat earthers have gone out and tested it, and it's not there.
Right.
Well, what if they're wrong? That's what I'm saying.
No, okay. So here's where we're at with the whole what if they're wrong? What if the Earth is a bigger ball? That's not up for debate. As in, either you take it or you leave it kind of thing. The claim is, right, the Earth is of a certain size. The metrics are given. This isn't up for like, well, what if they got it wrong? That doesn't work. That argument is like, that's been used at the beginning of our beginning of the flat Earth movement. This here is what's been settled between those who have been teaching this for as many years as they've been knowing the Earth. Like, you're gonna Google, if you Google it, that's what the metrics you're gonna get. Whether or not that, whether or not that's,
on what are. Sorry, go ahead.
and one second. Whether or not that's the claim, whether you say I disagree with that, that's great. Now, please tell us how you're going to revamp the cosmology, because you got to start from scratch. This here has been given as in the complete metrics of what they're going to figure out for the formula for. They use it for refraction. They use it for telemetry calculations. Everything. It's useful for every purpose that they want to apply it. The formula for radius.
Sure.
So
I guess it just depends what our end goal is here. Is your end goal to find the truth or just to prove them wrong?
Okay.
You get what I'm saying? Because like,
yeah, I get what you're saying, but the thing is, if the Earth is what they claim it is, right? Because they're giving this idea to everyone, so that your consumption of knowledge has been via their institutions of like learning. So they were going to, whatever school you grew up in or knowledge you've attained is, you think the cosmology is what they're telling you it is in one way, shape, or another. You might think it's a bigger ball, but you still think you're in a universe full of stars who are suns and suns that are. So the cosmology is still alive via how they've given it to you, but now you're just revamping it to say something else because you want to keep the dream alive. And that's all right, because if you still want to believe somehow, some way, the Earth is what they're claiming it is, but maybe they got it wrong, so you're still going to keep believing it is, that's great. Please continue to believe that. But what we're doing is falsifying the claim that they're making by way of demonstrating to everybody.
I totally get that. I think we kind of were talking past each other a little bit. I wasn't trying to say that like I just want to like keep the globe model alive. I want to find the truth, right? I mean,
Well,
that's
the truth,
truly my end goal.
So if that
somebody wrong.
Well, here's the thing. Well, it's not about proving. It's more about seeing what's self-evident, right? If we're saying that it's self-evident that the Earth isn't curving anywhere, but we have to verify that it's what we say that it is, right? That it's not curving anywhere, and with line of sight we can see people at a far distance. That's the truth. What is not truthful about that? So it's self-evident, right? But now here's this one little claim that's coming up. All right, you saying the Earth is this claim? Let's test it. Oops, it's not that claim. Now what? But it's truthful that it's line of sight. We've always known the Earth to be what we see it. That's truth. You can stand on that. Understand?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Well, there's really, it's kind of like an open and shut case. That's why I want Lionel to understand. When we come at this discussion, it's simple. It's not super complicated. There's no logical inconsistencies. It's very basic. It's fundamental, really.
That's simple.
Yeah, very simple.
Rhinoceros, mysteries of existence are always going to exist while we're within the existence. I mean, this isn't, as I've said, this isn't omniscience 24/7.
I agree. There'll always be something we don't understand, but that doesn't mean everything that's a mystery we can't understand at some point.
Well, the mystery that they tried to give us, the 3959 globe mystery, has been unraveled. So if the goal is to debunk that, that's already been done. And the truth about what we can observe in nature, we know that truth as well.
Sure.
Yeah, like I think that we are in the quest of.
I just don't like the idea that something that makes me uncomfortable is that we debunk the globe Earth model, right? But then we don't why aren't we trying to actually figure out what we're on? Because we say we observe, you know, a flat plane, right? But you know, it could not be a flat plane.
Well,
why don't continue to like search for answers? Why just disprove the globe and then stick with only what you can observe?
Here's the thing, man. Nobody's stopping anyone from doing anything. So if that's your end goal and that's what you want to pursue, then you take that on and you shoulder it and you go and do what you got to do, right? But you know, for some people, they're content enough not knowing that it's not what the claim is. So it's that easy. But if you want to have a group where you have people pursuing something else, you know, further, then by all means, I don't think anybody's stopping that. You know what I mean? Like that's, you know, if you're more inquisitive about what else is going on, then live curiously. You know, get involved with people, talk to them, see what they want to do.
Aren't you, man? I mean, you gotta be curious about like what it all really is, right?
I am, but I'm not gonna bring this conversation to what I'm just gonna tell you, but I'm gonna leave it there. I have biblical understanding of what I know the reality to coincide with what I know reality is, known reality. So it's enough for me. So I don't need to discover more than what I know to be true, like as it is now. I don't need to go to. I'll give you a crazy example. I don't need to go to the edge to provide more evidence. For me, I'm content living a good life, knowing that my Creator has given me a mind to cognitively think about things and critically know what's going on in this world. I don't need to pursue the unknown. That to me, I like knowing that the sun and the moon are a mystery. It brings wonder.
I have no problem with that, man. If you're happy with that, that's totally fine, dude. You can live your life, you know, and do whatever. But I don't know. I just, you know, I don't know.
Look at the conversation I put in the chat for you, Ryan.
Yeah, I was starting to read it. Huh.
This is the sort of situation that we're dealing with on a regular basis.
So the why would they lie uh, question is kind of still, I think, still holds a little bit of weight. To be honest with you.
But does it detract, or does the explanation for why change the fact that it's a lie?
I mean, no. I mean, it could not, but that must mean that it really is a lie, and we have to start thinking about like probability here, right?
No.
This amount of people.
No.
Over this
No.
period
See,
of time.
that's fallacious, and it's based on your presumptions about what's actually happening.
Okay.
That's the problem with it.
Are you asking me what the problem?
No, that is the problem with it. The presumptions about what you think would be necessary for this to be the case.
I just, it would
okay,
have
so
to be, they would
no,
have to not
you
know.
say have. Let me point something out. Answer the number, or ask the question: how many people would have to know 100%, no matter what? They would have to know that the world is flat and they're lying. How many people? What is that number? And you have to answer that question you have to rule out all possibilities of deception at all levels and all compartmentalization, and you would have to deduce how many people would have to know that Earth is flat based on what they have done in life. So the person that's in a manufacturing warehouse making, putting together or making components or fabricating or whatever pieces for a quote unquote satellite, that is not one of the people. You can rule out all of those people. You can rule out, probably out of the 170,000 NASA employees, you can rule out 170,000 of them. Minus maybe how many? You have to figure it out and ask the question, who would have to know? Okay? Because statisticians, data scientists, none of those people would have to know. None of them would. So you have to really think critically and deduce who would have to know. And who is that? That would obviously be people like Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, maybe somebody like Yuri Gagarin, but maybe not. Like rule out all of the other ones and boil it down to the absolute list of who would have to know. There's other people that might know, but there's actually a very, very, very small list of people that would have to know.
So a group
I
that
would
comes
posit
to mind is the people interpreting, a group of people that I think would have to know would be like the people interpreting the data of like the Mars rover, right? And like sending commands to it to move it, right?
Right.
If you're just a normal regular guy and you're working on this project, like you're not a billionaire, you're not in any position of political power, and you go to work every day and you're like your job is to, you know, navigate the Mars rover, and you've put in the command, right? And like you saw also the rocket launch, you were there, and then you're interpreting the data of like the ship as it's going to Mars, and like everything makes sense. And then when it lands on Mars, you know, during the landing process, it like you're receiving data and stuff, and then images. Like at that point you would have to know, right? Could we agree on that one?
No, I would disagree.
Tell me how so?
Because it's just data and anything could be programmed. So really that could be boiled down to 1 to 5 people that would have to know associated with that. But all of the thousands of people that are working with that data would not have to know. They could be deceived.
So the people who like programmed the
I think that it's 100% reasonable. I think that it's 100% reasonable to suggest that the number of people that would have to know is double digits. Double digits.
Really? By the way,
Yes.
multi Tom Tom, whoever's talking in the chat, like if you want to talk shit on me, come in the voice chat and speak to me like a real person instead of hiding behind your keyboard.
Yeah. Well, that's not the purpose of this voice chat. Is not to talk crap to each other. I'm trying to provide you information. Don't try not to be distracted by provocateurs.
I appreciate it.
So
sorry.
So I'm trying to provide you rationale to answer your question. Okay, and it stands to reason that a person that claims, or a person that is made the claim about, that they went to the moon, for instance, that is a person that would have to know, most likely. I still reserve the possibility that it's possible that even those people could have been put through a deception and that they wouldn't necessarily have to know, which would limit the number to even a smaller number of people.
I guess, I mean, really anything is possible. Like, you know, I have no idea, but it just.
I'm just asking you to think through it rationally. Critical thinking.
Oh, I have. And I feel like I am. And I feel like they're. I don't know. I feel like it's kind of too outlandish for some reason. But maybe I'm wrong. I could always be wrong.
So, appeal to incredulity isn't a really valid process for discerning what is real. So, again, measurement and observing reality and measuring reality is probably the better technique as opposed to appeal to incredulity. So if you have a bunch of boards of wood, measuring them with a ruler or a measuring tape, to be more precise, and then saying, oh, look, they're all 12 foot long. and you just know that as a fact. Oh, look, I see way too far for that claim to be valid, and you just know that for a fact. It just is what it is. All of the other stuff, man, why would he have told me that all my boards are only 3 foot long when I just measured all of them to be 12 foot long? I don't know why he would have lied about that. I mean, it's obviously a lie. Gosh, I'm going to waste. I mean, I could ask. Oh, wait, I can't ask because I don't have access to that person that lied to me anymore, or I never did. I just heard the story of what he said, and I can't ask him. But that guy lied to me. These are 12-foot boards. He said 3 foot. These are 12 foot. I mean, fine. Better for me. The implications are nice. It means I have more than I expected. I'm drawing an analogy here, obviously, but the analogy carries over because you can spend your time thinking about why and the implications, but you should also just simply acknowledge, once you have made the determination that the claim has been falsified, once you see it for yourself, acknowledge that at the very least. And before you move on to asking questions why, make sure that you've acknowledged the simple fact, right? Go through the grieving process. That's why I bring up the analogy of the cheating spouse.
Yeah, when he read the A, person B, he said, huh. And now 5 minutes later he says, well, it's just too outlandish. Well, go back to the original thing that made you go, huh.
I use the cheating spouse analogy a lot because it's a binary, right?
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm thinking.
Like, I'll give you another one. What if you found out cooties weren't real?
What would I do if I found out cooties weren't real?
Yeah, let's, for instance, pretend that cooties is not euphemistic for some type of organism, right? So it's a facetious question. Because really and truly, cooties is usually understood to be a euphemism for some type of bacteria or contagion, right? But for the sake of my example, the idea of cooties actually does carry over into older ages, whether or not it's young teenager, young adult. The concept carries over and it gets converted from the word cooties to some type of contagion, bacteria, virus, whatever, right? But what if, hypothetically, and of course,
I'm sorry, I'm getting a phone call.
I just want to make sure that I'm being clear that I'm not in any stretch of the imagination trying to oppose the arbiter of truth, which is Wikipedia. Wikipedia is the arbiter of truth, of course. Everybody knows this. According to the terms of service and community guidelines of Discord, Wikipedia is the arbiter of truth. So with that in mind, I'm just pretending. But anyway, the concept of cooties. What if you found out that was fake? Outlandish?
I always thought they were friendly little things. I never was worried about a cootie. I just thought they tickled your armpits when they crawled over you.
Yeah, well, cooties in the kindergarten concept, kindergarten, first grade, maybe second grade, or even third grade in grade school, is the concept that if you rub shoulders with a girl, and I mean that quite literally, if you rub shoulders or bump into each other or accidentally brush against one another, that you know.
Yeah, you got a cootie.
You'll get cooties, and it's whatever. It's a farcical thing, and it's only tangentially related to bacteria transfer. That's actually not the purpose of the concept of cooties. The concept of cooties is to try to keep the boys and the girls from not doing things with each other. It's an early instilled concept to keep the boys and the girls from messing with each other. Okay, so but whatever the case, like again, I'm just drawing another analogy here. You can call something outlandish the appeal to incredulity. That's fallacious reasoning.
Well, did the cooties ever stop you from having a girlfriend? Never did.
No, social awkwardness did. at least for the first 20 years of my life. Oh my God, 20 years? Whatever.
Yeah.
I got married at 25. I got three offspring, three kin, as it were.
Yeah, I got married quite young the first time at 19, and it was my high school sweetheart and all that silly kind of stuff. And she was gorgeous, prettiest girl in the whole school, and blah blah blah. And she ended up being just a little too pretty. I'd catch her downtown on her 10-speed, hanging out on the boulevard, talking to all these guys and stuff. So we ended up getting divorced. Anyway, so she's never had any children. She can't have kids, I guess. So almost like a blessing. So at least I got to remarry and have a child. Only have one kid, though.
Gotcha. Well, anyway, these metaphors are... Oh, did he leave?
Oh.
I think that guy left. Yeah, Rhinoceros. Yeah, he left, I guess. Oh, well. Sorry, I didn't mean to overstep these minutes of...
Yeah, I was going to tell Rhinoceros to stick around for ladies' night, and he bolted.
Oof.
He's probably going to come back. Was he new or something, though?
I suppose.
Oh. Yeah, I suppose we probably should try a little harder to keep the new ones.
Well, I
stick
wasn't
around if we
being
can.
overly aggressive. I was providing him useful rationale.
Right.
There's a deficit of reason.
Deficit of truth seekers too, seems to me.
Maybe so. Well, and it's because of it's related to that claim that I was, not claim, the statement I was making about Wikipedia being the arbiter of truth. That has a lot to do with it. This illusion of arbitration of truth via consensus.
Yeah.
That illusion has messed people's brains up because it has taken them away from reality and into an appeal to this concept of democracy or consensus or majority as the arbitration of what is real.
Right. Yeah, Wikipedia is, I agree with you 100%. It's not where you should be going if you really want to know the truth about anything, really. I guess maybe I shouldn't be saying that, but...
Yeah, it didn't take them long to slide from when Wikipedia first was started, which I only first remember like in the schools. 2001 is when I remember us being told, don't let students use Wikipedia for a source, or make sure they know Wikipedia is not a valid source. You can use it and go to the bottom where the sources of their supposed sources are, and investigate those and see if those are legitimate sources or not. Now it's just like everybody thinks that just is the source, as if that's just totally legitimate. I don't even hear people in the schools saying anymore don't use it. It's in like courses. These online courses refer to Wikipedia as a source. I mean, it's just that whole idea has totally vanished. Almost totally. I mean, I'm sure in like serious academic classes, like at a real, let's say a college prep school that's more serious, or like, at an actual university that's more serious, depending on the professor, they might still hold to that. But like in general, it used to be that was just common knowledge that no teacher would let you use Wikipedia as a source, and I don't know, like it only took maybe 10 years for them to kind of take over, not that long.
I agree.
Well, today Wikipedia can be edited by any idiot. All you have to do is just register, on that platform, and you can edit things.
Yes, but on the other hand, Wikipedia is highly regulated by the. Well, you can figure it out if you look into who it's regulated by.
Yeah, you change it up, and it's not what they want on it. They'll just change it right back. Someone
That's
does.
Right. That's right.
The fact checkers.
That's a good euphemism for it.
I think Melty is trying to say something. I don't know if that's Pea Drinker.
Is it Pea Drinker? Could very well be. Oh, now he's going to be silent.
Well, he doesn't have any roles, right? Or did someone unmute him?
I unmuted.
He was unmuted for a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I unmuted him.
He was trying to speak.
No, I don't want to breathe into the mic, so I muted myself because you rogue unmuted me.
I did rogue unmute you. I make a habit of it, in fact.
I was taking a big hit of fucking weed. I was trying to hold it in. So hello, everybody.
Not surprised.
How you doing?
Okay.
Buddy?
We're going to start ladies' night now, even though we only have a few ladies here, but that's, it's a good time to start it. That way I can...
How much more time before ladies' night starts, Mary Mom?
Well, I mean, it's supposed to have started at the top of the hour, so...
8 minutes ago.
Oh, 8 minutes ago. Oops, sorry.
Yeah,
you can. No problem. I would have been if we were like dying to start. I would have. I was trying to let you guys finish up with that one guy, and then he went away, and then
the torch is yours.
Here, so.
I'll put my lip zipper on.
Am I allowed to stay if I behave?
No, you got to go home and go to bed.
I don't want to go to bed.
Oh well, then I guess
you don't have to leave, Lionel. Yeah, the men are.
Men are horrible.
I'll just start the event, and then I'll give a general introduction, and then hopefully that will answer your questions. If not, let me know, Lionel. No, men are horrible is not the theme of Ladies' Night. Never has.
They are horrible.
And
period.
What makes you say that, Lionel? We don't agree. What do you mean? Men are just as good as women. There's horrible men, there's horrible women. I'm not saying they're the same, don't get me wrong, but, I wouldn't say one's bad and the other one's not. I don't know. It seems like they have to work together. Why do you say they're horrible,
I have my reasons.
You don't want to share them.
All women are just little angels. Yeah, that's my opinion. They can't. Women can do no wrong. Because they don't know any better. It's real simple. They just don't know any better, so you just have to forgive them.
God Rockets really tried to get the other topics going here for Ladies' Night. We got like at least 3. We got like at least 3 rabble-rousing topics right there off the bat. Okay, so I tagged the ladies in the voice text. Now I'm going to make an announcement. I started the event. So I just want to put a little with that, and then I'll be all set with it. I don't know. I don't know if Level Up wants to have that be a topic of why are sometimes men the problem, sometimes women, but I don't know. It seems like we're all both capable of causing problems in a different way. Yeah, I know. Like the main point I just wanted to get across is that there were some people when we started Ladies' Night who thought, that who try, and I think some people do still try to push that, like, ladies do it better. That's why we have ladies' night, or whatever. But that was never the point. That was never the point. So we are not trying to say that men are inferior in any way. I have never said that. I don't remember ever saying that, and I've never endorsed anyone else saying it. So there you go. In fact, I think I've gotten after people for trying to use this to disparage, especially since I am the mother of boys, and I would like a future where they are not, I guess, discriminated against is the right word. I don't know, but I have seen a tendency toward that, so I actually try to counteract that whenever I see it. So anyway, I started the event, I made the announcement, and now start Ladies' Night.
It's
May
official.
13th, 2022. It's a beautiful day here where I live. Hopefully it is where you live as well. I mean, most days you can find some beauty in them. I don't know what days aren't beautiful. Even if it's raining, the plants are getting water. That's beautiful. If it's storming, that's even better. You get a light show in the sky at night. If it's snowing, it's very peaceful and calm. I don't know. I mean, what day is not beautiful, Level Up? I mean, we can't always see the beauty, but it's there, right?
Yeah, I think it's any day that you're not in a hospital, it's a pretty good day.
There you go. Yes. If I was in the hospital, and just told I had a fatal disease, or, someone I loved the same, I might not be here saying it's a beautiful day, right? Absolutely. So it is kind of a matter of perspective. Yeah, Tom, I'm still Dandelion in my main account. I used to be a Mary Mom for many years, so sometimes I just put the name on because people seem to like it. I don't even know why, just on a whim. So he just asked about the name, so there you go. There's your answer. So yeah, Level Up's here. Glatflobus, aka KJ's here. Hello, KJ.
Hey, how are you?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing good.
How's the server been?
Pretty dead today. Not much going on except that one guy a little bit ago.
We could try to get him back, but the little bit I heard, it didn't make me think like I really wanted to talk to him that much. I don't know. Level Up, do you want me to try to get him back? He believes in the globe.
I didn't hear him, sorry.
He's a rhinoceros? Is that what he was? Rhinoceros something? What was his name? I'm trying to tag a rhinoceros. I'm not seeing anything.
Rhinoceros.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Just come back and talk to ladies. There we go. He sounded really grouchy. I mean, maybe we could at least cheer him up. I don't know. I don't think he thinks it's a beautiful day. I guess we could ask him that. I agree, God Rockin', with your last statement. Absolutely, yeah. Don't want to be trapped in one of those. My family already knows they're not getting me into one of those unless I'm unconscious. And even then, I'm like, I don't even want you to take me there if I'm unconscious, but that's the only way you'll get me there. Anyway, yeah. So, what was I going to ask KJ? Oh, God. Remember. Oh, you just said it. Yeah, been quiet in the server. Oh, I know. I was going to say maybe it's because maybe other people are also enjoying better weather. I don't know. I was outside most of the day today, so
Mm-hmm.
other people might be too. But especially up here in the north where we haven't had good weather for a long time. Just kind of went from very, very cold to very, very warm, which I think it did last year too. I don't know if that's just the way things are now or what. Oh, Tom says Ryan was very sensitive. Okay, well, yeah, I would try my best to be kind to him then, if he did come back. And I'm sure the other ladies would too, because they usually always are. I've never really heard Level Up get after anybody at all. I don't know. Have you ever gotten mad at somebody on the live stream, Level Up?
Probably when I was first back in here earlier this year or late last year. The guys were talking about what I would loosely term male entitlement, and I got pretty steamed up.
Okay, so that's why you thought maybe that shouldn't be our topic for tonight.
Yeah, if you really want me to get mad, that would be the topic.
I really don't want you to, so there you go.
I don't especially like it either, so.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, we have Bumblebee here, so yeah, you've been here before, I know, but it's been a while since I talked to you. I don't know if you could say hello to us, Bumblebee.
Hello.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good. Everyone is sleeping, so I can't talk.
Okay, that's fine. We won't make you talk. If you feel like chiming in at some point, then feel free, but thank you for at least saying hello. It's good to hear your voice. And we have Dang It Darren. He doesn't have any roles. I don't know. Do you think I should unmute him? Level up?
I don't know people as well as you probably do, but it's up to you if you want to try something, and we'll just see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, we can always mute him again if we have issues, so. Darren, are you there? Okay, well, if you can hear me, you are now muted on your end, so you are not server muted anymore. So if you wish to speak to us, unmute yourself and let us know. Otherwise, at some point, we'll probably server mute you again. But you are now at Ladies' Night. Oh, yeah, I told the guy, Leonel, is going to give a general introduction. Yeah, of what the purpose is. Yeah, or the guidelines. So the Ladies' Night is hosted by the ladies of the server. But that doesn't mean only ladies speak. We speak to usually a priority of newer people that come into the server who might be either still stuck on the fantasy globe or flat earthers. And then generally the people who we ask to kind of take a back seat are the regular kind of flat earther guys who are here often. And they are generally very supportive of us and let the ladies have an evening to run the show, just to give a little different flavor to the live stream. And a lot of times it turns out that newer ladies come in and maybe feel more comfortable talking on ladies' night than they might other times. And then various things happen depending on who shows up. That seemed like a good summary?
Works for me.
But I've heard I heard that you've been really kind of holding down the fort here in the past few weeks, which I appreciate. So thank you for doing that.
It gets kind of just me rambling sometimes because I'm like, well, I don't know what to talk about, so usually come up with something. Gospel Bearer is suggesting something, a video, Root of All Evil by probably Alexandra, as a topic tonight. I haven't seen that, so I don't know what it's about, or somebody would have to tell me the gist of it.
I know. I wonder how long it is. I haven't seen it either, so I wouldn't really like. Oh, it's an hour and 19 minutes. Yes, it really had to be someone summarizing it.
Yeah, I remember one of her videos from last year about Revelation, which she said some good things and some other things I totally disagreed with, but I'm kind of indifferent on whether it, I don't know whether to expect it to be good or bad. I'm sure she'll have arguments for whatever the topic is. Well, the topic is Root of All Evil, but maybe it's about money. I don't know. Probably not, though.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, they say love of money is the root of all evil, right, or something like that.
Right.
But
It's the love of, not just money. Okay, click on the video and see if it has a description. about events leading up to a quantum financial, it is about money, quantum financial reset, as well as its mystical origins, the alchemical process humanity is undergoing led to gold, and why it matters not just for physical reality, but in terms of spiritual implications. Quantum financial reset. I mean, offhand, I would just say what we're seeing of the world's economy, which has been a house of cards for a long time. This has been for several years I forget who it was said, a controlled demolition of life as we know it. So it's happening a little, it's not one giant disaster and then everything changes. They're taking these steps. There was a step taken back in 91101. There was another step taken more recently in 2020. And now there's the, wars and things going on and cryptocurrencies rising and then crashing. Hard to say. I mean, we know that this is all orchestrated, is all I would say, but there's nothing organic or natural about it. It's all planned, is what I would say. I'm guessing she'll come to a similar conclusion.
I've never heard anything from this person, so I don't know anything about that person. I was thinking about 9/11 today for some reason. I can't remember why, but I didn't have cable at that time, and I remember, it was like I thought it was something that we really needed to know about what was happening. I remember taking my daughter. I was going to ask her if she remembers this. To the Sears, at the mall to watch what was happening. And after I first heard about it when I was at school teaching during the day, but then it must have been after school or something. I went and picked her up and took her to the Sears. Nowadays, I wouldn't do that if some event happened. I wouldn't take my children to the Sears to see it because now I know that's part of the trauma, right? Because she didn't really care that much. I can't remember her really paying attention. She was very young, I don't remember her really paying that much attention to. It's kind of oh, why is mom suddenly watching TV? Which she usually doesn't care about the stuff. But anyway, the point is, it led to me thinking, gosh, I don't even think it kind of got people also on this mindset that we have to watch the news. Some important thing's going to happen, right? And we might not be watching when it happens because it so happened that some so-called important thing was happening then. But I was thinking, gosh, has any important thing really happened since then? Not a major trauma-based mind control event like that. I mean, there have been minor events that I don't want people to name them because then I'll have to say whether I think that event really happened or not, and then somebody might scream and yell at me and say, it definitely happened, people died! I don't want to hear your vote. My vote is nothing ever happens. Anyway. I mean, things happen, people die and bad things happen, but do things happen that really affect what's happening in your life, right now? Not very often, not very often. Does it matter to you if someone did or did not die, 3,000 miles away? Does it really matter to your life that much if nothing's coming around the corner, of your house right this minute? I don't know. Does that sound heartless?
Well, yes and no. I mean, it depends on context. A lot of things. I mean, if there's somebody running around in your country doing certain things that can affect other lives, then we should all be aware that this happens, right? I mean, we'd have to know the world we live in, but on the other hand, everything on the TV is lies, and we have to investigate ourselves. And most of the time, we don't have the time when we're talking, and they're counting on us not having the time. They're all too busy trying to make ends meet and just get through the day. So. But,
I remember the exact train of thought that led me to that, actually, because it had to do with the weather I was talking about earlier, because I was thinking, oh, gosh, now all of a sudden we have winter and then we have summer, nothing in between. And then I was thinking, oh, yeah, 10 years ago or 20 years ago for sure, but even 10, I know for sure in 2012, people were still saying that if you talked about geoengineering, you were nuts, right? Chemtrails and so on. They're not trying to control the weather. Now it's like geoengineering.org exists. You know, they just say, yeah, we're trying to control it. Isn't that a great idea, guys? So, like, how long does it take? And of course, they admit the Gulf of Tonkin was a false flag and so on. That's what led me to think about 9/11, because I don't think they'll be in a hurry to geoengineering.org doesn't exist anymore. It used to. Oh, now you can buy that domain. Maybe I should buy it. How much do you think it would cost? I just looked it up. It's not there anymore. Oh, now Level Up. Here's a whole nother operation. I should have screenshotted it when it was up there, because that's what Deus Vault told me. They make you think they're being honest about that stuff. Then they pull it back. That's what they did with JFK with the Oliver Stone movie. They said, oh yeah, magic bullet. That's ridiculous. Lone gunman. Nuts. Obviously something else was here. LBJ, the mafia, Cuba, take your pick. For sure something else was here. That was like the whole 90s. You remember that, right? And then the 2000s were back to, oh no, it's what's his name, Lee Harvey Oswald. You say anything different, you're a complete nut job. So it goes back and forth, doesn't it? It goes back and forth every decade, whether you're a nut job or not. If you actually keep track of whether they're going to think you're a nut job or not, if you express your opinion, then you just learn to say nothing, right? And that's what we see in the world today, with people just who refuse to have an opinion about anything.
And even that is a controlled outcome. I mean, they want to box you in so that no matter which move you make or don't make, they'll get the result they want from enough people that it won't matter if there are outliers, people who don't fall for the programming or whatnot.
Who's squiggly line guy up at the top? Because he said hello to us. I don't know who that is and what we're supposed to call him.
Who's that?
He's above BG, Mr. Squiggly Line Gears. Skid upside down. I guess we could just call him Skid.
What the?
Oh, hello. I was just saying hello to you. Is that what we're supposed to call you, a Skid?
Yeah. Hi. How's it going?
Good. Yeah, I just saw earlier that you said hello to us, so I just was saying hello to you. I don't know if I talked to you before. Are you new, or did you just change your name?
No, I changed my name a lot. I'm not new.
Your name used to be.
I change it like every couple of days, like every 3 or 4 days.
Oh.
Yeah. If you, no, me and you haven't spoken before, no.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we're glad you're here. How did you figure out that the Earth was flat?
Critical thinking.
Good. Critical thinking. So, like, can you be more specific? Like, did you have resources that helped you with this critical thinking, or did you just
No, I lived
reason it
somewhere
out
where
on
there
your
was a
own?
lot of earthquakes, and like earthquakes sort of lead me down a rabbit hole of thinking on my own without looking into learning resources about how could the Earth be a globe of tectonic plates like move around, and they go up and down, they go left and right, and they morph in formation as well over time. And that's one of the most basic concepts of the Earth's crust, that we understand, and that's what we do know, and we acknowledge it. And so that kind of was a couple of years ago, and I let that bother me for about 6 months. And then I went away. I tried to learn a bit about geometry, and I ended up coming to sort of some places like this, and I stopped and just looked at the things that were more within my capacity of understanding, rather than trying to understand complex mathematics that are derived from guesstimations, we'll put it down to. And yeah, just the deductions that I could make were that it is not a globe, that it just actually doesn't make any sense to be a globe if you align what you are taught in order for you to deduce that it is a globe. So that's what I'll say on it, without specifically getting into any information to draw a reference point from on why I believe the Earth is flat over a globe.
Well, we're glad you're here. Yeah, there's no evidence for this globe. Basically just a psychological construction. I mean, that's the best way I can describe it. I mean, you could call it a psychological operation, I suppose, if you want. But it's just, I like psychological construction because operation people don't like because that makes them think of psyop, which it is, of course. But yeah, it's a psychological construction that people often choose to remain in, either consciously or subconsciously, because it's easier for them to function in society if they accept this psychological construction, even though they've never observed a globe, they've never been to outer space, they've never experienced any motion, they've never seen any curvature. And in fact, if they did what you talked about, yeah, and actually look into the geometry, which, even if it might seem overwhelming at first, it's really not that difficult. I mean, I've seen it explained very simply and clearly in a lot of different places. I think sometimes people add complication to it, often when they're catering to or countering people who wish to make it more complicated or wish to make it look more complicated. But yeah, there's no math behind the globe. There's no science behind the globe. There's just basically, playing on people's desire to fit in and people's desire to fit in with the crowd and not to stand out and so on. And it's worked, really well for quite some time, and it could keep working, for the larger so-called society for, a while longer, who knows? Oh, lumpy gas in a vacuum says he's FE 100%. As FE as anyone ever. Wow. That's a huge claim. I don't think I would make that claim. My gosh, then they'd really expect me to back that one up. Lumpy gas in a vacuum. Tell us more about how you're as FE as anyone ever. Are you able to unmute? Are you a globe skeptic? You want to know. Sometimes when people first come in, they just are globe skeptics to start with. While we get to know people, these days. Oh, you can't unmute. That's unfortunate. Well, some other day, just like multi Tom said, you talk to him on to get you the flat earth the roll. If you can't talk today, just find someone another day to talk to. If you don't want to do it in the live stream, you can do it like in the interview room. Like if you'd rather do it one-on-one. Bumblebee says, when there is possible war near life and peace, get even more meaningful. Okay, yeah, when there's possible war near, life and peace get even more meaningful. I am thankful each day I get. Just makes me so sad that it might be gone soon. Gosh, is it going to be gone soon? That's news to me. Maybe Bumblebee knows something I don't know. Is anybody else tell me why it's going to be gone soon? Because nobody told me that.
No, I'm just wondering. I'm living in Finland, so I'm concerned.
Okay, well, I like your philosophy there. Thankful each day you get. I think that's a good way to be. Every day is a new day.
You know the situation in Finland?
Why don't you tell me, what's the situation?
Like we live next to Russia, and our leaders are basically now making decisions about joining NATO. So Russia is already saying that it means conflict if we make that decision. Man, it makes me sad.
Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah, if you've got these people you don't know that you ultimately have no control over that are making decisions that would affect you and your family, I can totally understand that. The lumpy gas in a vacuum wants to share an idea of getting between two black swans on Lake Superior. Interesting. I was on Lake Superior last fall. Might go back there this summer. Detroit Lakes, Minnesota. Yeah, that's cool. I've been up there to Lutsen and Grand Marais and that Superior Shore right there. Beautiful area. I was looking into going to Isle Royale, which you can either get to from Michigan or from Minnesota, but the boat ride is shorter from Minnesota. I was actually thinking I'd be better off. That was when my children were littler. I thought it'd be better to drive to Minnesota, have a shorter boat ride because now that they're older, I actually think it'd be better to have a shorter drive and longer boat ride. Jim's looking for more pics of Chicago from across Lake Michigan. Yeah, I might be able to get some this summer. I have not dedicated myself to doing that, and now my son wants to take over my E1000 for bird watching, which I'm thinking I'm probably going to let him do it. I think he'll take care of it. Okay, well, if we got anybody else that wants to join the discussion, if you're listening on YouTube or anyone else, we're running the Flat Earth Ladies Night. This is a good time to, if you're new to the topic, it's a good time to get your questions answered. And we won't get angry at you for thinking that you live on a globe. In fact, we enjoy, I don't know, shouldn't say we, I enjoy sometimes talking to some globers that think they live on a globe, especially new people who aren't like professional globers, people who just casually think that because they have been told that and so on. So yeah, I mean, now's a good time to come in. If you haven't joined the server before, you can type discord.gg/flat earth into your web browser. That'll take you here. It's very easy to join Discord. If you haven't done that before, you just, I think when you type that in, then it would prompt you to join Discord. So now that we don't have the comments on YouTube, if there's anyone who's listening that wants to comment, we have a live stream voice text that goes along with the live stream, although you have to get the VC verified role to be able to see that channel. So, oh, good, Ryan's back. Okay, we'll say hi to him after I finish my little spiel here. If you don't have the role and you're in the live stream, although I saw your note, Dog, that you just want to listen, that's perfectly fine as well. But if you do want to speak, you can go up to the VC check-in audio channel, which is above this channel and underneath the lobby. And then you can ping a mod gold or silver in the VC check-in voice text, and someone will give you the VC verified role, which will allow you to see more of the server, including the live stream voice text, which is like the chat goes along with the live stream. So, oh yeah, Ryan Ostris, yeah, we're having ladies' night now. So I didn't hear what you were discussing with the guys earlier. I just came in on the tail end of it. So, are you new to the server, Ryan Ostris? Hello.
Hello, slightly new. I'm really sorry to do this to you, but I actually have to go. My fiance just called me.
Too bad.
I'll come back though.
You better go pick her up. Yeah, definitely come back. We'll be around for a while. Yeah. All right. Yeah, definitely pick her up. That's the priority. All right, we'll talk to you later, Ryan.
Talk to you later.
All right. Well, if he comes back, I don't know if I'll be here when he comes back, but I'm sure somebody will.
I think my very first memory that I can go back to is being in the back of a station wagon, my parents' station wagon. When you're small, you get thrown back in the back of those old station wagons. I was back there, and I remember somebody saying on the radio that JFK had been assassinated. And that's like my earliest remembrance of my life. And it's just interesting. And now I actually live in Dallas. So I can tell you right now that, a single gunman did not kill Kennedy. It was actually impossible. But when you go down to Daily Plaza, they actually have people selling memorabilia, actually making money off of that, off the fact that one person killed Kennedy. And I hate to go down there and tell those people that they're making money off a lie, but I guess they're making money.
Oh no, that guy that runs that museum, he knows. He's very he actually used to be. I don't know if you know who Jim Fetzer is, but it's been a long time since I looked into that stuff. But yeah, it's a whole community of people who study the intricate details of all the holes in their story. And that guy that runs that museum used to be a part of their group, and then he just like some of the flat earthers that sell out and say, I'm going back to the globe. Oh, look how popular I am. Same deal with that guy that runs that. Don't feel bad for him. He knows exactly what he's doing. Yeah. Oh, this guy in the chat has a question. I don't think he's in here, is he? Maybe he's listening on YouTube. Now I gotta go back up and find it. Oh yeah, Pre-Curious. He sounds familiar. I feel like we've talked to him before. That name sounds familiar. According to Globe Dimensions. I lost it again. What is distance to geometric horizon? Is it 2 miles? Do you see that?
Yeah. What geometric horizon? According to any definition, the horizon is not an actual physical place. It's an optical place. So to presume there's a geometric horizon is to say that this isn't optical and it is in fact a ball, when that's the point being debated. That's begging the question. So if they're looking for an Earth curve calculator that ignores optical conditions, there's plenty of those online, Earth curve calculator, you just look that up. But they'll tell you that A, it must be a ball, B, because it's a ball, it has a geometric horizon as opposed to an optical one, and C, that there are limits to how far you can see something depending on its height and your height that would be hidden by as going around the curve of the Earth. And many images people have taken see way farther than that, so that can't be true. So it's just a whole rabbit trail of disproven suppositions.
I'll be right back. I have to go check on something. Are you hearing a background of constant Discord notifications, or is that just something going on in my headphones?
Not hearing it. That typically happens if you're listening on YouTube. You can hear those things, and nobody else can hear them. But I don't hear them right now.
I don't know what's going on. Okay, just glad it's not bothering anyone else. All right, I'll be right back.
Alrighty, so I guess I'll have to think of something for a little bit. Lumpy gave the 1.225 times square root of the observer height in feet. And then, of course, you have to consider the height of the object that's supposedly over the curve, whether it's tall enough to see part of it or all of it or none of it. But the problem, again, is that the horizon is not a geometric place. It's an optical limit. And you can increase the optical limit with either a telescope or increasing your height above sea level. But that's about it. And there's still going to be a limit. You still can't see forever. And you can't, if you're looking for a geometric horizon, you can't invoke refraction to explain those things we see too far, because that just shoots your argument in the foot from the start, because you're saying that there is a limit, a geometric limit that you can't zoom in on and see things again that have gone past it because you'd be looking through the earth or the ocean. So it's incompatible to believe in a geometric horizon and also invoke refraction to explain why we see so far. The question isn't how we can see so far. The question is why. And again, you can't use a refraction to explain away the Earth curve calculator. Trying to look at the chat. Yep. Horizon is optical only. That's the problem. They have to first convince us that there's such a thing as a geometric horizon. And how they prove such a thing, which is why on some of the channels they keep harping the question, show us how you found the radius. And we mean a vertical radius because a flat circle can have a radius. Every circle has a radius. But for a sphere to have a radius, you need a three-dimensional radius. You need one that can go vertically as well as horizontally. So no such thing has been measured. It's not possible. And they can say that they've gone around the Earth and found the dimensions of the circumference, but that doesn't tell you that the Earth is a ball, and only that it's a circle. And the claims that anyone's done that have been very questionable. And the real one that needs to be done is pole-to-pole circumnavigation. That's the only way you're going to answer the question. And nobody's done that. Supposedly somebody was going to try and it got called off a year or two ago. But to my knowledge, nobody's done it. And when people tell you they've gone to the South Pole, what they mean is they've gone to the outer banks of some ice shelves in Antarctica if they had a ton of money and permits and got through all the bureaucratic nightmare to get there, and they put a pole in the snow and some flags and said, here you are at the South Pole, and you believe it, because how are you going to prove them wrong? And they know that. Take them a few miles inland, and they're tired of the cold, and they're like, yep, we're at the South Pole, and then they go back, say, see, I proved it. I was at the South Pole. There's all kinds of problems with the claim of a geometric horizon, so no point in asking what that is when it's not a geometric place. How do you measure to a non-geometric place? Here's somebody's mic open up. Might have been an accident.
Hey, how you doing? Happy ladies.
Thank you.
Are you in another chat? Are you reading another chat?
I'm looking at live stream voice text.
Oh, okay. I was just saying hi. Happy ladies' night to all the flat earth ladies. Feels weird talking to you ladies in public.
Why is that? Why is it weird?
I don't know. I wish I was funny. Yeah. I had a conversation with Dad the other day. He took to celestial navigation those 3 questions that QE puts up. Is navigation done between the relationship between the sky and the surface? And do navigators establish an elevation angle? And can you get an elevation angle off of a curved baseline? And those closed-ended questions, he answered them right away. He did get when we talked about gas pressure requiring containment. He begged the question with gravity, and he knew what he was doing, but he refused to move. But anyway, if you got a lady out there, y'all remember to pray for them. Pray for your sisters, widows, and orphans.
Amen. But yeah, gravity. If gravity is a container, why doesn't that work on Earth? Why doesn't gravity start becoming a container until you get out to so high up that most people can't go, and it just doesn't follow that if I'll put it put it another way, we know that gas pressure requires a container, something to press on. It's part of the formula. It's what we observe all the time. That gas doesn't have a shape, so there is no atmosphere, air sphere. It's an oxymoron. So something must be containing the air, especially if there were space, which is a near vacuum, with such low pressure difference or extreme pressure difference that any gas under pressure, which the atmosphere is, would have dissipated immediately and never formed gas pressure. So the problem is that they have to solve is, if gravity is a container, why can't I just use gravity for the tires on my car? Why do I need tires? Why do they need rubber? If gravity is going to contain it, why doesn't it contain the air and tires? Why do you need to put propane in a tank? Why doesn't gravity keep it down on a puddle on the ground? Gases dissipate. That's what they do. Therefore, gravity is not containing gases. And to beg the question on the largest possible scale of the air all over the earth is an extraordinary claim that needs extraordinary evidence, and there's been none given other than waving the wild card of gravity, which nobody can explain anyway. They can describe things, some things falling, some things go up, and gases, like I said, go in every direction. So that's a description of observations. That's not an explanation of anything. And to call something gravity is begging the question. And they can't even make up their minds whether it's mass attracting mass or curvature of space-time, which is another oxymoron, because you can't bend a concept. Time is a concept and space is emptiness. How do you bend that? And how would you travel it? You can't. So gravity is not an answer. It's a hand wave dismissal, and a really weak one at that.
Precurious is here now. I don't know if you wanted to tell us if there was more context to your question about the geometric horizon, Precurious, or did you get that answered?
Seem to be on there. They are.
Yeah. Yeah, I got the answer. I just don't know how that specific formula was reached, but I mean, I get it.
Oh, we have different explanations written out. I can try to find them for you. Just some different memes, and maybe I'll come up with the right one. Oh, yeah, there it is. At least that's one of them. I mean, there's different ways to derive the same thing. I mean, there's different methods. Some people use the Pythagorean theorem and so on. Have you been in the server before, or are you new?
Oh, yes, I have.
I thought your name seemed familiar.
Yeah. They usually talk about my accent. They say I have an accent, but apparently it's a big deal when I come on here.
Oh. What accent do you think that you have?
I don't know. I don't think I have it. They say I have it. Every time I say something, they like, "Oh man, you got an accent." It tends to come out when I drink. I don't know if that has to do with it, but
Everyone's got an accent if you're not from the place where that person is from. Although even in the same region, I mean, around here, there's all kinds of different accents. We don't have just one accent where I live, but
yeah, I went through a checkout line once, and somebody remarked on my accent. I'm like, what? What accent?
Yeah, I was giving Crypto a hard time about that because I noticed whenever I watch some kind of British type show where they have like often like kind of Agatha Christie dramatizations. Whenever they have an American on there, like their American accent is just so appalling. It's so because they always criticize our fake British accents. Like I don't know if you ever heard a British person doing a fake American. They're so bad. I said like, why can't you guys just hire a real American to do it? But I mean, it's the same reason why we had Dick Van Dyke playing Mary Poppins, right? We had to.
That's
have
the
Dick
one
Van
everybody
Dyke in there.
holds up as the worst British accent ever. Now, I know there's some actors that I was surprised to learn they weren't British or weren't American, because they did such a good, hearing them talk when they're not
Some
being an
can do
actor.
it.
Yeah, there's people who can do a really good job of pretty much any accent and sound authentic.
Yeah. But the general way that just the typical person does it is just so flat. I mean, there are some Americans that sound that way that are just kind of almost speaking in a monotone, just very brash and flat. I don't know. It sounds like a frat boy or something. I don't know how to describe it, but the character they're playing wouldn't have the kind of accent that they're putting this American as having. Basically, is the thing. But if you don't live in the country, you don't know about these nuances.
I was in a bad accident about 11 years ago. Suffered a brain injury, and when I was recovering, still in the hospital, I was speaking. It was just coming out naturally, but I was speaking with the British accent. I don't know why I've never. I don't know why that was, but just my voice was coming out with a strong British accent. And it went away after 3 or 4 days, but it was there.
I've heard of that for some people on some documentaries. They said some people it was permanent, and British accents or French, all sorts of things, and nobody knows why it happens.
I don't know, maybe an out-of-body experience kind of thing. You think you're in somebody else's body. Who knows?
I would tend to think more in terms, since it's a result of an injury, that it has something to do with how little we really understand about how the brain does what it does. And if certain parts are injured, that it can, they know generally, here's a vision center, here's a language center, but that it isn't just confined to those centers. Hold on just a second. My cuckoo clock went off. But the thing is that it isn't that simple. And if a connection is lost to a language center, then the brain tries to reconstruct from some other part, like a memory of some British movies or something. I don't know what it does. Maybe it just tries to fill in the blanks.
Yeah, because immediately after the accident, I was conscious already, but I was trying to talk to people, and it was just coming out all gibberish. Words were coming out, but it was all gibberish. You couldn't interpret it or understand it. It was just like hodgepodge. It was nothing. It was just random sounds coming out of my mouth. But then that went away, and then the English accent came on.
Wow.
And eventually, that went away.
Give us your best attempt.
So there was a process that your brain went through in recovering.
Yeah. Yeah, mind is resilient.
None of that was permanent. I mean, that's a bad thing to have an injury to your brain regardless, but I'm glad you recovered.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yeah, it messed me up pretty good, but I won't bring it up on here.
And you don't want to get old ladies like me talking about physical problems. We'll go on and on and on. So the more older you get, the more you go, well, I had this problem now, and I had to see the doctor about that. And
I bring it. It took my arm away. I'm an amputee now because of that.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I survived, and that's all that matters.
Yeah. So that's tough, though.
And I don't know. I kind of think I don't know, but it could have been God giving me a second chance, because back then, if I had died, there's no way I would have made it, into heaven. I believed in, back then I believed in alien. I mean, I certainly believed in the globe, but I believed in aliens and all that shit. I thought Jesus was an alien kind of thing, all these pagan ideas, and I was doomed for hell for sure. So I'm glad I got a second chance.
Some people call that 2x4 counseling, where God hits you with a 2x4 to get your attention.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean,
nice to hear.
Sometimes it takes a whack in the head to get woke up to the truth, and I mean, after that, I came flat.
Awesome.
Oh, that's what kind of woke you to seeing the lie of the globe? I mean, how did that happen?
Great testimony, man. Thank you.
I don't know if he's still trying to talk because he's lighting up now, but now we're not hearing anything, right? Are you guys hearing anything?
No.
Did the man claim it was a motorcycle crash?
He's talking, but we don't hear him. Maybe.
I see my little avatar lighting up, but I'm not saying anything. It's lighting up on its own.
Okay, it must be a mic sensitivity thing.
Somebody's on a treadmill.
So how did that then lead to you realizing the truth about the flat Earth? I mean, how did you come across that?
I mean, there's no definite answer, but kind of what I'm kind of leading to is what happened to me. It was very traumatic, and it left me internally angered. And I didn't know it at the time, but I think I was mad at God, for what had happened to me. And because of my resentment for God, I ended up just eliminating God by believing in other concepts, all the pagan stuff, and dismissing God's existence, all in itself, and then just digging deeper into these ideas of aliens and all this stuff. That's how I found the truth, by researching the lie is how I discovered that it is a lie. Aliens, how old do they say this universe is, and aliens still aren't here? Well, then where are they? Well, there's a reason they're not here, is because they don't exist. They keep peddling us these stories, and the government is hiding them and whatnot, but they just don't exist.
And the idea that aliens, if they existed, would come however unimaginable distance to just kind of hang in the shadows and, steal cattle and probe people and put them back and give them some new age message. I mean, if you came all that way, the only people who would believe that they would not want to be known would be Star Trek devotees who would say, Prime Directive. Well, no, that's fiction. I'm pretty sure if the aliens had the technology, if they existed and came all this way, that they aren't going to just draw crop circles,
Yeah. Anunnaki, as they call them.
Yeah, there's all sorts of different, greys and reptilians and all sorts of things. Mostly, I think David Icke was responsible for popularizing a lot of those terms.
I own 3 of his books, thick dictionary-sized books, and I read them all front to back.
Wow.
And that was several years ago, but yeah, I still own the books. I don't want them, but I have them.
Okay, somebody named Skygazer sent me a message. Once unmuted, I'm not able to do that. A gold or mod, I think, would have to do that. I don't know who that is.
I have a long history with Skygazer Level Up, so I could unmute him. I'm not going to guarantee him he'll stay unmuted, but if you haven't had a Skygazer experience, I mean, you might even enjoy. You never know.
This doesn't sound good. What am I being set up for?
You never know. You never know what's going to happen.
Lunatic says don't do it.
Skygazer here, you never know what's going to happen. Yep, absolutely. So, Skygazer, I'd like you to introduce you to Level Up. How are you?
Well, I mean, you're setting the stage real high there, my lady. So you know what's.
I'm sorry. Did I color your opinion of Skygazer?
Am I interrupting? Is this the ladies' night?
Yes, it is.
Oh yikes! Okay, so then I'll shut up and I'll stay back on mute.
I would be impressed with Skygazer if you showed self-restraint and muted yourself. Yeah, impressive. Yeah, look, Level Up. Skygazer has progressed since the last time I saw him. There you go. That's the
Okay.
newsflash.
I want to hear what
I
want to hear what Skygazer has to say. I'm all ears.
Jim, you
I'm
will
all
get
ears now.
Skygazer, don't forget to come back. Skygazer, don't forget to come back after the ladies' night to tell Jim how it is.
I'm all ears unless we have to wait for QE or something like that later on this evening or tomorrow or whatever. I don't know.
Well, we're going to talk to We're going to see if Imperator wants to talk to us. Central Banker told us that Imperator is here. And we also have Ildiko. We should say hi to Ildiko since she's up there right next to Imperator. Hello, Ildiko. Good to see you.
Hey, take one. I guess the Christians can be described as foreign to this world. If you want to find that real aliens, look no further than people being conformed to the image of the Lord Jesus Christ.
I'm going to say hello in the middle of that.
Hi. Good to see you.
Yes. I don't mean to interrupt the flow of this is an interesting conversation you're having this evening.
Well, if the global popular
glad you enjoyed
consensus, then all the quote-unquote truthers are aliens. Flat earthers.
Of course, in context, we're talking about space aliens. So context is everything.
Yeah, I did want to say to Precurious, I don't want to get too far down this road. I'll go back to Imperator, but I do want to say, like, gosh, I don't think you'd be like horribly punished for believing in aliens. I mean, they pushed that down everybody's throat from like day one. Like, if you didn't know any better, I don't know that you'd be like horribly punished. You didn't know any better, like, you know. I wouldn't blame people for thinking it, you know, because they would definitely want people to think that in the mainstream, especially starting with because it's become like it's kind of like we were talking about the cycles before, where like things are unauthorized topics for a while, and then they get pushed, and then they're unauthorized again, then they get pushed. It's like, woo, this is a dangerous topic, but it's still okay to talk about it, you know. And because we got a show now, the Ancient Aliens, we got an official show about it, so now you can talk about this edgy topic. You know, it's like they lure people into this stuff, you know, by first forbidding it, then allowing it, then forbidding it, then allowing it. So I wouldn't like be mad at anybody for being fooled by it. I mean, I don't know. It's not like you're going around trying to fool other people, you know, consciously or anything. But anyway, I just wanted to say that.
Practically everything that we've been taught is a lie. So
yeah,
nobody's getting to heaven then. Nobody. Because we're all duped. Every one of us.
Maybe that's why they lie, to keep us out of heaven.
You can't keep us out of heaven, darling. It's our destiny.
I'll see if I can unmute this Imperator. We'll see what happens. Oh, Imperator. Are you there? I unmuted you. He might not know he's unmuted. Hello?
Yeah, but I won't be speaking for about 10 minutes. I'm just a listener for a bit.
Okay, well, if you want to mute yourself, then you'll be able to unmute when you're able to speak. So yeah, if you're ready to speak, you know, let us know if you have any questions about Flat Earth. Also, it's, you know, for your own convenience as well as ours. Imperator or anyone else who's new to the server, if you get the VC verified role by having a simple and short interview in the VC check-in audio channel, which is above this channel below the lobby, you can, whenever you're ready to do that, ping a mod, gold, or silver in the VC check in voice text, because then you'll be able to actually see the chat that's going along with this live stream, as well as unmute yourself if you so choose. But it's not an obligation to talk just by getting the VC verified role. You can still keep yourself muted if you wish. No one's ever forced to talk.
Well, Miss Mary,
But it does
I
allow
think
you to see more of the server and so on, and participate more if you so choose. Yes, Skygazer, what is it you would like to say?
I think I would like to present. I think this might be an interesting question, kind of a topic to debate for the Women's Night. Is what do you think about that whole story where, NASA announced that the woman behind the first black hole image, Katie Bowman, and it was a 29-year-old woman, allegedly, computer scientist, who was able to capture the first picture of a black hole. So what's the kind of what's your community? What's their take on that?
It's been a while since I read about that, but it's my understanding that she didn't take a photograph. What she got was a bunch of data from an instrument of some sort and interpreted as something that you could put into a visible image. And you could make that from anything. I mean, I've seen GIFs where they show that it's the end of a cigarette or something like that. Looks exactly the same. So I have zero confidence that that's an actual picture of a black hole. I don't, if that's the case, it was just data. I may be thinking of something different, but seems to me that if they tell us a black hole by nature is something that not even light can escape from, and that's why they call it that, then how are you supposed to take a picture? All you would
I have
see...
met this person in real life, by the way, this Katie Bowman person. I have interacted with them. She was on a conference at Radboud University in Netherlands, specifically for this black hole discovery announcement. And I'm just gonna say that she's not the brain behind that research. She's just like I don't know if it has been mentioned, but it's like a public persona, an image, and she's not really an expert and did not pretend to be that when I was interacting with her. Neither am I. So just putting it out. It's just like a theater. The people which did the research, the supposed research, they're just using her as this leader figure.
But I would just add to that real quick is that I work in the technology industry, so that is very common that you have kind of a front person, the developer, let's say the person who designs and develops and programs the website isn't necessarily the front person. Very common practice. But I think that within the industry this is very much known, but to the public, it's you can make this guy a front guy or this woman like a front woman. But I just wanted to ask, because to me it seemed like some kind of NASA attraction model where they were saying hey, this is a epic woman who discovered the black hole, so surely that should attract more women to kind
technology and STEM and all that. Yeah. But the thing is, it doesn't, in the end, doesn't prove anything. Doesn't impress anybody who would have a brain enough to go into that kind of work. But like I said, if it's a black hole, no light can escape, so you can't take a picture of it. All you can take is a picture of other stuff around it, and suddenly there's a void, and you're calling the void a black hole because reasons. The whole thing is a house of cards of math and theoretical physics, which is metaphysics, which is not so much physics as it is imagination. So I'm not terribly impressed by the thing.
A few months ago. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'll go after you get done.
Well, I'll just say, I would be, because in the industry that I'm in the technology industry, financial technology industry, if you're given more responsibility, that usually comes with a significant salary raise. So you're getting paid more. So there's a cost risk analysis that needs to be made. And when I'm seeing this, I'm thinking that, well, yeah, if you're like the face of the discovery of the first black hole image, which, we all can understand as complete scam operation. So you're like the face of a scam. So it's not a promotion in the traditional sense. It's really
Right. I mean, we don't care. We know it's a scam, and so I don't have I've given my thoughts about it as far as it's just another publicity stunt. It doesn't make any practical difference to anybody. Even if it were true, it wouldn't make any practical difference. I mean, what's the point? You could go back and back and back and say, why are we doing space exploration, so-called, when we can't feed people? We can't, the economy's a shambles. So, blowing money on that stuff is totally irresponsible, regardless of what they may or may not be doing with it. I mean, they're just robbing the poor to pay the rich. So, enough about
I guess
that.
I would just say that, well, it's kind of a worrisome sign that, well, if like a woman that's might be seen as your peer is now elevated to the point of, this is like the leader of the scam, then
And I don't care. We all know that.
Yeah, well, that's the right attitude. Yeah, but
yeah,
there might be young women out there that are led astray, right?
Well, the thing is that getting girls encouraged in schools to get into STEM has been going on regardless of anything in NASA. Nobody does that because they saw somebody on TV. I mean, it just doesn't. I never knew anybody who was motivated by some spokesperson from NASA to go into science and technology. They go into it because a local face-to-face teacher or somebody like that encouraged them, saw they had some aptitude, and pushed them down that road. Now, they might have some tiny value in getting society to accept this, but going back to one of the questions somebody was thinking about bringing up earlier when Ladies' Night first started, that comes and goes. I mean, there's going to be prejudice against women in technology. There's going to be pushback the other way. And so it comes and goes. And I don't see any value in discussing or appealing to anything that NASA does other than give us back our money, So did any other ball earthers come in while we were talking? Is Mary Mom still here? Able to talk?
Oh, well, what happened to the guy who said he met Katie? Where's that guy?
I don't know.
Oh, Imperator. Yeah, I wanted to hear more from Imperator. Yeah. So, Imperator, what is your position about this Earth where we live? Do you think it's a globe?
I have no idea what it is. I just know it's I mean, so I have a very conspiratorial worldview, and I believe in secret societies manipulating media and the news and politics, basically everything. So I see the symbolism in different areas of education, and I noticed a lot of it in this whole globe Earth, flat Earth thing. So it makes me think that there is deception in play here. And I decided to investigate, but I haven't really found anything convincing so far.
it's interesting when I got through with 13, 14, 15 months of this thing that we've been consumed by the last 26 months. When I got done looking into that, and I made conclusions that it took me about 5 or 6 videos and some critical thinking in my mind, and looking at lasers and radar and law perspective and vanishing point, and I was pretty much sold on the fact that we don't live on a spinning watery ball. So it took me about 5 or 6, 7 hours of actual critical thinking to figure out that my lifetime of indoctrination into this globe, this spinning watery ball, was all BS. And so I changed really quickly. So, I know people have different egos and reputations to protect. Their levels of cognitive dissonance, are stronger with some people than others. But when I found out I was lied about what we've been experiencing in the last 26 months, it took me absolutely no time to see that we live on a flat horizontal plane. And I just, it was very simple. And I learned more numbers and things like that every day. And so, I appreciate people that look into it and that are questionable of their indoctrination. But it's, for me, it was very, very simple after I learned about the other crap I was lied to about. Thanks.
I think it's naive to think otherwise. That even if you just look at history and how governments do what they do, and the dross rises to the surface, so to speak, the people who should never be trusted with power are the ones who crave it and the ones who get it. And most people just want to be left alone, so they don't do anything about it. If they could, that's questionable anyway. But so the worst kind of people are the ones that claw their way to the top, and we get the results of it. I mean, to trust those people with that kind of ambition and lack of moral centers would be foolhardy. On the other hand, you can't live in paranoid fear all the time, and we can at least comfort ourselves with the thought that these are fewer in number. The ones at the top are few in number compared to world population, but they depend on armies of what I think it was Marx termed useful idiots to do their work. And the problem is, yes, they're useful idiots. They aren't that bright. They make terrible mistakes. They shoot themselves in the foot. They're their own worst enemies. And there are some evil geniuses behind it all, but they depend on these armies of minions to carry things out because they never touch anything themselves. That's how they do that. They make sure that their hands, their fingerprints aren't on anything. And so that's always going to be their weakness. They're so keen on staying aloof from it all that they have to have someone else do their dirty work, and those someone else's aren't that bright, if it's any comfort.
Yeah, all you have to do is look at Musk, Gates, Soros, Bezos, and actually listen to them talk. They are not very bright at all. We actually have a world run by psychopaths who we never see and never vote for. They have clowns run their affairs for them, and the clowns govern over the sheep. And that's basically what we have. And then we have a few that are considered conspiracy nuts, like those listening here. And that's basically what it is. Those of us listening here who see the flat earth or the horizontal plane truth that we live on, I have basically said, I'm not going to live in a box. I'm not going to live in a cage. I'm going to fly away from all the lies, and I'm going to think for myself. And one thing I've learned in the last 2 years is that it's a shame that so many people let other people think for them. And it's just a shame that happens, because we've basically given up the ability to think critically for ourselves, and we turn on the TV and they think for us, or we go to Yahoo or Google and they think for us, and it's just very, very disturbing to me that I fell for it all, even though I was a political conservative. I fell for it all for a long time, and you got to come to a situation where you look yourself in the mirror. Don't look at your forehead or your cheekbones. Look yourself directly in the eyes, and just say, "I've been lied to my entire life about anything of significance, and I'm not going to believe the lies anymore. And the rest of my life, I'm going to pursue truths and seek knowledge."
Right.
And which will lead to truth. Yep. Thanks.
Yeah. The problem is then that a lot of people who have opened their eyes to Earth shape think that they have learned all there is to know about deception, and they can be deceived too. And you should never. It's a biblical proverb about those who claim. I'm getting the words mixed up, but pride grows before a fall, but those who think they stand. It's about being self-confident and thinking that you've finally reached the pinnacle of truth in the flat Earth community, and yet I've seen so many people get into flat Earth and jump from the frying pan to the fire into all sorts of other lies. For example, usually on the spiritual end of things, and the way we can tell their lies is because the powers that be that we keep going on and on about how evil they are, that's their religion. Why would anybody turn to their religion, the religion of the people who are running the place and running it into the ground? Why would they want to agree with them on spiritual things? And people don't know, flat earthers don't know a lot of time the spiritual basis of a lot of things that they believe too. And they will recognize, on one hand, the occult nature of the whole heliocentric system, and then turn to that very occult religion on other things, such as, we believe that there's a magical magnetic mountain at the center of the earth because an old religious book told us so. Or all sorts of other things, and some flat earthers are atheists, some believe in evolution. I don't know how, but they do. And so the danger is we can't think that because we woke up to flat earth that somehow or other we can't be fooled anymore, because it can happen more easily to someone who thinks they're already awake than it can to someone who's just closed their mind to everything. I mean, those who, get overconfident, this is the problem. This is
Exactly.
Way to go, Jim. Way to go, Paula.
I think it's very important to always remember Romans 1:22. Professing themselves to be wise, they became fools. And I think we should always remember that if we think we got it all, well, we're a fool.
I have a question to some of the more well-versed people here regarding the flat Earth theory. So maybe it's a simple one, but what do you think about Elon Musk's satellites Starlink system, which you can observe on schedule on the night sky? How does this fit? I mean, what's the mechanism behind this scheduled appearance?
Well, they can put things in the sky that aren't necessarily satellites in Earth orbit, because first you have to assume Earth is a ball and that things can orbit around it because of some gravitational pull, which is a massive amount of begging question. But you can put satellites on helium balloons with solar panels. It does the same thing. You can put aircraft way up that aren't as big as we're told they are, but they're a closer distance, so they can tell you it's a big thing that's far away. Even the ISS, though, supposedly is about the size of a football field, and 200. How many miles up? 20. I forget how many miles, but you shouldn't be able to see a football field from that distance.
255. 255.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The point being that you shouldn't be able to see it, and yet I have seen an object, and I even got a blurry picture of it with my B900, watching the schedule, and saw the thing coming, and managed to get a shot of it. And watched it go off into the east and turn kind of reddish with the haze. And so there's a thing up there. You know when it's going to be there. But what's on that thing? Do you know it's actually a spacecraft? It could be something else powered to move that fast across the sky. Why is it so
shouldn't it be
bright?
visible? You mentioned it can't. It shouldn't be visible.
Well, the thing is that it's also as bright as any other star in the sky, right? So how is it that bright? How is the ISS or any other satellite that bright, that consistently bright across the whole sky, even though it supposedly doesn't emit light of its own? The lights are on the inside unless they go out for a spacewalk, in which case they're not going to have that bright of a light or they wouldn't be able to see what they're doing. So the fact that it's that bright, that it moves that fast and doesn't change its brightness, that's a big red flag to me. I don't think that there's anything in quote unquote space at all. There are things in the sky, but that doesn't prove how high up in the sky or whether there's people on them or anything.
Satellites do change brightness depending on the position in the sky, though. I've seen it with my own eyes that they change brightness.
Level up, can I say something real quick?
There's like 3 people.
Sorry.
I'm just asking if I can say something because it's ladies' night. Is it okay?
I mean, yeah, it's a matter of usually what we try to do is have ball earthers ask the ladies questions and the ladies answer.
Yeah, I just wanted to just quickly say something really short. The thing that the guy who asked about the Starlight or Starlink satellite needs to ask himself is, if there's supposed to be over 6,000 active satellites right now, why are they never reflecting any sunlight, and why you can't see them passing in front of the moon or anything like that? Why don't you see satellites passing upwards from the horizon? Why do you? If you can send me a picture of these 6,000, or at least some other satellites that do the same thing as these weird Starlink things, then. Then maybe you can even question this, but there is actually nothing to question about because it's inconsistent again. Like, we have all this trash in space, all these supposed satellites, but the only thing you can see are these weird Starlink things that also disappeared at some point. So, yeah, it's just pretty weird.
And when I was just going to say, when you consider that they have undersea cables, they have all sorts of cell towers, and they even have buoys in the ocean that have repeaters on them and things. If you were looking to invest to put some kind of communication thing in place, would you take ground-based technology we already have, such as undersea cables, or B, the incredible risk of putting it on top of an explosive device to try to get it into orbit? It may or may not get there. It may not work when it gets there. That's an extreme risk that nobody in their right mind would take, in my opinion.
I think most of us would probably say that a airplane, and I've heard a Boeing 747 is approximately the size of the fake ISS. That the airplanes fly at 40,000 feet. That's about 7 to 8 miles up, and I think most of us have a hard time seeing that airplane even during the day when it's 8 miles up. So let's take that exact same size or close to exact same object and put it up 20, 25 times higher up, and whether it's 225 miles or 255 miles. That is approximately 20 to 25 times higher up than a plane that's approximately the same size that we have even a difficult time seeing the plane. And I'm supposed to be able to see that ISS up there at 225 or 250 miles.
But
that's absolutely nonsense.
Right. I mean, we've already said this, that you shouldn't be able to see it at that distance. And plus, even if it was up there and there's people on it, the only satellites you ever see from there are the ones they're allegedly deploying. And nobody saw the ISS get built. There were no progress reports on anybody. How did they, what were the stages? You can find documents saying that they did it, but no actual recordings, pictures, videos of anybody putting together this space station. It just was suddenly there. So there's so many questions about it, and why are we? It's like discussing what kind of houses people lived in Narnia. I mean, first you have to explain it. It would be like, discussing Star Trek technology. It's fiction. Why are we discussing it? Why are we talking about, the farther we can go is say there's lights in the sky. Some of them are man-made. They are not what they're supposed to be because they're too bright or they're too far away. We shouldn't see them. So communications devices, as far as I can tell by any evidence, are ground-based or balloon-based or airplane-based and not quote-unquote satellites orbiting a presupposed ball, held down by falling all around the curvature of the Earth without really much in the way of propulsion to keep it going. Yes, supposedly they have solar panels. We all know how well those work on Earth. As far as, there's so many questions that you can raise about all these claims, and very, very few, and really none, are provable. So why are we talking
what are
about
they
stuff in the
exactly?
sky?
You mentioned it could be balloons, but for balloons to get to that height, they would burst.
What
and
height?
with that speed, low Earth orbit, like around
nobody's saying
440
that.
kilometers.
Listen, nobody's saying there are balloons in low Earth orbit. Nothing is in low Earth orbit.
No,
The balloons
I'm
are
asking.
high, but they're not in orbit.
It's 120,000 feet to 180,000 feet, if not a little bit higher than that. And so it is not orbit, it's not low Earth orbit. That is crap. They go up 120,000 feet to 180,000 feet. If you can even Google who, the biggest helium buyer or the biggest helium buyer in the USA, you get NASA. NASA's got a $25 billion budget. The Department of Defense has an $800 billion budget, and NASA is the biggest helium buyer in the entire country. Now, what did they do that for? These helium balloons are the size of a football field, 100 yards by 50 yards. That's a lot of helium, and that's what you see up there if you see anything. We got to get away from this fact that what we are told is the truth. We got to get away from that because people will lie for money.
Exactly. And then there's the rocket launches themselves. There's hundreds and hundreds of pictures of rockets going in a giant arc out over the ocean. They're not going straight up. They're not, and if you presuppose Earth is spinning, it still doesn't make sense. They curve way too low in orbit and height. And then Musk's rockets are laughable, especially the ones that supposedly land. They come back and they're pointing toward Earth, and then they flip over and point the hot side down and come straight down on these platforms. Those have been ripped apart by I don't know how many people. They're just laughable. And some of them, they even forget that flames don't have a shadow. And yet in some of the pictures from SpaceX, you can see the shadow of the rocket coming down, and there's the flame also has a shadow. That's absolutely impossible. So this is all careless, floppy CGI. I'm not convinced that any rocket has gone into anything like Earth orbit. First, they'd have to prove that they got there. There are never any continuous feeds.
It's kind of like those true crime novels that we've all been trained to love, which is that the killer always leaves a greeting card, let's say. And who did this better than NASA during the Elon Musk, like that epic launch where he, had the double rockets flying into space and coming back down, and everybody saw that there was like a mouse, literally a mouse, climbing around.
Yeah, you could see it crawling around. Yeah.
Yeah. So so That's a Disney reference. And then you look at the trail of money and you understand that Elon Musk actually is connected to Disney. So, like, what are we even talking about? It's like clear.
I know.
It's
That's
clear that Disney is just expanding because they did the same thing with Hannah Montana. That was like their attempt to interpret and enter like human reality, and they did so somewhat successfully. But with Elon Musk, it's even more successful because they're doing it on a next level. So
yeah, and it's one of those big lie things. You tell a big enough lie, and people will believe it because they think nobody would tell that big of a lie.
And that's why you had Elon Musk going on national TV, explaining to everyone. And Elon Musk is saying there to everyone, he goes, well, because everyone noticed it. So everyone noticed it. It looks like trash. Like we thought the technology would be better. So he's asked the question, it looks really fake. And then his answer is, it looks so fake. That's how you know it's real.
Yeah, and that brings us back also to the alleged lunar landers that are made of curtain rods and paper mache, and who in their right mind would design something like that to go in space? And where did they put all the stuff they had to bring, especially to the surface where they've got extreme temperature differences? And
I think
the thing is, even if they stayed in the light all the time, which they would have to do if they went when the moon is lit up at all, it's always the same face toward the Earth. Then it's always going to be direct sunlight with no atmosphere. How does that? I'm not going to go down there right now, but the thing is that the lighting isn't right. The homeless tweaker shelter that they've got on the chat here is just laughable. There was no room for these two guys in all their space gear and oxygen and water and food and doing something about their waste, their diapers or whatever they wear, plus their cameras, their gear, and all this calculator powered thing that supposedly guided them there. And then the takeoff with the camera that panned to watch. The whole thing from start to finish is fake, fake, fake. And now they tell us they can't go back. And the reason they can't go back, because A, they were never there before, and B, they can't get away with that level of fakery anymore because we're not looking at it through a little tiny black and white TV.
They destroyed the technology, right?
Yeah, can't get it back, can't go through the Van Allen belts. Gosh, that wasn't a problem. It's a good thing we didn't know about that in '69. So the whole thing is laughable. So talking about space absolutely is like talking about Star Trek. It's no different. And if we're all about truth here, we're not going to sit here and talk about fiction all day. We'd talk about, okay, show me the curve, show me gas pressure without a container, and don't point to the begging the question atmosphere. And show me Earth motion, that we're spinning, that the water sticks to a ball on the scale of oceans. I mean, you can take any drop of water and make it hang upside down from your finger or something, but doing that with an entire ocean is another extraordinary claim. And so we need to, when we're doing Flat Earth talks, we need to stick to Earth and not Narnia, not Star Trek, not Hollywood, and talk about, show me the measurements for the curve, show me how you can have any gas pressure without a container, and show me how this magical gravity holds oceans stick to the Earth, but not, butterflies or anything like that. And why do some things go up, some things go down, some things go sideways, like gases? Those are the things we can check here on Earth ourselves. And we get into anything else, we're getting into a fictional discussion.
Most of the things you listed have a really clear answer, I think.
Such as, take one. take Earth current.
Let's quit assuming the things we're trying to
let's take one. The how an ocean can stick to a spinning ball, and a butterfly is somehow not affected by it. So what's exactly the problem here? Like, what's the problem that you see with this? Can you explain?
It's gravity. Well, let me answer because I'm supposed to answer. So the problem is that if gravity has to be strong enough to hold billions and trillions of gallons of water because of all that mass, then anything lighter is going to be just pinned to the surface. Because it even has less mass, it's going to be pinned down if gravity has to pull that strong. Now, the problem is you'll say gravity is a weak force, which supposedly it is, but yet it holds oceans down. And if you say it's mass attracting mass, the Earth is much more massive, and it doesn't. That idea was abandoned and replaced and superseded by bendy space-time over 100 years ago. So you can't say that it's because of mass differences that the butterfly can fly and the water is being held down, because mass doesn't attract mass. So if you're using bendy space-time, how does that account for the butterfly flying but the water being stuck to the Earth?
Because they're both in motion in the same plane.
Motion. And motion keeps them that way? Motion keeps the ocean on the surface?
Yeah, motion. The water in the ocean is part of the same system. The same system. So the molecules of water in the ocean.
Molecules.
Yeah, the molecules
We're talking
of water.
about the because water evaporates. Water molecules go straight up in the air.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is water, like the individual molecules and as well as the whole collective of the entire ocean on the planet, the global ocean, that is part
Wait a
of
minute.
this.
What? Can you explain that? Explain that to the people who don't understand.
Okay. So I'm gonna start from the beginning. So according to the current model, Earth being a massive object.
So it's a model. It's a hypothesis, right?
Right. He's doing Narnia right now.
I'm just explaining for people who can't exactly put from where I'm starting. So the model is mass bends space. And everything travels.
Hold on. Hey, Skygazer, let me take care of it, okay?
Everything travels through space at the speed of light, and depending on the curvature of space, which is space-time in a way, different things will travel with different velocity in that.
Okay, so hold on, please. Did you hear what I just said at like 5 minutes ago?
That's what I'm responding to.
Well, the thing is, you cannot bend a concept. And you cannot bend the emptiness of space. Space is emptiness. What is being bent? Exactly. What is space made of that you can bend it?
This is like what exactly do you expect as an answer? Because space as in space is not the space that you have in your mind. We're speaking about the dimensions of...
What is space made of?
Nothing. Like if you just take empty space.
Stop there. Nothing. How do you bend nothing?
Because you have a system of space and of time.
No, hold on. Stop. You told me that space is made of nothing. How do you bend nothing?
Because you have time in this. You have time.
Hold on. Time is a different thing than space.
No, they're connected. They're always connected. You cannot separate them. Space and time are connected.
Stop. Time is a perception of events, of a sequence.
That's just in your mind. We're speaking about...
it is not a physical thing.
As a property.
Are you listening to anything I'm saying, or are you just going to talk?
No, I'm asking you questions within the scientific model that we currently have. I'm not saying I believe in this model. I'm not saying I believe in it. I'm presenting the model as it is, and I'm expecting an answer to it. Because...
see, the problem is you're going to build a house of cards, and I'm questioning the platform you're building them on, because there's no point in building the house of cards if the foundation doesn't work. So the foundation here, as you have presented it, is that there's a thing called space and a thing called time, and that they're somehow physical things that can be bent. And I have yet to hear you explain how it is that anyone can measure or observe or test this hypothesis or this guess, this claim that space and time are physical things that are related, and how you would bend them. You have to first prove the premises of your argument, which is space and time are physical things. It's impossible.
They don't have to be physical things.
Yes, they do if you're going to bend them. You can't bend ideas. You can't bend concepts. You can't bend nothing.
Bending, you're using too much human concepts, like concepts from your daily life, to apply to something which is really abstract.
No. I understand abstraction. I understand abstraction, but we're talking science here. You're telling me about the shape of the Earth based upon something that isn't even physical?
No, I'm talking about the butterfly and the water things from the point of view of the current model that is accepted.
I don't care who accepts a model. I don't care who believes in Star Trek. What I'm asking you is if you start your argument with a premise of something that is bendable but doesn't exist in reality because it's abstract ideas, we can't even go any farther than that. Why would I waste my time?
Because it's not a problem of the model, it's a problem of you understanding it. I can honestly tell that you cannot understand the model. You just don't understand it.
I understand a lot of things about Star Trek.
Human perception with...
I understand concepts that are imaginary. I can think of, imaginary fictional stories. But the thing is, if we're talking about the physical ground we stand on, we have to do physical tests and physical observations. And you cannot do that with concepts and abstractions. Those are not scientific things. Okay? You have to show me that you can bend time and space. And you can't.
We can measure the differences.
Differences of what? Ideas?
Of time. Based on different places in the universe, we can measure the difference in time. And we measure that difference in time by measuring the atomic vibrations, which are something quite concrete and physical.
Stop. Because something vibrates at a different speed in a different situation, does that mean time itself is changing? Or just the clock, which is physical and vibrating? You're talking about a physical clock.
We can say that there is a difference at of the speed at which things run.
Right. So there's a physical thing that runs at a different speed depending on where it is. What does that have to do with time? Time is a concept. Time
because
is immaterial.
Space and time are related. That's how that.
No. Look, I'm stopping you because you're asking me to start with your premise that you can take a concept or an imaginary thing or an abstraction and make that into something physical. You can't bridge that gap. And I'm not going to sit here and listen to a well-developed argument on quicksand. That's the problem.
It's so. I gave you a physical example with the atomic vibrations.
Atomic vibrations are physical things that vibrate. What does that have to do with time itself?
Because time...
Now look, if my clock runs slower, I've got this cuckoo clock on the wall. It runs faster or slower depending on the humidity because it's made of wood. Does that mean time is speeding up and slowing down?
That's a completely different mechanism for a clock. No, it is. It's a mechanical clock which is dependent on gears inside.
Now look, what about the atomic clock? So a crystal is vibrating or something like that, or not necessarily a crystal, but an atomic particle gives off, vibrates at a certain frequency. It's a physical thing. That atom is a physical thing.
If the environment in which those atoms are
physical
identical.
Things, right. So you're telling me that physical things called atoms are vibrating That's a physical phenomenon that something vibrates.
Yeah.
Okay? That has absolutely nothing to do with a concept or a perception known as time. Time itself does not change depending on your clock vibration.
Your perception of time is different from universal time, which is also relative.
Yeah, time is a concept.
Only in your head. That's what I'm trying to explain. You're applying the human concept of time on the argument of space and time.
What's in somebody's head is what you're proposing, is that somehow a clock, a physical thing, is equated with the speeding up or slowing down of time. But I don't care how your clock vibrates, what vibrates, or whether it's vibration or a pendulum. I don't care the physical way in which it does a regular repetition of movement. That's irrelevant. What's relevant is that you have a physical thing that can speed up and slow down, but that does not mean time is changing its speed.
It is not irrelevant because of one very important thing.
Yeah, I'm done. It's top of the hour, and Mary Mom said that we can stop at the top of the hour because her connection's bad, and I'm not going to sit here and talk about somebody's concepts and let them go on for half an hour about explaining to me that my ideas in my head when I'm the only one trying to get you to get things out of your head and onto the physical world where we can discuss it and examine it.
You're just spinning in circles and avoiding my questions.
And that's what
you're doing, actually. You're using time and space reifications for your spinning water ball in a vacuum that you can't even measure curvature on the surface for, so it's pretty silly.
Right, which is why he immediately, when I said, show me Earth curve, he went into time and space, and I'm like,
I specifically focused on the butterfly and the oceans thing. I didn't mention anything about
that
curvature.
was already on the change subject that you did when I said, show me Earth curve, and you immediately went into this gravity thing. I didn't ask for gravity. I asked for show me
You
Earth
asked
curve.
one example from the lists of things you listed, and I picked the butterfly and water thing.
And before I could even finish saying, show me Earth curve, you went on to something else. You picked your own topic, and I said,
I haven't heard that if you said that. I haven't heard that line if you've said that.
Well, I did say it. Somebody can play back the recording and prove it to you.
Like I said, I